Hey, hey. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2.
Check, check, check. Hello. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. That's better. Dankun, dankun. Dankun, dankun. Dankun, dankun. Dankun, dankun. Did you hear the story of the blobs? The blobs. We're making space for them. And all our friends are working hard, so hard. So when they come, we'll sing this song for them. It goes, Dankun, dankun. Yeah. Dankun, dankun. You guys know your part now? Dankun, dankun. Can you sing that? Dankun, dankun. Not quite dank sharding, but it's on the way. Call it a prototype. All the little blobs will take the fees away, so we can scale up right and sing. Dankun, dankun. I know it's early. Sing it loud, guys. Come on, come on. I know you can do it. Dankun, dankun. It's no fuck SBF. Dankun, dankun. BLOBS. We're making way for all the blobs. 6 urges. This is the surges. It's time to blow our tops. Oh, it's time to let the blobs all run free. And we sing. Dankun, dankun. Yeah. Dankun, dankun. Dankun, dankun. 4844. Dankun, 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 dankun. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm Jonathan Mann, Song a Day guy. I've been writing a song for 16 years and, I don't know, a long time. Sell them all as NFTs. Happy, thrilled to be back here at ETHDenver, my 4th time playing on this stage. Very happy. Yeah, there you go. Welcome, everybody, to the first day. We got a lot of amazing things happening. Got the governor coming back. I got in trouble last year because I said fuck SBF a bunch of times in front of the governor, and that was... But still, yeah, fuck SBF. But you know, someone was pointing out, we did it, right? This time next month, he will be sentenced. He will be sentenced. I don't know if you saw, his mom said, she said that in his defense for the sentencing, she said that the SBF is an angel of mercy. Which, that's not, anyway, if you know what an angel of mercy is, that's not what you want to call your son. Anyway, I'm very excited now to welcome up to the stage the man behind all of this. Came from his brain, everything you see. His name is John Paller. Give him a huge welcome. Here he is.
Thanks, Johnny. GM. We got a lively bunch over there. Well, welcome to ETHDenver 2024. How you doing? Y'all notice that we actually got up this morning? I mean, think about that. You're at a crypto conference and it's 10 a.m. You realize how ironic that is? I'm actually surprised I'm here. Not really, but you can understand last night's opening party. Where's the Menace Foundation crew? They're right there. Say thanks to them. If you went to the party last night, the Menace Foundation put that on. It was awesome, super fun, and thanks, guys. All right, so we're going to kind of do some housekeeping, if that's okay. Well, John was supposed to have his little slide up here. So if anybody wants to go follow him real quick on X, there you go, Song a Day Man. Got it? Okay. So GM, we'll do it again. GM. All right, what I love about ETHDenver is it's so not corporate-y. Good Lord, it's awesome. And we're just friends, right? Learning, colliding, creating together, doing all sorts of things. So remember to say GM to your friends every morning when you get here, or even in the afternoon. We say it all the time. I don't think GM is actually good morning. I think it's just a thing we say. So this is me. I'm John. I'm the founder of ETHDenver, and I'm also involved in a project called Opolis, which I'll shill to you later. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, might be a good idea, because later in the program, there's going to be a little secret something you can do to get a little secret something in return. Little alpha FOMO. And let's talk about why we're here. So ETHDenver was founded on the premise that holy shit, there's a lot of stuff to know, and we don't know what we don't know, and how do we get everybody else to know the things that we don't know, and how do we get to mass adoption? So the Colorado community grew from like a 15-person meetup to like 400 people in the summer of 2017, but nobody knew how to do anything. And I'm the kind of guy who gets bored and says, you know, we should build something, because like, all this talk about crypto price and all that, you'll notice we don't do that here. You can talk about it outside, but we're here to biddle. So the biddle meme was created in 2018, was actually the hashtag that we used for the first event. So this is our 7th year doing this. And biddle has now been mentioned on social media over 100 million times. Now, why is biddle so important? Well, it's important because it's what we do when the Bitcoiners are hodling, which I do. We're also here biddling. We're here building the future of the decentralized technology that is going to supposedly advance humanity into its next chapter. So we're here to give away free education, free community, and when those things collide, out the back door comes biddle. So enjoy yourselves, but most notably, think about, what is it that I'm contributing? What is it that I'm expressing from a creativity standpoint? How do I fit into this community? How do I build more community? How do I make a connection? It's gonna happen. You can't be here and not have random interactions that might even change your life. I hear about them every day. People write me and tell me these things, and how much they're like appreciative for the space that we've built. And Kent will talk a little bit more about that. But I'm gonna introduce you to the spork whale, okay? So every year we have these ridiculous characters that we sort of put out. We got buffacorns and spork whale onesies. You know, I've got my spork whale smoking jacket on. We'll talk about those. But the spork whale is actually not supposed to be, like, yes, it's a VIP ticket, technically, but it's not really about that. This is about being a big contributor. You can earn your way into perpetual spork whale status. You can be a key contributor in the community and be recognized for that without having to buy your way into it, okay? So our community is very different. So we sort of don't really like the context of VIP because it creates kind of a classist feel. But when you're a spork whale, that means you're a major contributor. Because why? We biddle here. It's not about all that other shit. We don't care, okay? Now into just the event venue. Y'all like it? Is it better? Yeah, we think it's better than last year's layout. So there was a bunch of reasons why, including this stage got moved up here. And that's because it's too far away otherwise. So we wanted to make it more accessible and adjacent to where everybody wants to be. And it was very apparent last year, everybody wanted to be in the Shulages. So we're just gonna continue with that. These maps are everywhere. These maps are everywhere. So if you get lost, find one. You can also find it online. We have the two buildings. The event center, which is what the property calls it, is where the Biddle Hub is. And then this is the National Western Complex. And this is where the Shill Zone and all the other things are here. This is the main event venue. So we're here February 29th. What are y'all doing with your free day? You guys know this is like Mulligan Day for like makeup. February 29th, right? Anybody born on February 29th? That'd be cool. You'd be like 30 years old and be like 5. Be really cool. After this is all over, we're going to Breckenridge. You can snowboard, ski, hang out, chill, Colorado style, if you know what I mean. 6 stages running concurrently. So right now this is being rebroadcast everywhere, but otherwise the programming is completely independent. This is the main stage, or Atlantis stage. You can find all the maps again. There's 3 stages in this building and 3 in the Biddle Hub. And all the calendars online, you can find anything and everything you want. We'll talk a little bit more about our content in a bit with Danny. But I also encourage you to explore, because there's a lot to do and a lot to see. The Buffcorn Biddle Brigade Lounge is back. That's actually just over here. And you can actually kind of peek in this year and see what's going on. They got the snow cone wheel back. They got live in-person signings with the artist Sergio Ordonez. They've got a subsidized bar there, and it's super chill lounge. Spork Whale Lounge is adjacent to back here. And anybody with a Spork Whale ticket, which means you're a big contributor to the ecosystem, gets into there free. The bar is open 3 to 7, Thursday through Saturday, 2 to 5 on Sunday. And it's chill this year. Super chill, and hook it up. Buffa Swag, get your swag. We are swag drippers. We love it. There will be opportunity to earn these smoking jackets through the ZK Quest that they'll talk about. There's all sorts of new stuff. There's vintage stuff available. You get your spork with purchase, and you also get your literal spork with purchase. So you'll get your digital currency as well as the actual spork. So I'm going to bring up my friend Kent. So this dude was doing the meetup super dork style back in 2014 when nobody cared about crypto. And he and I became friends, and then I sort of said, you know, we should have like a big event. And he's like, ah. And I said, no, like we should invite people from all over the world and like make Colorado like a thing. Nah, I'm just kidding. Anyway, he gave me the blessing to like YOLO some of this, and so we built it. So he's going to give us a little bit of culture, ethos, and history, and sort of how all this came to be.
Hi, friends. Holy shit. It's like the Grand Theft Auto meme. Here we go again. Good morning. Welcome to the 7th iteration of ETHDenver. It's an honor to have you here. Hope you like this second iteration of having our new venue. The Sportscast will always be in our hearts. This is a special time in the history of ETHDenver and ETHDenver, as John was alluding to. So the ETHDenver meetup started 10 years ago, 2014. The idea was basically, hey, there was a good Bitcoin community in Denver. This tech called Ethereum looks pretty cool. What can we do with that? So here's us back in the day hanging out at the Denver Bitcoin Center. Back then, there were no maxis. It was a beautiful thing. The idea of maximalism was completely foreign to everybody. I think there's a lesson there. Anyway, we'd hang out and collaborate and talk. It was fun. So that's how it started. How it's going? Just look around you. Holy crap, like something is going on here. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that this is a countercultural phenomenon. We've tapped into something here at ETHDenver, and more broadly, as a society, as humans on this planet. Something is going on. It's worth asking then, what is special about this? How did this happen? I think one really cool thing is we've tapped into a successful formula here. How did it start? A grassroots community, passionate grassroots community here in Denver. Also, where my Boulder blockchain homies at. Also, yes, there they are. Very vocal. To that, we added an incredibly ambitious vision, courtesy of John Pollard. John showed up, said, guys, let's do a really big hackathon. Let's invite people from all over the world. Let's shoot for the moon. To that, we added an incredible team of contributors and volunteers and collaborators. So the first ETHDenver rolls around, and it turns out it's actually incredible, bigger and better than we thought. But most importantly, and I don't think anybody could have predicted this, I certainly didn't see it coming, the vibe was amazing. The sense of joy and freedom and camaraderie, we didn't really expect that. but it was there. And the cool thing is, it's been there every year since. And ultimately, it's you guys, the attendees, that truly create that vibe and make it special. So thank you. So at the basic level, that's what's going on. But it's also worth considering what's going on at the broader historical, societal level. For some insight into that, let's turn to ancient Greek mythology. It's a little bit dark here on the screen, but that's our friend Prometheus. Prometheus was one of the sub-deities in the Greek pantheon of gods. One day, Prometheus decides to steal fire from the gods, in defiance of the gods, and bring it down to the land of humans. This fire actually sparked knowledge and civilization and humanity and science, everything that makes humanity unique. So, pretty good move, right? And in response to this, you'd think the gods above him would have said, dude, Prometheus, you get like a badge or something, or an Olympic medal. Good job. Instead, this was the reward that Prometheus got. He defied the gods, defied centralized authority, and was sentenced to have his liver eaten out by an eagle. That's pretty metal, isn't it? To make things worse, his liver would regenerate every day, as livers do, and the eagle would eat it out again. And this was his fate, repeated liver eating. So, not great. You might be wondering, though, that's nice, but what the hell does this have to do with decentralization? I think there's a lesson here about humanity and how we're programmed, historically and in modern times. If you think about it, we're born into a world where centralized authority is a thing. We're also taught from a very early age, in school, and then growing up, into college, university, the job market, being part of culture, there's corporations, there's governments. It's best to conform to these things. You know, you can kind of do your own thing, but it's best if you sort of follow the path. Centralized institutions are necessary for humanity. Without it, it would be anarchy, chaos, blood in the streets. And certainly, centralized institutions have played an important role, and not all bad. There's just one problem. Much like Prometheus here, humanity has wound up on its back, getting its liver eaten out by an eagle due to this dynamic. One problem is you have authoritarianism. More humans live in authoritarian regimes and are less free today compared to 20, 30 years ago. This is a problem. It gets worse. In the 20th century, for example, centralized institutions and concentrated power brought us 2 world wars, Holocaust, genocides, brought the human race to the brink of nuclear annihilation. This is the ultimate outcome, the inevitable outcome, I think, of concentrated power. There's something about human nature. This is what it leads to. So you're probably thinking, Kent, dude, this is the opener, and you're very bleak right now. All right, allow me to shift the vibe. I'm actually an optimist. I think someday humans will go to the stars. We're going to colonize the solar system, and then the galaxy and the universe. We're going to put aside our petty tribal differences and survive and thrive in space, and this is our fate. We're not going to blow ourselves up. Why am I so optimistic? Decentralization. Finally, humanity has an alternative to the ossified, centralized institutions that have created many problems in the past. And it's proven out at this point. This isn't speculation like 10 years ago. People love trustlessness. They love permissionlessness. They love connecting with their fellow human beings without intermediaries. This is a really cool thing. The thing is, at this point, the onus is on us. If we're going to build alternatives to these institutions, or at least make these better as well, we have to do our part to build better. The onus is on us. If you think about it, we're kind of like building a new OS for humanity. That's what decentralization is. And that sounds a little bit TED Talky, a new OS for humanity. But when you think about it, it's true. This is a new way to connect and collaborate with your fellow humans. And it's, if you zoom out and think about it, this is incredibly powerful. Here at ETHDenver, this is precisely what we're doing. We're focusing on building. We embody the cypherpunk values. There's no gatekeeping. ETHDenver has always been free to attend. Anybody can come. There's no maxis here. I know there's many projects here from different ecosystems. This is the antithesis to maximalism. We have a lot to learn from each other, even if we disagree. Sharing ideas together, we have much to learn from each other. There's many showing points of perspectives. One of the things I dislike about crypto this day is it's very Twitter-driven. It's about influencers and follower counts and very loudly shared opinions. And this is not good discourse. Back in the day, things were shared on Reddit, more in Ethereum. I missed that, actually. This is a bit of a throwback here at ETHDenver. You'll see lots of great talks. It's amazing. Definitely check out the talks. Finally, we have over 115 countries represented here, humans united under the banner of BITL. Anyway, I've talked long enough. We have a lot to cover here. Oh, God, I'm a minute over. Sorry, John. I will leave you with this. A lot of people from the outside view this industry as a big speculative casino. Focus on price too much and that happens. The true measure of our success, what we're building, is what we're doing, making the world a freer place, a more peaceful place, a more prosperous place, and a better world. Is it putting us on the path to the stars? If we're creating better alternatives, then hell yes, we're winning. We'll check back in 10 more years, but I'm optimistic. Thank you.
Kent Barton, everybody. Kent Barton. Thank you, Kent. Come on, do the thing. Okay, so next up, hi, everybody. It's me again. We have Elena Sinelnikova from the Metis Foundation, and they're doing some pretty amazing things that you're going to want to hear about. So, with no further ado, he's going to set this up, and she's going to come speak. Here's Elena.
Thank you. All right, while we're getting ready, how are you doing today? Ow! Nice. Okay. 1 more minute, and we're going to start. Have you attended the party yesterday? Yes? Oh, people in the front row did. Okay, how about the back row? Did you? That's why you were a little bit late. But there are seats actually here, so you can take the seats too. My name is Elena Sinelnikova. I am original co-founder of Metis Foundation, and I used to be CEO, but now I am a decentralization coordinator. We are decentralized into 5 business entities, independent, decentralized, they called econodes. That's how we achieve the decentralization on the business level, not only on the infrastructure level. But today I'm going to be talking about one problem, once the slides are ready, and I'm going to talk about both decentralizations. And maybe while I am just stretching the time, there is a little bit of history of me. This is, I think, my 7th ETHDenver that I'm participating in. And my first one, I came as a just general attendee. And I'm so happy now that I can support ETHDenver because ETHDenver is an event that gives power to the decentralized community, to decentralized projects, and that is what is very near and dear to my heart. And I hope that you guys also support decentralization because this is what I'm talking about every ETHDenver. And now the slides are ready. Yay. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. So as I said, we decentralized into 5 econodes. It's MetisL2, and I'm going to stand here so you can see it. MetisL2, ZKM, Chorus, Nuvo, and P1X Labs. We are all over the world, and almost all econodes are here today at ETHDenver, and you can check them out at our booth at Metis Foundation. I'm going to be talking about one problem that we encountered in the last year, actually. Everyone claims that Ethereum is decentralized. But is it? Rival network communities are making a very excellent point recently, that 80% of Ethereum transactions are on the layer 2 protocols. And there is with one problem, that all layer 2 protocols currently are centralized with a single sequencer operated and its profit, transaction profit, hoarded by one single entity. Why is it bad? First, single point of failure. If this one sequencer is down, the whole network is down. And even best and most reputable L2 networks experience that misfortune. Second is a security risk. Single sequencer is a very attractive target for the hackers. Also, single sequencer model, because all transaction profit goes to one entity, open rooms for corruption. Right now, we see this corruption happening in transaction censorship and also in sandwiching transactions, which is basically stealing money from the end user. And also, there is a trust dependency, which means when I came to this space, we wanted to build the trustless environment, when we don't trust corporations, but we trust technologies instead. But nevertheless, right now, we actually trust our money without maybe even knowing it to a big corporations that maybe don't have that our best interest in mind. Next one is the regulatory and the legal perspective. For the single sequencer, it is a very attractive target for the regulators as well. Find the legal reason to impose on layer 2, stop the sequencer, and you can bring the whole network down. And eventually you can bring the whole Ethereum down. Now that I'm saying it, I hope the regulators are not here because I really don't want to give them ideas. So please change the slide quickly. Well, now I hope that Google people are not here either. But nevertheless, from all my previous points, you already know that Ethereum is maybe as centralized as Google now, because we are making, as a layer 2, we're making it centralized. So we're making it as a big corporation. So my question to the layer 2 networks, do you have now that you know all that, and you knew that, but now everybody knows that, do you have now enough reasons to decentralize? So just do it. And one more time for the people in the back. If you wonder how to do it, Metis Foundation is actually, and Metis L2 is working this path already. We just finished 2 rounds of intensive testing with the thousands of users and multiple parties that runs decentralized sequencers. And now, and this is a big announcement, we're ready to go into the mainnet, into production in March 2024, which is like tomorrow. We're not going tomorrow, but March 2024, we're going to be live with decentralized sequencers. So therefore, we're going to be, first, layer 2 optimistic rollup that runs a decentralized sequencer model. Our decentralized sequencer model, and I'm telling this so you can actually relate onto this experience and maybe use it, is running on a proof of stake. It means that underlying security will be confirmed with a stake that decentralized sequencers, of course, are going to put. And for us, for the Metis, because we have a native token as a gas token, and it works perfectly, because for the governance token, it doesn't work that way. So for the Metis token, now it has kind of holy trinity of utility: gas, governance, and also underlying security and decentralization. None of the other L2s right now can make that claim, but soon they will be too, hopefully, when they decentralize. You can look up our architecture, and it runs as the sequencer pool. It means that sequencers exchange. So therefore, for the maximum performance and for the 100% uptime. But we're not doing decentralization just for the sake of decentralization. Actually, we believe that decentralization will bring adoption because all parties will benefit from it. So this is how it will work. Recently, we announced an ecosystem development fund of, right now it's $500 million. For the, and 2/3 of this, we're going to go for the sequencer rewards. with a guaranteed rate of 20% for each sequencer who operates in the first year. As the community at large, they're going to benefit through liquid staking protocols that are paired with each sequencer, and therefore this profit is going to be distributed to each member of the network, each user, and therefore drives the adoption. And so we are now decentralized blockchain that everybody benefits with. So we're going from corruption to the true spirit of the blockchain. We have a number of sequencers that we're going to start with, but of course we're going to decentralize more and more. So right now we're calling for the experienced node operators to apply to become a sequencer in this first decentralized layer 2. Our community is going to vote for the best and select the best ones. As for the rest of you builders here, we have the rest of the $500 million fund for you, because we would like to distribute it all as if in the form of a grant. So you can scan the code, make a picture, and apply for the grant. So we have all this money for you. So you can come over to our decentralized layer 2 and also benefit from it. Beside the grant, you will benefit, once you deploy in Metis layer 2, from the Billner mining as well, which is also the profit sharing program. And after we're done with the decentralized sequencer implementation, our EcoNode ZKM is going to give Metis Layer 2 another advantage. It calls a hybrid rollup. So we're going to combine the cost and the speed of optimistic rollup with the instant withdrawal of the ZK rollup. So this is coming next. And one more thing before I go. Our ZKM EcoNode has mind-blowing innovation that they just published. This is entangled rollup. It means that you will be able to stake and restake your funds that you keep on one network into the other networks, layer 1s, layer 2s, without moving that money anywhere, without moving them through the bridge, without doing anything to them. So this is the entangled rollup and common liquidity. So all liquidity for all chains will come together on this, with this technology. And of course, we're going to solve the bridge and security problem with that. So scan to learn on how it works. My name is Elena Sinelnikova, and I'm here with all the EcoNodes to give you the vision of how to make the Ethereum decentralized again. If you have any questions, you can check us out at the booth or on X. But we're going to make Ethereum decentralized again regardless. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Thank you, Elena. Okay, next up we have John Paller again. Where is he? Where's the guy? And also Justin Moskowitz, who's right there. They're going to tell you about some more buffacorn nonsense things. All the little buffacorn things they do. And here's John again.
Hey guys. Do we not have slides happening? I guess. Not really.
Yeah, plug
I
back
guess we
in.
can just do this. Hold on.
It's here.
All right, well, we're figuring out our technical incapacity. So, John. Oh, there it is. Never mind. All right, so 7th year. And we've had a lot of contributors over the years. Lots of people from the community early on rallied around the Biddle cry, helping us with various things for free. If you were around early on, we were pretty disorganized, but happy to be here, having a good time. As we grew, things got more complicated. We've now got a core team crew of over 100 people that execute this. So it is a lot, but we wanted to look back and say, well, how do we show appreciation to people who have contributed to the community over the years, but maybe aren't anymore, or they're doing other things that they've moved on. So we created what's called the Bluff Club and the Stewards Club. So this year is the inaugural induction into both the Stewards Club and the Bluff Club. So what the Stewards Club is these are people that have contributed in some sort of meaningful way over a long period of time, and what they're getting is they're getting perpetual spork whale status. So even if they're not contributing to the community anymore directly, they can just show up and be cool. And they'll also have their own dedicated badge next year. They'll have like an NFT 1 of 1. We didn't have time, unfortunately, to create them this year, but next year they'll have them. Now, the Bluff Club is extraordinary contribution to the community. So these are folks that not only have been here for a while helping out, these are people who are core to the existence of ETHDenver. And so it's like an if not but for thing. So if we did not have their contributions when we got them, ETHDenver probably wouldn't be what it is. So next to me is this strapping Viking that we all affectionately call Justin. If you don't know Justin, he's my co-founder for ETHDenver. So please give him a round of applause. Behind the scenes, you know, we've got a huge team now that we're trying to decentralize Justin. It's kind of like, consensus mechanisms, but really operational for us. But in any case, he's been integral to all the experience that you see when it comes to the art, the the stage designs, everything. He and I have worked very closely on this. So we are going to announce the names here, and we are going to ask that if they are in attendance, that they please join us on stage. So we're going to start with the Stewards Club. All right. In no particular order, Stefan Chavez. Wheel on up here, buddy. Hunt Fry. And we're going to rattle them off here, guys, because we got limited time. Now, what we're giving them is a limited edition engraved spork. So these are numbered sporks, and there's only 300 of these made. So this is your perma utensil, sir, for biddling. Thank you for your contribution. So Hunt, what's up, dude? Hook him up with this spork. Tay Kim. Is Tay here? Kwok Lee. Where? No, I didn't say Taylor Kendall yet. I said Tay Kim. No, I would use your real name, but okay, Taylor. He's happy to be here, so we just won't call him when he gets his name called. So there's Tay. Sheila Moskowitz. Where's your mom, Justin? Where's your mom? Justin's mom has literally been helping us with childcare since the beginning. Y'all know that we have free childcare, right? We oversubscribed by like 30 children. Now, do you know what that means? Parents are here building. How cool is that, right? We get the economic barriers out of the way, and out of the discretionary fund, we put an extra $9,000 to expanding childcare so those people could actually come. I approved that yesterday. We had a wait list of 30 kids, like babies and stuff too. Like, we're not gonna make the kid, no, we're gonna include everybody, so we went ahead and did it. Aaron Robinson, is Aaron here? Bill Warren? Dan Shields? Jonathan Palmer? Lee Knight? Victor Bunin? Where's Victor? Is he here? I haven't seen him. All right, let's keep going. Adam Till, I know he's not here. But thank you, Adam, if you're watching. Shira Frank, Annie Phillips, Simona Pop. A bunch of these folks couldn't be here today. Sasha Stern, is Sasha make it? OG Meetup founder. Annabelle Velasquez. Kevin Owaki. Is Kevin here? You make it? So yeah, we were doing meetup stuff together back in 2016, 2017. OG days. Mar Williams. Elon Aviv. Eric Arsenault. David Mihal. Kenton Shui. Mladen Petronovic. He's one of our artists in Europe. I don't think he could make it. Paul Norton. Stephen Chavez. Tim Arguello. Taylor Fraley. Wilson Withiam. Nick Rodriguez. And Matt Hosborough. Now, a bunch of our... Lee, how are you? See, if you want to learn how to ride a bull or a bronco, go talk to Lee. They'll tell you all about it. All right, well, that's the end of the Stewards Club. So one last round of applause for our Stewards Club inductees. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. We love you. All right, so next up, we're going to do the Bluff Club. So this is for extraordinary contribution. Again, these folks, if not for their contributions, the event would probably not exist. So, Justin Moskowitz, you are number one. Casey Gardner. I'm calling our board members up. So Casey, come on up, buddy. Josh Lapidus, Danny Osorio, Susie Batt, Elena Sinolikova, Shanna Ewing, and Hannah Oreskovich. So this, we're hopefully going to have the whole board here. We can vote. Who thinks Josh should get a raise? Josh does. I'm just kidding. So I just want to introduce to you the board here of, oh wait, we got an extra random. So the board, there's 9 of us, and there's actually 5 women on the board. So I gotta say, we're a pretty dangerous crew here. When it comes to boards, we certainly fight about things, but we are so aligned on the whole ethos of Biddle and what we've been able to build as a community. It's remarkable, the vibe that comes along. And the board is really where that gets set. So my personal gratitude to these folks here. We would not be anywhere near where we are today without their contributions. So thank you to them. Now we're going to keep bringing more people up, okay? So we've got Layla Sarper. Where's Justin's wife? Come on. Wow, she's pregnant and just steps up on the... Wow, you go, girl. So obviously, behind every good man is a woman rolling her eyes. And Layla is about as good as anybody I've met who's doing that. We love you, Layla. Thank you for letting us have Justin, probably more than we should, but thank you for that. All right, so let's get into some of the other folks. Dustin Goodwin, he was in the room where it happened when I had the idea for this. Big Red, come on up. Kent Barton, obviously, we've met him. He's the founder of the ETHDenver meetup. Corey Ditch, hopefully he made it. He was one of the founders of the original meetup as well. Jess Angel, essentially one of our artists in residence. She is responsible for the entire experiential art that you see and witness out here. So when it comes to all of that, thank you, Jess. Russell Castanero. Where's Russ? He is now my chief of staff, amongst other things. Russell. There he is. Come on. Oh, get your ass up here, dude. Sergio, come on up, dude. Where's he at? So Sergio, I have the original text message from Sergio when he sent me the original prototype for the Bufficorn in November of 2017. Fast forward, and now he's pretty much crypto famous. Like, everybody knows who he is. He's signing his BBB NFTs in Buffcorn Biddle Brigade Lounge this weekend. And, you know, pretty much you can thank him and Jess for putting together the art for the community. Thanks, guys. Will Morgan, Eddie Pastor, Yev Muchnick, Reese Lindmark, Dmitry Buterin, Vitalik Buterin, Matt Lockyer, unfortunately, is not here. Austin Griffith, is he here? Come on up, Austin, buddy. So I was chatting up Austin about doing the burner wallet after he showed me the prototype in like 2018. And I'm like, dude, we got to do that for food trucks. And fast forward, and you know, pretty much we're using still a lot of the tech that he pioneered. In fact, a little unknown story. Austin was wearing a suit and a bow tie to ETHDenver 2018. And it was so cute because he's born in Wyoming, comes down, he's all proper, you know, he's dressed up for the conference. Now you couldn't get him to wear a suit if it's the last thing that happened. Bow ties, though, that's different. David Moak, Austin Wright, Bass Brewing Cool. Did he make it down? Bass is our COO. I don't see him. He's probably working. Steve Sampson, probably working with Bass. And Mr. Jonathan Mann. All right, I do want to make a special call out here to a particular individual that pretty much YOLO'd into supporting ETHDenver in the very beginning. Nobody knew who the hell I was or gave a shit about what I had to say back then, and I was just running around talking all this Ethereum stuff going, we should do a hackathon and in Denver in February, and we're going to bring everybody to it. So the insanity of that on its face is pretty thick, and so I made a few phone calls, had some introductions, and the first yes that I got for supporting the event from a sponsorship standpoint was from Consensus. And I had a call personally with Joe. This is probably, oh gosh, I don't know, summer of 2017. And he's like, yeah. He's like, you want to do a hackathon? Yeah. Of course, we'll help you. And I was like, that was too easy. But then when you get to know Joe and you understand all of the investments that he's made into the space, ETHDenver, along with a lot of other things without his early support, probably wouldn't have happened. So, Joe Lubin is being inducted into the Bluff Club. So, pretty wild stuff. This group right here is the absolute core, the meat and potatoes, if you will, of the ETHDenver soul, the Biddle spirit. And I'm getting emotional. Love you too. I don't ever get verklempt. I don't. This means a lot to me, guys, and all we ever wanted to do is open a big tent and give you all the opportunity to come and express yourselves in a way that's meaningful for you. You'll notice we don't charge you tickets. We don't ask for a lot from you. Whether you do or you don't, it's up to you. But the love that comes with this and the sincerity that comes with this is second to none. So thank you guys for being here and supporting everything.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome. Love you guys. Okay. So I'll go ahead and excuse you guys off the stage. Your tickets have been upgraded appropriately. You have.
Well done. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Thank you, brother.
You made it. Steve Sampson, everybody.
Not the buzzer.
He made it. All right. Justin, why don't you say a few things? This is the man of few words. He hates being on stage for context. He never wants to be up here, and he's like, you just do it, dude. You're like good at that. And I'm like, well, they want to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, didn't know I was going to grab this mic right now, so no. But I will say that just seeing everything that's come out of this event, there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and I'm usually catatonic at this point. I can, hardly speak after 5 days of no sleep or so. So it's nice to finally get this to kind of a polished place. I hope you guys like all the upgrades from last year to this year, and kind of how things have come along. But what kind of, I think, drives me forward is seeing all the people showing up, connecting with one another. And it's like in those darkest moments in the middle of the night, like, oh, this is terrible. I show up, after 1 hour of sleep, and I go, okay, it was all worth it. So and I'd also say just seeing what's built out of this event, each of the projects, seeing the people come together, it's just that's the inspiration that even when it was really hard to keep going on, that kept me going. So yeah, it's been a fun ride.
Love you, brother. Love you, dude. All right. Well, now the next thing in the plan of things here is actually more me. But instead of talking about ETHDenver, we're going to talk about my day job. So I'm going to get this going here. And I'm going to do a quick costume change. Is that okay? I'm not going to take off my shirt. We don't want that. Hang on. All right, so hopefully that comes up here shortly. Stop it. It worked, look at that. Okay, so my day job. So I don't actually do this full time. It's a full-time commitment, but I pretty much have 2 jobs. So who's heard of Opolis? Probably a lot of people haven't. So we've been on stage since 2018. This is me in 2018 announcing Opolis as a project. So we have a little saying at Opolis that we play the long game, and I've been talking about the concept of decentralized employment since 2005. I've been through 3 startups on the journey to try to do it, and Opolis is actually finally it. So we're going to go through just a little bit of our progress here. We had an idea at 2018. In fact, I had pitched it to Joe Lubin, and he's like, that's a really smart idea. You need to pull on that. And I've been working on the concept for probably 2 years up to that point, and it took us another 2 years to actually get to product beta launch. So we launched it in 2020, and we've now grown to where we're doing over $50 million a year in payroll. Yes, we have a stable platform. We don't have these weird spikes like you see in crypto, but basically, we've grown our community significantly, and we've got a very solid base of folks. Now, we are also expanding into Web 2 as a bridge to get people into Web 3. So as part of your payroll, you can take crypto as part of your paycheck. You can do all sorts of things. Our rewards tokens are all based on ERC20. I mean, it's a community token called Work. We did release a white paper on, if people are curious about the concept of Colorado DAOs. We pioneered the idea of the Colorado DAO becoming a digital cooperative. So we use a LCA framework. In fact, my co-author, Hannah, sitting right over here, we just released that. There should have been a QR code right there, but there's not, so we'll just skip it for now. We're also going to announce a partnership today with BrainTrust. So BrainTrust is essentially a Web3 job board. They also have a lot of clients in Web 2. They have a huge community of independent workers, and we're now in partnership with BrainTrust. So thanks to Grady and the team over there. In the fall, we launched a partnership with Freelancers Union for distribution. So if you don't know Freelancers Union, they're the world's largest advocacy membership group for independent workers. and they happen to be out of New York City, and we now have a partnership with them. So we're growing our, not just Web3 presence, which we have a whole list of partners like this, but we're now expanding into Web2, and people are adopting a lot of the principles of Web3, self-sovereignty, privacy, data ownership. We're now doing this with employment, so we're giving them the entire package of their ability to own their own portable employment. So the concepts of Web3 exist not just in the technology, but in the framework. So this is why this is a very, very important bridge tool. We have our growth incentives where we do our long-term, short-term, gamified rewards. We're actually now offering for anybody who makes a referral as long as you're a member of the community, which it's really low bar to do that, you make 12 to 15% in revenue share in perpetuity. So you can actually earn cash in the short term, and then you also earn the work tokens for making those referrals. And as we grow the community, those distributions get made as each 10% that we grow. We have world-class supporters and investors. I don't know if the Greenfield team made it this morning. I know they were out doing a few things. But we're very grateful to Felix and the crew over there. We've also got support from the Near Foundation, Polygon, Tim Draper's firm, Draper Associates. So there's both Web 2 and Web 3 appeal to this product because everybody needs to do payroll. So it's kind of a Trojan horse. And we are, if you're interested in talking to me about this, we do have an extension to our investment round from last year that's going to be opening here at ETHDenver. So as I mentioned, the killer app, we talk a lot around the ETHDenver circles around, well, what's going to be the adoption curve? How are we going to get the next, we all talk about it. Oh, it's the next million, next billion people in crypto. Well, let's get to 200 million or something first before we start talking about a billion, and even that's a lot. So how are we going to get real people to use the tools that we're building with? If you notice, UI, UX, and Web3 is still pretty bad. So I think it's apps like Opolis that are going to be providing the rails for people to take that risk without even knowing they're using Web3 tools. It'll feel a lot like we do when we use HTTPS or TCP/IP. We don't talk about the protocols we use for the internet. Why are we going to talk about the L2 that we're using? We're not going to talk about it. Chain abstraction is becoming a big topic, and you're going to see the re-rise of applications like Opolis that have practical use cases where people can actually adopt these things without even having to be very familiar with the tools. All right, so it's going to be my turn now to introduce my friend and our Colorado leader here. Have you seen my slide here, Jared? I don't know if Governor Polis. So he did a jingle around the holiday time and got a lot of shit for it online, and I texted him. I'm like, that was awesome. That was so awesome. But I have to say, he tells everybody that Opolis was really just Opolis. And I'm just like, this is my way of saying, nah, not really. But I'll let you think that. So come visit the Opolis QR code. See, there it is. He's got it. You can scan that, and you can go check out the Opolis information if you'd like. We've got our booth in Dowtown, booth 413. Awesome swag, massage chairs, pretty fun. The t-shirts are fantastic. We actually have blue ones like this year. So come check it out. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the microphone to our next guest. Governor Jared Polis is a big supporter of our community. Justin, do you have a spork, please? So one inductee that I didn't mention in the Bluff Club is Governor Polis. So he has been a stalwart supporter of ETHDenver and the blockchain innovation community here in Colorado. He's a pragmatist when it comes to technologies and innovation and understanding the power of that economic engine. So we're very grateful to him for that. So Governor, please accept your golden spork. It's numbered.
That's cool.
And it's on the end down here.
How much can I get for it on eBay?
Well, it's NFT as well. So
on NFT. There's NFT with it?
Yeah, so probably a lot. There's only 300, very scarce, but that'll be very sad.
I will treasure it. I will treasure it. I might use it to eat, actually.
Yeah, let's give you that.
Okay. Oh, is it on?
It should be now.
Hello, hello. Hi, thank you.
You're very, very welcome. Thank you, Governor, for coming.
Awesome, thank you.
Good to see you. And I'll see you after the chat.
Hey, great to see you. Thanks for the kind introduction. Don't worry, I'm not going to be selling that sport anytime soon. I treasure it. Welcome to ETHDenver 2024. This is the 7th annual ETHDenver. I have spoken at 4 of them by my count, and I am so thrilled on behalf of the state of Colorado to welcome all of you to Colorado today. How many of you are visiting our state from somewhere for this conference? The majority. Thank you to our great visitors and to our Coloradans. Let's show our Colorado hospitality and make sure everybody has a good time. I do hope, as governor, in addition to ETHDenver, that you get out and explore our great state, maybe hit the slopes if you ski, enjoy our mountains, the cultural attractions of Denver, stay a few extra days, extend your trip. In addition to this incredible conference, we hope you enjoy our state. We often refer to this site that you're at as the National Western Complex, but this week we refer to it as the Sport Castle and Biddle Hub. So it's kind of new and new to the area here. I'm proudly wearing my Buffacorn socks today, which I got a few years ago at ETHDenver. And I want to thank everybody who made this event possible. It takes a lot of work. There's really no better place to celebrate the exciting opportunities of emerging technologies in blockchain and Web3. No better place than right here in Colorado and in the Western Stock Show Complex, kind of embodying that Western spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship and thinking differently and breaking down barriers. In Colorado, we're proud that we foster an ecosystem of creativity and innovation to help make sure people can thrive. And we also, if you've noticed, crypto winter is over, crypto spring is here, and spring is here. It's beautiful outside, warm and sunny. I think it's 60 degrees today. Enjoy our beautiful Colorado weather. Before I was in public service, I was an entrepreneur, started a number of companies, ProFlowers, BlueMountain.com, co-founded Techstars, and I'm really excited by all of you and who are founders and co-founders and co-op founders and shared founders of exciting deployments on the blockchain. And really, I'm excited to continue that work. When I was in Congress, I founded the Blockchain Caucus, which was main mission was to explain to my colleagues in Congress what the blockchain is. But we're really trying to lead and be a crypto-forward state in Colorado. We're one of the first states to now accept payments in crypto for taxes, for driver's license. We are fully engaged in expanding opportunities for people to interact with the state financially when needed with crypto. And we know that blockchain technology has great potential to solve many of the great challenges of our time. And we're leaning into that as a state with Colorado Digital Services. We're one of the first states with the chief blockchain architect, and we've launched a Colorado app. And we were here in 2021, actually, right at ETHDenver, we launched the Colorado Jam Incubator to foster homegrown blockchain and Web3 projects. And through our Office of Information Technology, we awarded 17 bounty winners for solving some of our state challenges. So look, we're excited by the work you're doing, really that next Wild West frontier of innovation, all the human potential that you unlocked in shared collaboration. And we are excited to partner with you as a state. When I look to the future of Colorado, the future of America, the future of the world, I'm fundamentally optimistic that we will find the solutions we need to the challenges that we face. And the promise of open source technology and crypto and blockchain are a powerful mechanism to fundamentally do what ETHDenver does, which is bring people together to find solutions. And of course, bringing people together doesn't only mean physically like it does here at the conference, it also means connected through ties and through blockchain technologies that enable new forms of collaboration that can augment and even replace conventional forms of ways that people have come together through corporations or other kinds of entities over the last few centuries. I want to wish ETHDenver a successful 7th anniversary. I also want to wish everybody a happy Leap Day, February 29th. Any leaplings here? Birthdays? Any birthdays today? 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds. Well, anyway, it's a special day, so it's found time. Let's make the most of it here at ETHDenver and make sure that ETHDenver's next 7 years are even more amazing than its last 7 years. Welcome to Colorado, everybody, and let the ETHDenver fun begin.
The governor, everybody, the governor of Colorado. Holy cow. What's going on? Up next, we have the CEO and founder of Matter Labs, as well as the inventor, holy shit, the inventor of ZK Sync, Alex Rutkowski. Come on up, man. He's going to plug his thing in. And Leap Day. I was thinking about how it's Song a Day's 4th Leap Day, I think. 2012. That's so many Leap Days. I've been doing this a long time. That's too many. I'm pretty sure every Leap Day I've done a song about Leap Day. So I should probably do a song about Leap Day today, but it's probably just going to be about crypto. Here he is.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I'm really, really excited to be here at Denver again. The journey of Matter Labs actually started at Denver. That was when we had our first conversations before even founding the company. Okay, so you can see on the screen. So I'm going to talk about one of the hottest topics of this year. I hope you are all as excited about it as I am. That is going to be ZK. And we're going to talk why ZK is the end game for blockchains. So this year, Ethereum is turning 9 years old. And do you know, or maybe remember, how the web looked like when it was 9 years old? It was scammy, cumbersome to use, and pretty slow. You maybe remember this sound of the modem. So, does this sound familiar? Good. All of that gradually improved. And we got to the place where we are today with convenience, with UX, speed, all of that. But there was one particular transformative invention that was necessary to move our lives online. And that was to explain what it was, like you have to think about the internet. Like what is the internet? It's a network of many servers. It cannot run on a single server, right? It's a collection of a large number of heterogeneous systems owned, operated, and maintained by completely different people who do not trust each other, do not know each other, cannot verify each other's like credentials, whatever, like different countries, all of that. And to interoperate, those systems needed to rely on integrity of communication. Like this is very important, integrity of communication, right? So like when I send a message from like an email from Europe to the US or like from Europe to Japan, it will be routed through many servers and routers on the way, through Russia, through like Eastern Europe, through like Asia and so on. But I don't have to trust those people. I should not have to worry that like any of them can intercept this email and replace it with something else and kind of like give themselves for me. So you need this integrity of communication, like holistic, like not uncorruptedness, if you want. And it came with HTTPS, as TLS, SSL, whatever you call it, right? The encryption standard, which provided privacy, but more importantly, it provided this authenticity. That point-to-point communication, any system can basically talk to each other and decide who they want to trust and not be like forced into some trust assumptions. Like coming back to Web3, today it's quite unsafe. You can lose all your money by doing one wrong click. It's very inconvenient for most people. It's still pretty slow, but all of that is improving. What is really important is just like the internet cannot run on a single server, this new internet of value, the Web3, cannot run on a single monolithic system. I think it should be obvious. Like, just like from the physical perspective, like you cannot, I mean, you don't run all of the websites on one single, like even on one single data center. And you should not care about the data, the state of everyone else, right? Like, it should be a collection of completely decentralized systems that are owned and operated by different entities, different communities, with different degrees of trust to each other. All of that must be completely distributed. But then we run into a problem, because imagine this perfect multi-chain world. Like, how should it look like? It would be something like, you have thousands of permissionless chains. Anyone can deploy their own chain. anyone can launch their community, maybe a token, maybe something's like centralized, maybe integrated with the real-world systems, whatever. And any user of any of those chains should be able to interact with any other user, any other application, any other smart contract on any of those. Right? On the internet, you're not like if you have a Gmail account, it does not mean that you can only browse Google. Right? You can browse anything. You can connect to any system. You can just send email to anyone else on any other domain, not bound to your own ecosystem. The same should be true here, and should be very convenient and very fast, like basically 1 click, 1 cent, 1 second, any interaction happens. The problem is, if you approach it in a naive way, you will not either have trustlessness or scalability. Because like if you want trustlessness, it would mean you have to opt into don't trust verify maxima, which we all know from Bitcoin, and which still holds. But what does it mean? Like, can you, from like you as a user, can you verify all of the millions of transactions on all the servers everywhere? Like, you know, all the millions, billions of people who transact, like in China, in Southeast Asia, in LATAM, US, Europe, everywhere. Like, you should not be like verifying all of that. You should not be caring of their state. You should not even know what they're doing there, right? But how do you then get to trustlessness? How do you extend this trust? How do we get to this like TLS, HTTPS, SSL moment? And we need a transformative innovation once again, which is the ZK. Because ZK, zero knowledge proofs, or better to call them like proofs of computational integrity, are the cryptographic primitives and or protocols that enable integrity of computation. Just like SSL enabled integrity of communication, for blockchains it's not enough. Because we're not just scaling, they are not just talking to each other, they are sending value. This value is programmatic money. It's like, it's state, it's computable, it's a global computer, a distributed global computer. So you need to prove this integrity of computation. And today, this is only possible with zero knowledge proofs, and it's possible at arbitrary scale. So if EVM today is the HTTP of the Web3, the ZK is the HTTPS of Web3. How exactly it will enable limitless, infinite scalability? Through recursion. This is like most of your developers here are familiar with this concept. ZK technologies, like ZK protocols today we reached the maturity a couple of years ago where we can recursively verify other proofs. What this means is, let's start with a simple transaction. It's a small piece of computation. We can generate a zero knowledge proofs that gives you like 1 kilobyte of data, which you can easily check and be sure that like, okay, it was computed correctly. You don't have to re-verify the execution itself. Now we can take many transactions. We generate the proofs of them. We recursively combine them. Then, I mean, you can do it at one step in a limited number of proofs combined together, but you can repeat this process recursively as long as you want. And so you get the proof of proofs, until you get one final proof which testifies of the integrity of like arbitrary amount of computation transactions data. And then you pack it in a block, and you have a proof of a block. And then you have blocks from many different chains that you can aggregate together in recursive proof. And then you repeat this process until you get one single proof which verifies them all and can attest to the integrity of computations of like all transactions in the world without them having to trust each other, to cooperate, to you know, like arrange things. Then you put it on Ethereum, the most decentralized, the most secure, the most resilient settlement layer in the world. The Ethereum verifies it. You have your state now settled on a smart contract. And then we can do one more magical step. We can generate the proof of Ethereum block itself. This is already feasible. Like last year's breakthroughs made this feasible. We're getting there. And then you take this proof and you send it to a smartphone. And you turn like basically every mobile wallet of Ethereum into a full node of Ethereum. We're going from 100,000 nodes to like 1 billion nodes. Like every single telephone will be verifying Ethereum blocks and guaranteeing the integrity of correctness of all blocks from Genesis. And from not only for all blocks from Ethereum, all the blocks of all these chains that settle on Ethereum that can have this seamless, trustless, cheap, fast interoperability between each other. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call the ZK singularity. One single proof to rule them on. And this is happening this year. 2024 is going to be the year of ZK. Like all of that, all of what I described is going to become reality. And now it's time to build in ZK. And I invite you to participate in the ZK Quest. Check out the booth. You can. It's pretty fun, and it has guaranteed pretty cool rewards with swag and with some ETH. Try it out, and thank you.
Thank you, Alex. How's everybody doing? Is everybody feeling okay? Yeah, I know. We're doing this. We're about halfway through. We got Russell coming on right now to talk about Buffercorn Ventures, the venture arm of this entire thing. Then I'm going to do a song. Then we have some more speakers. So please stick around. Here's Russell.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Russell. This is my third time coming up to talk about Buffercorn Ventures. A year ago, I have to plug in here. A year ago, or the first year, I should say, I was actually still working at the government, the Office of Information Technology here in Colorado, and Buffercorn Ventures came out of that. Let's see, there we go. Buffercorn Ventures. Of course, we have King Buffy, who is Buffercorn Ventures, our wonderful character spirit animal. He's now diving because of the theme that we have for Under the Sea. You can see there's a lot of different things going on with Buffercorn Ventures, and what I want to tell you is, in case you don't know why we actually have it, the whole idea behind Buffercorn Ventures is when you have amazing companies coming out like 1inch, these unicorns that come out of ETHDenver, it's silly for us not to have a community, which is SporkDAO, and a venture firm, a venture capital arm that will help companies become the next unicorn. And so we really do fundamentally believe that the next unicorn will come from ETHDenver, and BV will be there to help them find their way. There are a number of different events. The Buffercorn Ventures Lounge is behind the BBB Lounge. Those of you who know, you know. Those of you who don't, now you know. It's restricted access. You have to have access. You have to be invited to one of our events, or be an investor in BV, or be a company, or come with one of the portfolio companies that we have. And it is a really cool place. So if you are an investor, come see me. I can give you a one-time pass, or you can come visit us for the introduction to BV, which there's one today and there's one tomorrow. What I'm really excited about this year is that we have the Buffett Tank Pitch Fest on Sunday. And last year we had the running season end Pitch Fest inside Buffercorn Ventures Lounge, which was great. It was intimate. We were all drinking really good tequila, but it really didn't get out there quite as much. So before the hackathon winners are announced on Sunday, we will be on the main stage with hackathon teams, many of whom are waiting anxiously to find out if they've made the cut to be presenting on Sunday morning. If those are you, I apologize. You'll be getting emails today. But come and see us right before the closing ceremonies and the announcements on Sunday. Our portfolio companies, you can see a bunch of them up here. We're really excited, as Governor Polis said. We're coming out of Crypto Winter and Crypto Spring, and we already had 6 of them present on, I believe it was on the 26th, on Monday, in the Biddle Hub, and there will be a lot more opportunities to see more from these, and for your startup to be one of the next BV portfolio companies. Once again, I'm Russell Castanero, Russell at ETHDenver.com. Contact me if you want to find out any more. Thank you very much. Danny Deer. Oh, here you go. Okay. So we have a song. I'm sorry. I got out of sequence. Sure.
Another song. Still nothing? Boo. Okay. Boo to myself. I got it. Thank you. Can you hear that? we're about halfway through, everyone. So I'm going to try to liven things up with this song. As I said, now that the governor's gone, as I said, I got in trouble last year for swearing. But also, John asked me to make a song called LFG. So this is my attempt to carry that through. How's everybody feeling, okay? Can you hear that? That's good. Okay, this is called LFG. Degens, builders, protocol guilders, lawyers, founders, DeFi users. Airdrop hunters, solo stakers, artists, hodlers, crypto haters. We got those. Influencers and podcasters, NFT, MEV extractors. Let's fucking go. 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 On-chain maxis, super sleuthers, educators and researchers. Thinking about Dom. Regens and farcasters, PR pullers and meme masters. Node runners and relayers, song a day and Moloch slayers. Let's fucking go. 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 Do 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 do. Can I hear you guys do that with me one time? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Snipers, hackers, normies, fudders, scammers, hucksters, liars, abusers, domain squatters, winners, losers, IRSers, tax attorneys, bot farmers, data miners, SEC rug, shitcoin pullers. DAO contributors, mercenaries, governors, poolers, shippers, bufficorns, spork whales, reply guys, coders, voters, speculators, and shit posters. We got those. Discord mods, investigators, true believers, and sex workers. Sex work is work. Galaxy brains all around, every single one of us in a DAO. Get ready, let's fucking go. 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 It's all of us in the old rat race, but fucking A, I love this place. Let's fucking go, yeah. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Do 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 do. Thank you very much. Okay. I gotta look at my thing. Who's next? Diego? Is Diego next? Or Danny? Is Danny next? Okay. Danny, Osario, and Zach and June et al. For the decentralized content creation. Here they are.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Danny Osorio. I'm an early stage investor at MetaWeb Ventures during the day, and I moonlight as the meta curator for ETHDenver. And I like to say that I'm the meta curator because this is not a one-woman show. It is actually a labor of love of an entire community that comes together. Each year, we've been trying to decentralize a little further, following Vitalik's principles of progressive decentralization, and perhaps Aya's theory of subtraction, so that one day all I do is party. But we're really excited to welcome you to ETHDenver. We have 6 stages running for you all weekend. We have 3 here in the Sport Castle, 3 more in the Biddle Hub. There is content all day from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. There's also impromptu breakouts, keynotes, workshops, you name it, someone's talking about it. We have over 500 speakers here this year. We had over 1,800 speaker submissions, which probably is over 3,000 different speakers that applied. And alongside the rest of the content team, we read every single submission that came in. And nearly 50 people worked on the content team to make this happen. And I use the term work very lightly because actually there are no full-time workers or employees in the content team. So most of us are volunteers, and even the operations and PR people, you know, this is only a little tiny piece of their real jobs, and they drop everything for 2 or so months of the year and come in and help us. So I wanted to extend a really, really special thanks to everyone who worked on the content team. A special thanks to Zach Seward and June Wong, who are our really amazing rockstar curators this year. And special thanks to Samantha Yap, who kept the ship running even while she was having her second baby. No, her first baby. Sorry, Otto. First baby. Also incredible huge thanks to our 35+ expert community reviewers and curators, who are all incredible OGs, co-founders of top projects and huge personalities in the space, who all were willing to come and volunteer and donate a little piece or many, many nights of their time to come put together this incredible programming for you. So with that, I would like to say, oh, where did that go? Okay, with that, I'd like to say, please, content team, to the stage. Thank you so much. We have a little present for you. Yeah, can you turn the back one? We have a little present for you. So let's go. We have some really cute plushies because you guys are the original spork whales, really. And we're also going to be gifting you all an NFT for the Bufficorn Club. Let's go. Thank you, everyone. Let's give them a big hand. And Josh, our treasurer, is the one who's going to drop the NFT plushie. Sorry, the NFT Bufficorns. Yeah, of course there's an NFT. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. Well, we encourage you to explore, listen to a lot of talks, and if you see one of these guys holding a plushie, give them a high five. Thank you. Yeah.
Woo! Everyone gets a plushie. My daughter was killing me yesterday for one of these, and John gave me one, so I'm very happy. Okay, next up. Oh, here we go. Hello, I'm here with my plushie. Who do we have? Okay, we're going out of order. We have, next up, Johan and AJ from Arbitrum. Arbitrum is here, everybody. Another L2. Where are they? Johan and AJ. Off-Chain Labs and Robinhood. I don't know there was a Robinhood connection. Ooh, intriguing. Yeah, go for it. Maybe just close that one and just put it on top. Let's do that. Yeah, and then here you go. You want this one?
Thank you.
Yeah, here we go.
Hello, everyone. I'm AJ Warner, Chief Strategy Officer at Off-Chain Labs, the initial developers
of the Arbitrum protocol. If you want to just.
Hey, I'm John. I'm the general manager for Robinhood Crypto.
So we're very excited in the Arbitrum ecosystem to be partnering and working together with Robinhood Wallet. As crypto becomes more mainstream and gets more adoption, working with one of the largest trading platforms in the world as they continue their journey into Web3 and into crypto, it's an extremely exciting time and opportunity. So, Johan, why is Robinhood so interested in crypto?
I think maybe we will start a bit by giving a bit of a history lesson, right? Like we launched in 2018. Initially, that was just a small platform that was just supporting Bitcoin and Ethereum. Since then, we became one of the most major platform in the US, and we wanted to bring our customers into the Web3 world, and so that's why we've been launching the Robinhood wallets a year ago. Since then, we are available in 140 plus countries. We have hundreds of thousands of people that downloaded the app. And yeah, we are really excited to do more on this. When we talk to customers, the biggest pain point that they have is understanding how to get into the Web3 world. Crypto has been made by engineer for engineer, like I'm one of them. And we forgot a bit about UX and UI. And so we are really excited that when customers get into the wallet, they can keep using the same kind of UX and UI that they are used to, and safely access the Web3 world and everything that we have there. Maybe tell us a bit about Arbitrum. Like, I'm not sure if everyone knows it. Obviously, I think they do, but tell me more.
Yeah, so Arbitrum, for those that aren't familiar, is the #1 layer 2 scaling solution for Ethereum. So if you ever used Ethereum, the first thing you'll notice is that it's extremely expensive in terms of gas fees to use. Transactions will be from $10 to $100. And that's by design because security and decentralization costs money and is expensive. But Arbitrum is a layer 2, and essentially it batches transactions to Ethereum. And about 50% of the market share, it lives on Arbitrum. There's billions of dollars of liquidity, hundreds of apps. Basically every major and popular application that lives in the Ethereum ecosystem has deployed onto Arbitrum. And it's really at the forefront of the user experience of bringing people on-chain. And that's across DeFi, NFTs, gaming, and we're really excited to see sort of Arbitrum's continued growth and maturity from sort of a technical product that launched around 2 years ago.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I love to do the most is talk to customers, and what we realize is people get extremely frustrated when they get into the space because they have to convert their fiat into crypto, and then if they want to buy an NFT, let's say, they have to go into a wallet, then they pay a fee, and then they have to pay the transaction fee, and the experience is not just great. And at this point, when we talk to customers, that was the biggest pain point for them to get more into that space. And we are really excited about this partnership because we think that we can actually really improve all of this. Like, customers will be able to have very low transaction fees, fast as well. We will be able to use also all the liquidity that is available in Arbitrum, and I think that's a game changer for our customers.
So Johan, maybe let's tell the crowd what is the partnership? What's going to happen?
Right. So starting now, actually, if you use a Robinhood wallet, you can now natively swaps and on Arbitrum, and on top of that, in the future, we're going to launch cross-chain swaps, and we'll be able to also have a lot more marketing and campaigns and events that we are excited about. And I think that to be able to be available natively is going to be a game changer. We don't want people to get lost into the dApps, connecting, bridging, all these things. They will be able to do that straight from the wallet, and I think that's going to be a big change.
And why Arbitrum? Why did you guys choose to work with us?
I think what we are looking for is low cost. We really want to give the most value to our customers. We want security, and gas fees are great, right? They help protect the Ethereum network, but at the end of the day, for a customer, it's actually pretty painful. So we think with Arbitrum, they have the highest LTV at this point. The liquidity is great. The functionalities are going to be amazing. So we're really excited about this.
Yeah, the Arbitrum ecosystem, for those that aren't familiar, is particularly known for liquidity and DeFi. You know, a lot of applications, they choose to launch on Arbitrum first, even if they continue their venture beyond the Arbitrum ecosystem after. And the reason for that is the liquidity. For some context, just to put some numbers to that, there's about 1.6 million ETH that lives in the Arbitrum bridge. It's about $5 billion in liquidity, and about almost $2 billion in Tether, and over almost $1.5 billion in USDC. So you really have stablecoin ETH, obviously native tokens, deep liquidity that's available for traders, and that flows to applications and users, and it just makes for a really great trading experience on top of sort of the snappy experience of using the Arbitrum technology generally. So Johan, why should people be excited about this? Finish us off here with what we can see with the swaps.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we would love to get your feedback. So, take a spin with a wallet, try it out, use the swap on Arbitrum, and tell us what you think. We're already excited to put in the end of our customers, and we're excited for cross-chain in the future. I think that's also going to be a big help function to simplify the experience for our customers. And yeah, we're excited to do that with you guys.
Yeah, we're really excited too. It's a great partnership, so
all right.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. These are Arbitrum. Give it up for Arbitrum, everybody, and Robinhood. Oh my God. Okay. Oh yeah, take your computer. That's good. Thanks. Okay. Next up, we have StarkNet Foundation. Diego is going to talk to you, but I've been instructed to try to show you a video first. Allow accessory to connect. Okay, here we go. I'm going to see if it works. Tech problems. Is that? Oh, Decimator. Yes, it's called Decimator. He said the word Decimator back then. I was like, what are you talking about? But it's the name of the thing you have to select in here. Yeah. Okay, is it showing up? All right. Do we have audio? No. Okay.
Well, hello, everyone. There we go. Oh, the other side. Great. Well, hope you've been having an awesome start of ETHDenver. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm Diego Oliva, CEO of the StarkNet Foundation, and I'm even more happy to be sharing this exciting and really remarkable journey of Ethereum. So happy to be here, and really glad to be here to share a little bit more about StarkNet. As many of you may know, StarkNet is one of the leading L2s and the leading CK rollup. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the StarkNet Foundation. At its core, the foundation, it's all about backing innovation. It's all about us supporting and propelling research, development, and the growth of StarkNet. And igniting also the adoption of StarkNet requires a lot of engagement and empowerment of the community. And this month has been a very, very special and important month for us, especially when it comes to communities' empowerment and participation. Last week, we announced our StarkNet provisions and distributed about over 700 million tokens to 1.3 million addresses, which is the biggest distribution of its kind ever. And we're really, really excited about that. But Stark, after all, is much more than a token. Stark is really now a testament of all the work that all of you in the community have done to get us to this place we are at now. This is really a celebration of the community. Everyone from Ethereum builders and stakers, StarkX, one of our first products, StarkX users, open source developers, and of course our beloved StarkNet developers, users, and community. This moment, this celebration is really an important milestone of all of you. So thank you very much for everything you do and for being part of the StarkNet journey. So this is a celebration for you. Thank you very much. And yes, and now, well, we have, well, it all started with a very powerful and ambitious vision of Eli Ben Sasson, one of our co-founders, and who is not only the co-inventor of Starkware and StarkNet, but also the co-inventor of Starks, of Fry, and also Zcash. So someone that has contributed enormously to Ethereum and blockchain overall. And now, after a lot of work, we've gotten to this point, this milestone that is in our path to decentralization. But what's next? What is next? Well, the most exciting thing that is that it's up to you. The community is our cornerstone of what StarkNet is all about, and we need your participation to make sure that StarkNet becomes and remains fully decentralized, that we continue to innovate, that it is community-driven, and most importantly, that together we're able to build incredible products that have a really impactful and meaningful, a very meaningful impact in people's lives. And I feel that that's what we are, all of us are all about, getting to that point where we can actually contribute to making, well, the internet, but the world overall, a better place. And for that, well, we need you builders, users, community at large. It's all about the effort. And I'm really happy and excited to embrace this mission we're on, and I invite all of you to take part of StarkNet. We have a lot of programs for developers, from young developers to bigger teams to large teams, and everything from hacker houses and many, many other things that we do to support the community. And please come and visit us on our website, play with our great applications that we have already. We have very exciting things happening in all verticals, particularly on-chain gaming, amazing things that you can do with our technology, DeFi, also arguably some of the best DeFi protocols out there, and many other things, including really great projects around AI and blockchain, and many, many more things. So please come and join us and help us achieve this vision and mission. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of ETHDenver. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. All right, moving things along. Next up, we have Raj from Zebu. Raj from Zebu. I'm going to plug this in and hand this to Raj.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having an amazing morning, because I know I am. I'm absolutely ecstatic to be surrounded by some of the greatest minds, builders, innovators, and entrepreneurs our industry has to offer. And all thanks to ETHDenver, we have been able to do so at the same place, at the same time. All here collaborating and ideating a future where we can augment decentralization and blockchain technology as a whole, to the point where it's a core component of our everyday lives. And most importantly, solving real-world problems, which is what we are all about at Zebu. And in order to signify this exact pursuit, under Zebu Labs, we have allocated 1 billion tokens to grow decentralization and blockchain technology as a whole. And at this event, out of this 1 billion tokens, we are allocating $2 million as an investment fund, specifically catered towards ETHDenver. Now, you may ask, why, what's the point, and who is eligible? So let me start off with what we have done in our phase 1 at Zebu and how the entire idea came together. At Zebu, we looked at TradFi and saw all of the inefficiencies that were created by traditional banking systems, traditional lenders, store of value, and value transfer mechanisms. And we took decentralization and blockchain technology in order to diminish those exact inefficiencies. So ever since our launch, about 5.5 months ago, we have onboarded close to 100 businesses and done $987 million in transactions on our platform. These businesses used to spend 72 hours in immersed markets and 5 to 6 days in unimmersed markets, simply to transfer value cross borders. And with Zebu, they are able to do that within 7 to 10 minutes today. That is the pursuit we're in. Taking decentralization and blockchain technology and solving real world problems. Now, during this journey, we understood that startups and institutions targeting inefficiencies created by TradFi struggle with one thing, which is liquidity. Low access to liquidity, having to provision liquidity themselves. Most service providers don't want to come out with their own native token, and it's very difficult to create working capital in stablecoin. Which is why at Zebu, in our phase 2, we have created a decentralized liquidity engine in order to not just fuel Zebu's commercial operations, but also any aspiring startup that wants to take TradFi problems and solve them with DeFi. Now, as far as who's eligible, today we're inviting anyone with an idea, any team, any startup that already has operations, has an idea on paper, or simply wants to solve problems. We want you guys to submit your applications to Zebu, where you can go scan that QR code, go to our website, join our socials, and we would assess what you're all about. And if you are trying to solve the same problems we are, we would love to have you build on top of our liquidity engine. Because at Zebu, we are pursuing innovation and decentralization in order to solve TradFi inefficiencies using DeFi. I'm very, very excited to talk to each and every one of you that is interested in collaborating with us and working with us in this exact pursuit. I hope you have an amazing rest of the event. I look forward to seeing your applications. Please go to our table in the dev pit or go to our website, join our socials, follow our community. Thank you. I hope you have the amazing rest of the event.
Thank you, Raj. Woo! Get your computer. And next up, we have Kevin and crew from here, and they're going to tell us all about the different quests that you can complete while here to get things and do stuff. So I'm going to hand it off to Kevin, and I'm going to plug in his computer like this. Here we go.
Yay, yay. Hi, I'm Kevin, the lead tech steward from ETHDenver. I'm going to start this off by saying yo, GMO, and thanks for coming. I was asked to give a talk about all the activations that we're doing this year, all the things that we did. And as I was making my slides, I realized it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about us, the community of communities. So I really wanted to bring the teams that really set up all the activations to talk about what they did, how it works, because you can see it in the passion in their eyes that they're jazzed. So they need to tell the story. So without ado, let's hit it up.
Thanks, Kevin. So, hey everyone, I'm Ryan, the founder of IYK, and in collaboration with Summon, ZK Sync, Clave, and a bunch of other folks, we've designed this questing experience that you can access straight from your badge. And so each badge actually has an NFC chip in it, and so if you just wake your iPhone or unlock your Android phone and hover it over the tag, you'll be able to register and participate in a questing experience by tapping different people's badges, visiting different booths, and unlock prizes with those quests, like this jacket here, this hat, this shirt, and a bunch of other stuff that you can redeem at the Biddle shop next to the entrance. So, yes, absolutely.
So I think what's like what Kevin was saying about the communities, like I've been going to ETHDenver since 2018, and we really like dog food our own technology. So I don't know if you've like been to previous ETHDenvers, but maybe the most like common experience is like trying to pay for food trucks with a wallet, right? We did that like multiple years. So the point is like we come to ETHDenver, we try our own technology and like try to like bring it into the real world, especially sort of this like physical space. So the the experience that we put together is meant to be pretty seamless, right? Like obviously right now crypto is still pretty clunky. But we're like making progress, right? Like Baki from Clay will talk in a second about an account abstraction wallet, right? So like no, sign in. I'm not going to spoil it, right? But the point is like the technology that we're using and the experience that we're building, it uses ZK proofs, it uses an actual wallet, it uses a token, it uses an L2, it uses like a gamified experience, and it's really cool, right? So I think you guys should try it out, and it's meant to be super simple. So I'm just going to pass it back to Baki now and Ryan.
Hello everyone, this is Baki. I'm co-founder of the Clave. Clave is a basically mobile-first pesky-based account abstraction wallet running on ZK Sync era. And with this amazing synergy between different teams, we actually prepared an payment activation based on the quest on IYKey for you. To do so, you need to complete the quest on IYKey to earn Biddle tokens, and you will be able to spend them with your Clave account. So you need to download Clave, and you will be able to create account with just one click. Because we are using passkey, and all you need to do is provide your biometric to sign the transaction. All your seed phrases are secured by your phone, so everything is in the hardware level, so say goodbye to seed phrases. And thanks to account abstraction, we are sponsoring all of your transactions, so you don't need to deal with the gas fees, etc. All our aim is to just provide seamless onboarding, seamless payment experience. So basically, your badges and your phones can do much more than you imagine throughout this event. So just use them. If you have any problem, just find us at the Biddle Shop booth.
Yeah, thank you. So just to summarize, start with tapping your badge on your phone, sign up for the IYK experience. That will lead you to the Clave wallet so that you can download the Clave wallet. You will mint your Biddle tokens there. Then you will go to the Biddle shop up front and redeem that for really cool swag, assuming that you have made your way all across the venue, tapped all of the IYK disc that you see, tapped your fellow ETHDenver biddlers, and have a great time. We at Summon are supporting this on the back end. We also have a digital questing platform at ethddenver.summonxyz, where there are a couple of great partner quests for ETHDenver, for UETH, for Harpy that you can participate in and earn XP. Who knows what that might do for you in the future in terms of Spork or other privileges. But yeah, we're just excited to be here. Like Kevin said, it's all about the community. It's all about dog fooding. Big thanks to ZK Sync. Not only did they sponsor a lot of this experience, they also helped corral all of these cats on stage to make this happen. And yeah, it was just wonderful working with all of these folks. So if you're a biddler out there and need a wallet, definitely go to Clave. If you need an IRL experience, check out IYK. If you're interested in a questing platform, hit up Summon.
Yep.
Let's do fun. Thank you.
Yo, GMO! Go do quests, everybody. Do the quests. We're coming in on the home stretch here. We got 2 more talks, and then I'm going to do a song. Right now we got Cy Lee. Cy Lee from the University of Ethereum. Woo! Take that.
Thank you, thank you. Is it coming up? Hello, ETHDenver. Woo! Thank you guys for sticking around. My name is Sai. I am the director of the University of Ethereum. We are a nonprofit organization focused on building regenerative pipelines in Web3, calling it the fundamental layer. Our education philosophy is simple: introduce bite-sized content through localized analogies and making the learning process as fun as possible. But today's talk is about you guys. I want to help get everyone ready for this amazing event and put you guys in the right mindset for everything that ETHDenver has to offer. So if you made it here in real life, amazing. And those who are joining us online, woo! You can also participate virtually. So please raise your hand if you're a builder. Do we have any builders? Great. Community organizers or leaders? Awesome. Founders, or if you're a part of a startup. I see you guys. VCs, or anyone here looking for the next unicorn. There you go. Or lastly, anyone new to Web3 or just here hanging out? Nice. Okay. Well, you guys are all equally amazing. I believe just by being here and participating, you guys are all leaders in your own right. Now, let's have some fun. We're going to create some pronouns today on how you might identify yourself, and more importantly, other people in Web3. You don't have to raise your hands for this one. This is more of a self-acknowledgement thing. All right. So, who is you? Haha. The dreamer, vividly painting decentralized utopias for what could be, should be, or might be. The thinker, formulating the next technical breakthrough for betterment of humanity. The preacher, driving the narratives for a greater purpose and cause, wanting to see civilizational change. The doer, disrupting the narratives of disrupting traditional industries with modern solutions to break current norms and constructs. And lastly, we have the solver. Bufflecorn, a solver systematically propelling this industry forward while demonstrating the standards of professionalism, social awareness, and community responsibility. Okay, that was fun, hopefully. Hopefully you guys like Pokemon and got those references. So at the University of Ethereum, the D stands for decentralized. Our goal is to raise the benchmark of digital literacy. Our approach to education is to be as creative and relatable as possible, while carrying the values and ethos of open source mentality. We believe education should not be a privilege. It's a right for anyone. So it's one of our goals to make blockchain education as intuitive and as accessible for all corners of the world, helping break down barriers of social constructs that preventing you from becoming the best version of yourself. At the University of Ethereum, we're equipping the solvers of tomorrow with tools and skill sets they need to keep building and be able to explore uncharted space confidently. So thank you, ETHDenver, for this opportunity for us to speak here. Thank you for our team across the entire world. If you like what we do, we have another talk on Saturday teaching how to build your own Web3 navigator for due diligence. Our booth is located in the Blockchain 101 area, and our website is ueth.org. Thank you guys. Thank you, ETHDenver. Have fun!
Thank you, Sai. Okay, we're in the home stretch now. We got Jason's going to come on the stage. He's going to tell us all about, remind us all about the Biddle-a-thon, how that works, what's going on with that. And take it away, Jason!
Hello, good morning. All right, are we good?
Maybe.
No, maybe?
You
might have to hit, okay. Fast forward, 1, 2, there we go, good morning. So the Biddle-a-thon is underway. We are like 7 days in. For this year, we have $1 million in prizes from all of our amazing sponsors. There's a total of 121 different types of bounties available to work on. We've had, as of today, we have about 1,647 biddlers that have applied to participate in the Biddle-a-thon this year. We have about, I think it's like 859 of them have so far checked in. So it's turning out to be a really good thing. This year we have 200 amazing mentors that are contributing and mentoring all of our builders. And then we have 65 judges that are going to be judging all the tracks. So we've had a couple of changes for how the Biddle-a-thon works for 2024. So we are ending this year on Saturday at 10 a.m., which is when the projects are due. And from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., the sponsor judging will happen down on the floor. And then starting at 2 p.m., we will have the track judging, which is the community of community judges are going to be judging all the projects that have been submitted to the ETHDenver tracks. We also have a new thing this year from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. called the Biddler What's Next Mini Summit. This is a mini summit that's focused on content specifically for builders. So this is like, how do you go from Biddle-a-thon to startup? How do you go from Biddle-a-thon to future of work? How do you go from Biddle-a-thon to getting plugged into community and working on skills? So we have a lot of different great content that our community is putting on to tell builders how to succeed. And then on Sunday, March 3rd, we have the 10 a.m. Community Project Fair. So this is an opportunity for all SportDAO members to come down over to Biddle Hub. You'll have the opportunity to go up and see all the amazing projects that the biddlers have worked on. And for this year, we're doing a set of quadratic voting to where the community can vote on their favorite projects that the biddlers have built, and then collectively they will share in a pool of 1 million spork. So kind of a fun thing there. So if you're a SportDAO member, and just come over to Biddle Hub at 10 a.m., and that will be going on from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then at 2 p.m., we have the closing ceremony, so that will be back here, and that will be the top 15 presentations that are happening for ETHDenver 2024. Later this afternoon on Twitter, we'll be announcing the top 5 judges, and should be a really exciting opportunity. So thank you, have a great afternoon, and I'll give it back to Jonathan.
Okay, we're in the real home stretch now. I'm going to do one more song for you. In the height of the 2021 NFT mania, Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis and Chris Rock and Vitalik Buterin all got together to launch a project. Does anyone remember what that project was called? Stoner Cats. They made a project called Stoner Cats. They raised $8 million to make a web animated series about cats who get stoned. Vitalik was a voice. Fast forward about 1.5 years, and they got shut down by the SEC. Gary Gensler came and said Stoner Cats NFT was an unregistered security. This is true. And he literally shut them down and made them, perhaps the funniest part, they made them destroy all of the NFTs that they had. Any NFTs that they had in their possession, they had to burn. They had to destroy them as part of this settlement. They paid $1 million in a settlement. So the day after that happened, I wrote a song. And this is the song. This is my second highest selling song ever. First highest was from last year. Fuck SPF. This song went for 5 ETH. And I wrote it the day after the Stoner Cats action. And it goes like this. This song is a security. I better register with the SEC. If it resells, I get a royalty. And the better I do, the more it will be. Hey, Gary, give me a call, baby, and we can settle this once and for all, maybe. Because it's so confusing, I don't know what you're doing. Is it power you're abusing for kicks? You keep losing in court, I know that's gotta hurt. Now you're trying to extort the JPEG pics, but this song is a security. I better register with the SEC. If it resells, I get a royalty, and the better I do, the more it will be. Oh, the more it will be. The more it will be, the more it will be. Hey, Gary, come on, walk me through this. If I'm supposed to register with you, how do I do this? Because it's so confusing, I don't know what you're doing. Is it power you're abusing for kicks? You keep losing in court, I know that's gotta hurt. Now you're trying to extort the JPEG pics, but this song is a security. I better register with the SEC. If it resells, I'll get a royalty, and the better I do, the more it will be, yeah. The more it will be, the more it will be, the more it will be. This is a security. Thank you very much. We've reached the end of our journey together. My friend John comes to the stage. One final time, give it up for John.
Thanks, Johnny. All right, we're going to get the hell out of here. Does that sound good for everybody? Just one sec. The slides are plugged in, but it's not showing up. Let's try that. Maybe. Big black square. There it is. All right, so that's it. So we're just going to do a couple of things with social media. Make sure you guys got our handles, where to find everything, where to have conversation. So if you don't know, crypto Twitter is kind of a thing. At ETHDenver is our handle. So check it out. Hashtag ETHDenver is very common, so or ETHDenver24 or 2024, but it'll prompt you on all that when you put in the hashtags. Instagram is at ETHDenver, and Discord is where the conversation's happening. If you're hacking, biddling, need help, mentors are in there, sponsors are in there. All the bounty questions can be answered there. So if it's long form, go to Discord, join the server, and participate in the conversation. All right, I didn't just do it, but in just a second, I'm going to tweet from my account. And if you like the post, repost it, and follow me, you will get a chance to win an upgrade to Spork Whale status. So I'm going to randomly pick that by 5 p.m. tonight. So if you keep an eye out for the post, then just follow the instructions, and I will pick it, and I will contact the person via DM. Okay? Saturday night this week is our official closing party produced by Polkadot. called Bash. It's at RealWorks Denver, which is a super sick venue. If you haven't been, there's lots of parties happening there this week. But we'll be hosting that officially 9 p.m. on Saturday evening. So that gives everybody time to do your side events and the other things with your dinners and your friends, whatnot. And then you can show up to the closing party then. Saturday evening at 5 p.m., right here on main stage, we're hosting a fireside chat with Caitlin Long and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He is running for president as an independent. To clarify, as much as it's fairly obvious online that I'm a supporter and fan of his, ETHDenver and SportDAO is not making endorsements. This is about having an open conversation and a dialogue to understand how his platform might actually help crypto. So Caitlin Long is the only person in the history of the world to sue the Fed. And for a guy who's sued the federal government 500 times over corruption and regulatory capture, it's going to be fireworks. So I would not miss this. It's 5 p.m. right here on main stage. No extra ticket needed. There is a reception following that's ticketed for the campaign, but that's completely separate. You can find that right here on the QR code if you're interested. And that's it. Now, one last thing, though. We did say in the kickoff last Friday that anybody who showed up to the opening ceremonies wearing a Spork Whale onesie would get a special gift. So there's 2 Spork Whales that showed up. Come here, sirs. So as is customary, we do, hey Jim, we do a bunch of really silly, ridiculous stuff, and the onesies are now sort of a thing. And we don't advertise this, and we are going to change it every year because now that everyone's going to know like what it is, there's got to be a surprise. But this year, you're getting a Spork Whale plushie, a numbered spork.
Thank you.
Here you go. Oops. And this is not a hit of acid, I promise. This is a sticker to get into my private lounge.
Oh, wow. Thank you, John.
So this goes on your badge. And we'll take care of your ticket as well, getting you upgraded, okay? And you cannot get these, so thank you, kind gentlemen. That's all we wrote for ETHDenver's opening ceremonies, so get ready to biddle. Let's do it.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Hello, hi. How's everybody doing? Nice? Well? You guys look good. I don't know. So, hey, they wanted to get someone like Vitalik to MC this portion, and then they were like, we should get someone better. And so now I'm here. My name is Jarrell James. I work on resiliency-focused DPIN infrastructure, and I also run a treasury for the Celo ecosystem, and I do some other stuff. Despite my genetics lack of gray hair, I have been here for a bit, and I've watched this conference grow, and it's become really like kind of this amoebus thing that I really enjoy happening every year. And so for this first panel, I think we should do what we do best and talk about diversity. And that's another reason why I'm up here, is that there's a lot of discussion about diversity and like, is it important? Is it valuable to the space as a whole? And I think this next panel will be talking about why or why not we should be focused on light client diversity for the Ethereum ecosystem. So I'd like to introduce Margot Nykirk of there's a J in her last name, so I want you to know it's huge that I just pronounced that correctly. And she will be introducing her entire panel. So sit tight for the next 30, and it's going to be fun.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with me here today. Client diversity. Timely topic, but before we get into all the juicy stuff, I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves just briefly. Like, who are you? Though I'm sure many people already know who you are, but who are you and why are you relevant to this panel?
Hey guys, I'm Light Client. I work on the Go Ethereum team.
My name is Dan O'Farron. I'm a maintainer on the Hyperledger Basic team, one of many.
Hi, I'm Darren Langley, otherwise known as Langers, and I am a core contributor for Rocket Pool.
I'm Nixo. I'm the executive director of eStaker, and we advocate for solo stakers.
Great. Thanks. So client diversity, right? This is a topic that's sort of been in Ethereum for a while, fades into its distance, something happens, we talk about it again. Here we are again. So just to get everyone up to speed, right, there was a bug in Nethermind, took down 8% of the validators. And this reunited the conversation about what that means for Geth, right? What would have happened with Geth? So maybe let's just start basic. Like, what would that mean in terms of like Ethereum's state if that would have happened at that time? Because it was like 85% of the validators or 80% at that moment. Like, so just set the stage. What does that mean for the health of Ethereum?
Yeah, I mean, from the Geth side, there's a lot of different types of bugs that you could have in the client. You could have something that just crashes the client, causes it to go offline. That's probably the most, the preferred error that would be to happen to a majority client, because the network stops finalizing for a bit. We can go and try to understand why did the client crash, and then roll out a fix. Everybody can update, and then we start finalizing the chain again. Whereas if we have something that causes us to write something invalid into the state, produce a block with a header that is not accepted by the rest of the chain, then Geth, as a supermajority client, would cause the beacon chain to fork onto another chain. So you'd have the bugged fork and the canonical fork, the fork that follows the actual specification of Ethereum. And how to resolve this fork, there's not really a clear question. Basically, what we would say is that the canonical fork of Ethereum is the fork the minority clients are running, because there was a bug in the majority client. It didn't follow the specification of Ethereum, and that minority fork is the true Ethereum chain. And eventually all of the nodes that were running Geth on the minority fork would have this inactivity leak, or they would have some sort of slashing event if they try to come back to the other chain, and they would be removed from the validator set, and then the minority chain would, after 1, 2, 3 weeks, would start finalizing again.
And I kind of want to emphasize that the huge deal about that part is that you can do like a sort of social recovery of the chain, but it's going to leave a lot of people unhappy, and it's going to intensely hurt the credibility of Ethereum in that, no matter what the outcome is, the credibility of Ethereum is shaken at that point.
And the social upheaval,
Yeah.
as you said.
I want to get into that a little bit later, but for now, you bring up some great points, and we'll get there in a second. But I want to, we're talking about Nethermind, we're talking about Geth. There's a bunch of other minority clients too, right? So maybe, Dano, you can talk a little bit about the different generations, like you like to call it, in terms of the execution clients, the pros and cons sort of each. Like, why would someone try, run a Geth or run Aragon or whatever? And with that in mind as well, like if you are one of these people that believes that running a majority client is just like more competitive, more performative, like what do you need to do to sort of convince them to change that mindset? I don't know if mindset is the right word, but that perspective at least.
Right. So on the notion of generations, right now there are 5 execution clients that can actually finalize on the post-merge chain, but there's been a lot more than 5 Ethereum clients in history. There used to be a C++ client, there used to be a Python client, there used to be another Java client. And these were clients that existed. I consider that, along with Geth, to be the first generation of Ethereum clients. Those were the clients that were there for the challenges of the DAO and for the Shanghai attacks. And after that, you started getting a second generation of client. Now I put Nethermind and Besu in there. And I think a lot of those second generation clients, they do more than just mainnet validation. Nethermind's a StarkNet client, and Besu is focused on enterprise Ethereum. And they've recently moved on to being the client that is behind the Linnea ZK chain.
Right.
And I think post-merge, we're starting to see a third generation of clients show up. I think I would put Aragon in the second generation. And so the last client would be Reth.
Right.
And I would put that in the third generation, clients that showed up after the merge. So the biggest advantage that Geth has, in addition to being the most stable, is they're also the most battle tested. They've been around since the beginning of Ethereum. They're the only client out there that can claim that credibility. So there's a lot of credit that they have in having run it for so long. They weren't always, they had issues at times, but they've resolved most of them. Like during the Shanghai attacks, Parity basically kept the network going, and that was an example of where client diversity saved Ethereum. So while Geth was fixing their bugs, Parity kept the chain moving along, and then Geth, they kept fixing these bugs. So that's, I think, what really got into the mind of a lot of the core developers of the value of diversity is that we can recover from these failures. Whereas if we're a single chain, we're going to be down for hours resetting validators, like every time Solana needs to go down. We'll see if FireDancer fixes that. But that's one of the big advantages. And the issue that some of these clients have is proving that they have the same battle metal that Geth has. So like when Coinbase looks at adding a new client, they've been running Geth since they've been running Ethereum. They know how to make it work. They know how to duplicate it, how to sync it fast. So when they come in with a new client, they have no idea what they're getting into and what the issues are. So they need to spend engineering time figuring out how to make it sync, how to recover it, what the failure states are, how to make it work, how to get the reporting out of it. So there's a lot of uptick to bring in a new client with that. So unless there's something above and beyond Geth, a lot of them it doesn't make economic sense for them to change. Well, this whole issue with the potential slashing that comes with it over 2/3, changes some of that equation and makes it more viable. So that's kind of about with the different clients of how they're trying to fit in and why it's still an issue today.
From the developer's perspective, like what are you guys doing to help run other minority clients, like in the protocol, on the protocol level?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about trying to move Ethereum to a stateless model, which I think addresses many of the biggest problems that home stakers have and that institutions have with running these really behemoth clients that are taking up 1 terabyte, 2 terabytes of disk space and causing a lot of I/O thrashing that you have to deal with and think about how to manage from an infrastructure perspective. So if we can move Ethereum to a place where you run a very lightweight client, you get a proof over the network, you verify that proof, and then you run the execution of the client, I think it removes a lot of the complexities of being a DevOps person maintaining a node farm. So trying to figure out how to do stateless Ethereum, that's one big thing. Another thing I think that we can do before we even get stateless Ethereum in the protocol is and we've talked about this in the past at other core dev events, is trying to just get stateless Ethereum working locally within your own node. And so if you can have one node that's validating the block and able to like pull out all of the data that was executed in the EVM, we have tooling to then give that as like kind of a stateless block to every other client and have them run it and make sure they get the exact same value. So having a way of like multiplexing the execution of a block across many clients can give you confidence that I ran this primarily with Geth, got the proof back, then I fed it to Besu and Nethermind, they executed it statelessly, they got the exact same route. That gives me very high confidence that block is going to be accepted. So I think that those are like, you know, at the protocol level, and then something that we could be doing more at clients that could really improve how, you know, people are able to still run Geth or run like their client of choice, but have these like easy backups to avoid finalizing some issue in a majority client.
You know, so you brought up Coinbase about them looking to diversify their execution clients, and they just came out yesterday saying that they are going to add Nethermind and Aragon to their client side. And so I wanted to ask first to Darren from the Rocket Pool perspective, and I would love for all of you also just to have your takes afterwards. But I guess, is Rocket Pool also sort of looking into the similar methods of diversifying? And I also saw when, you know, Nixo, you had commented on that on Twitter, or on X, I should say. Slip, oops. So I commented, I saw that you commented on X that, you know, in terms of the numbers, like what does this mean for the overall health of Ethereum? And so I would like to hear from all you guys, like where you see this going in terms of node operators, like looking to diversify their execution clients. But yeah, let's start with with Dan.
So from a Rocket Pool perspective, we're a decentralized protocol, so the team itself and the DAO itself operate a smart contract protocol. But all of the node operation is actually done by a permissionless network of node operators. We've got about 3,500 node operators in about 137 different geographic locations. So they're kind of all over the place, and we don't actually control them. So we can't say, you must not run Geth, or you must run Geth, or anything. They run the client that they want to run. In saying that, the community are very, very active. They're very Ethereum aligned. They care about staking and they care about Ethereum. So they essentially kind of self-organize and they're self kind of enforcing. So they will actually help other node operators, first of all, explain why they shouldn't necessarily run a supermajority client. There's transparency. They have transparency tools in showing us what our situation is. In other words, what is the percentage of our network that are running Geth? They educate people on how to do it. And then they've also built tooling around swapping. So within Rocket Pool, there's this thing called the rescue node, which actually is open to solo stakers as well now. And what it does is, the problem with the execution layer swap is that you need to resync. With a consensus layer, it was a lot easier, but with the execution layer, you have to resync the client.
Sure.
So with this rescue node, essentially you point your validator at this rescue node. You can validate and continue on without losing your attestations and to validate, but your node can then resync in the background. Once that's resynced, then you can swap it back.
But I just want to, sorry, I don't mean to hone in, but and then we'll go to Nixo, but you mentioned that, so the community is sort of in charge of this effort, right? So what are those ongoing efforts? Because it does seem like it's widespread now amongst these different, you know, decentralized or centralized exchanges like a Coinbase or decentralized like Rocket Pool, you know, so what, I think specifically, like what are those efforts that are happening right now?
Yeah, those three things. There's like transparency on where are we as a protocol.
Sure.
So like currently we run about 30% Geth. Besu is very, very popular. And Nethermind as well. So we're quite nicely split at the moment.
Okay.
But it's the transparency, education and support around helping our node operators to swap, and then tooling around making it super simple to swap. Because as a decentralized protocol, if any of those things weren't in place, people wouldn't swap. You need to have transparency. You have to have all of that education and support to get them there.
Yeah. So Nixa, with that, I saw online that you had sort of done the math in terms of what this means if Coinbase or when Coinbase diversifies its execution clients. What does that mean like overall for like the health of Ethereum in terms of this like the path towards this diversity?
So right now, the best estimates that we have are from two different data sets, and one data set is a node crawler, and that doesn't actually give us what we care about, which is validator client diversity. So it gives us good node client diversity, but it could, for example, connect to a node and ask it what client it's running, and that node could be running 600 validators, and it doesn't know that. So it weights them equally with a node that's running just one validator. The other data set that we have is just survey results. So it's somebody who works at Beacon Chain named Sonic who called up a bunch of operators and said, what are you running? And he assumes that everybody is telling the truth because right now there's not really any perverse incentive to lie. And so then that is sort of extrapolated to the rest of the network. And so that got us, extrapolating that survey data to the rest of the network got us to like 85% geth. And we saw the best indicator that we saw that was accurate data was during the bugs earlier this year when Besu went offline. The number of nodes that went offline pretty closely matched what we thought Besu represented in the network, and then when Nethermind went offline, it also represented, and those are the two clients that follow geth most closely. So we had a pretty good idea that 85% was accurate. With Coinbase running 15% of the validator set, them switching over to 50% Nethermind means that that's already by itself a 7.5% drop. Kiln also just switched to 50% Nethermind, so that, and they run like 5% of the network. So that's another 2.5%. So just in the last week, we have, well, when Coinbase switches, between Kiln and Coinbase, that is a 10% drop in geth, which from, I think we had actually gotten down to like 75 or 80. So we...
It's like we're being interrupted for
I can't focus either.
We're being interrupted for a commercial right now.
We might actually be below the 66% threshold with that change. We are not entirely sure because so much of the network isn't reporting, and if you work for or run professional node operators, please self-report. Contact Sonic and self-report. It really helps because there's no way to really get more accurate data at this moment.
You probably saw this, but there's actually a proposal in the Engine API that was recently accepted to share the information from the execution client to the consensus client, and the consensus client will put in its graffiti by default which execution client's running.
Isn't the concern about that, though, that it's really easily spoofable?
It's easy to spoof, certainly.
But like most validators wouldn't.
You would think so. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to kind of see how it goes. The thing is, you could also spoof a lot of the other signals about what client you're running. I think the most accurate thing is attestation packing. That's like the most clear fingerprint about what consensus client you're running. All of the other, Ether node things that we've used to see what is the network distribution of execution clients has always just used what's in the status of the peer-to-peer exchange. And it's easy to change that if you want to. Every fork of geth, first thing they do, rip grep through the whole thing, change the name of the client so it says something different over peer-to-peer.
I do like that though, because that's basically opting into survey data, or like it's setting an opt-out for survey data. So even if it's easily spoofable, when somebody asks you what client you're running and they just believe you, that's far more spoofable than having to manually change something in your client.
And if people are just removing it from their graffiti, like big operators, you can just kind of say why. What are you afraid of?
Yeah.
What are you hiding from the people?
To be fair, like Rocket Pool uses the graffiti to track our node operators, track what clients they're using. We have like a special kind of like encoding to do that. Most people use it. It's built by default in. So. Yeah.
Anybody want to go to the Zen Zone?
Yeah, I really want to go to the Zen Zone now.
I'm really getting sold on this, honestly.
The issue with the graffiti is it's also delayed because you have to wait for a proposal to actually
That's
see
true.
it.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
there is a bit of a delay in that, but you can kind of get the best gist.
Yeah.
Without being too privacy, well, by keeping a bit of privacy.
So I also wanted to ask, let's say there is a bug in Geth, right? Does the supermajority get bailed out? Like what happens, you know? Like what would happen if...
So it depends on how much of it is a Geth at the time it fails and how much it tests. There's two magic numbers to worry about, 2/3 and 1/3. If a client under 1/3 fails, the chain will finalize and it'll go on just fine without that client. But if 2/3 attest to improperly produced block, that's when the slashing comes in and where the concerns about leaking over the next couple of weeks does. So just getting Geth below the 2/3 line already solves the biggest existential money threat that people might face for attesting to a bad block. But that's if Geth produces a bad block. And remember, a lot of the blocks are being produced by block producers now, not necessarily the client mining. So another type of bug you might run into is a block that Geth rejects that is otherwise valid. And that'll resolve itself, within a couple of blocks. They'll just fork it, do another block, and that poor proposer loses their money. So that, if there's a bug in validating a block that was otherwise valid, then the impact there is actually quite minimal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 2/3 thing, as like Klein said, was you create two forks, and there are essentially two universes, and in both universe, if you have to choose between those two universes, and in both cases, people are going to lose money.
Mhm.
So that's where you have a real issue. That's where the social upheaval comes from, because you're essentially creating two separate chains at that point.
Right, but the consensus spec says that you're only supposed to go on the correctly validated chain, which is where the social, which is going to be the chain side where people lose the most money.
Yeah.
And that's where the social battle comes in, where they say, hey, we're going to lose a lot of money. Can we go back in time and change the rules so we don't lose billions of dollars?
Yeah.
And that's where the real drama would happen.
It's also part of the reason why Coinbase switching was such a big deal is because there was a very small cohort of people who was saying, like, I know it's important not to be on Geth, but the big moneyed parties in the industry are on Geth. And so if they end up on a part of the chain that is not considered canonical, I know that I'll have an advocate to advocate for my validator being on the right chain or being recovered. And so Coinbase, and like I don't think that actually has merit because Coinbase is very aligned, and I don't think they would advocate for anything that like destroyed the credibility.
Although Circle is wherever Circle says the canonical chain is, that's probably.
That's true. That would be. So the Coinbase switching over does have like implications beyond just the percentages.
Mm-hmm. But Geth, obviously, we're talking about Geth here a lot, and because it's had the most developed, right? It has the most resources. The Ethereum Foundation has sort of contributed to it, or has contributed to it, not sort of. But I'm wondering too, like, what is it specific? Like, why are users sticking with Geth? Is it because because it has the most resources, or is it because like it's just sort of everyone's sort of doing it? I'm joining this. I'm gonna immediately just go into the most competitive one, I guess. I don't know what
because they already set up their validators and they work.
Sure.
And it takes an engineering effort to figure out how to safely switch over, especially if you're running millions of dollars. You don't want downtime. You don't want anybody being angry at you. And so like you're going to stick with what you know works. And you really should have a backup plan regardless, especially in a time where there's not an emergency happening. And so there should be engineering resources really dedicated to setting up fallbacks and knowing how to switch your primary execution client if necessary.
Mm-hmm. How is the Geth team going about all this conversation around this? I mean, I understand that like people like you have like triumphed this issue for a long time, but for the wider Ethereum ecosystem and crypto ecosystem, this is sort of back in the news, right? So how do you go about this when your Geth is sort of the super majority here, but at the same time, the ethos around all this is to sort of make it more equitable.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit like we talked about at the very beginning of the panel, we're trying to think about how can we make it easier to run other clients and how can we make it so that people can integrate other clients into their workflow, even if they continue to run Geth. I think being able to multiplex different clients together, that way you have higher confidence that the network is going to accept a block is one of the most important things. But I mean, I have to say in general, like it's not something that we're working like day in, day out to get people to stop using our software.
Sure.
We're building our software, trying to make a good client. And I think that other clients are going to surpass us. Like Geth supermajority is not something that's going to be the case in 3 years. I'm almost certain of that. And we just have to continue playing our role in this ecosystem as being a robust client and helping to try and lead the protocol forward, and other people are going to continue stepping up. I think the best that we can do is just be on a panel like this and tell people that you're probably not going to get bailed out if the chain happens to fork, and so you should really consider running another client.
Right, and so, but what are those magic numbers then around like running the other client, like in terms of
I mean, you have to have under
it?
66% Geth.
Okay.
As long as the chain doesn't finalize an invalid block, a block that, you know, Geth is accepting and the rest of the network isn't, then...
Right, but in terms of like the share of the, I'm thinking more of what we were talking about, the second generation of clients, like where do we want to see those numbers like creep up to for like another Mind, a Besu or an Aragon? Is there like a specific number we have in mind, or is this just only focused on getting it under the 66%?
I mean, it's really as long as you get it under the 66% mark. If the other 34% is Besu, then that's... You know, I mean, we do want to have a lot of clients. We do want to have like a good dispersion. I think that that is the best thing for the ecosystem in general. That means that every client is like punching at its weight, and everybody is like also in agreement that all these clients are doing the things that you expect. And so that's where we want to go. But reducing Geth below 66% is like, that's the number one thing. That should be the most important thing that we're doing right now as a community.
In an ideal world with 5 clients, it would be 20% each. But it also doesn't matter if it's 20%, 25%, 30%, as long as no client is above 66.
Okay.
I mean, the benefit of having that 20% split is that it's kind of like liveliness. If one has a bug where it crashes, it means that only that portion of the network is affected, or that portion of the blocks that are being produced is affected. If it's a higher percentage, then there is a little bit more that are being affected in terms of that. A few missed blocks and all of that sort of thing. But generally, if we've got we've got a good distribution anyway. So the next block will come along, the next slot will be filled, and all of that sort of thing. Ethereum is designed to be live, and so it kind of works like that. But you might get some missed slots and missed blocks if we don't have that split.
So one piece of the puzzle, if we were having this discussion last year, the numbers would be 25 because there was only 4 clients last year. And now Reth's coming along, and I think as far as balancing out and unfortunately taking market share, it's a zero-sum game. Reth's gain is someone else's loss. But I think Reth is really in position to really even things out a lot, to bring it more in line into the safe zone of less than 66% of the majority client.
How effective do you think things are this time around in terms of that pressure of client diversity? Because I think, like personally, I feel like this is, and especially in Ethereum, there's all these conversations, like problems that the developers are working to solve. And if it's not one thing, it's another. And then it sort of becomes like a distant memory. And we've been here before with this client diversity issue. So how effective is it this time, do you think?
I think that there's a lot of push and pull, because when we did the last social layer push for client diversity, it was for the consensus layer client, and like the percentage of solo stakers on the network, I think, was a lot higher. But as more money comes in, more of that money is going to large staking operators, which on one hand means that they're running a lot more money and they should be a lot more concerned. But on the other hand, it means they're running a lot more money and they are nervous about switching. So there's a lot of push and pull in both directions.
Anyone else have a take? No? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, risk management. These large companies, they should be doing risk management a little bit better. Swapping isn't that difficult necessarily, but I understand that there's a large engineering effort to do it. But yeah, there is huge risk in this particular instance.
Sure. So, you know, we're talking here about how effective this is this time around, but when do we think this diversity problem is going to be solved, let's say? You know, you just mentioned that you don't think that Geth will be the supermajority client at some point, or I don't know what the time frame is for that, but that another client might overtake its share. Like, where are we heading in terms of specifically where, like, when this will be solved, or when this is not a non-issue for Ethereum, or will this ever be a non-issue for Ethereum?
I think the next big shakeup in client diversity is going to happen when we ship vertical proofs, whether we ship it with vertical trees or not, because that's going to have an entirely different nature of client that you can run with it. You don't need the terabytes of disk space. In theory, you could, you know, validate it on your smartwatch. I mean, that's the joke going around. But the smartwatches are powerful enough, and the clients are so small and useful that that's what could literally happen. So when the impact of these vertical clients, there's going to be a big, huge incentive to reduce the amount of software and storage space you're going to need. And I think that's really what's going to drive, when it's really going to be solved, I think that's going to be the big external pressure that's going to solve it. I think until then, there'll be minor incremental changes to bring us, you know, into the safety zone. And I don't think it'll be that, I'm not terribly concerned about it. I'm not moving, you know, where I have my stuff staked. I have it across multiple clients. And I'm not, you know, as it is today, I'm willing to take the risk. I don't think, you know, I think there is, you know, a risk, but I don't think it's existential to what my investments are.
Great.
I mean, so our node operators have always been quite early adopters in the space. So they took on these kind of newer clients very, very quickly. But these clients are now very mature. And so, you know, each of the execution clients are very mature and great clients.
Great. Well, our time is up. But thank you, panelists, for being here today. It was a really fruitful conversation. And thank you to the audience. And enjoy the rest of your time here.
Thank you.
All right. All right, let's just do another round of applause. No one ever died from getting another round of applause. Thank you, Margot, and the client community. Anybody have their opinions changed about anything in this last 30 minutes? Let's get to pro-diversity, hands in the air. Got some, yeah, okay. Anti-diversity, hands in the air. Taking a photo of you now. So thank you, all of you. This is really filled out. You guys are very interested in this stuff. The next session we'll have is actually a topic that I'm sure all of you have messed around with, but it's layer 2s and layer 2 solutions. Basically, how do they scale efficiently on top of the blockchains that they're built on, and the various implementations. And I don't know what they're going to talk about, the folks from Metastyle, but I mean, I work with this stuff all the time, and there's a lot more to, I think, the future of layer 2s and rollups and their capacity to bring change to regions all over the world than we are currently giving credit to. And this is to say there are regions where like layer 2 solutions with community currencies backed by like USDC or Bitcoin on the layer 1 could be a very, very viable solution for some communities who experience banking interruptions, internet interruptions, all sorts of things. So when it comes to, you know, right now we see layer 2s as a solution for just getting more transactions on chain, specifically on Ethereum right now. And in the future, I think it might be a way of looking at it as this is now a way for us to get a complete humanity picture of our transactions happening on Ethereum. And I think that, you know, that's something that's worth looking into. Anybody here working on a layer 2? Anyone? One guy? One guy? 3 guys? Any women? Any they thems? One. And so I'm sure that some of you who are here already know a lot about this stuff. We're just going to get some more chairs set up for them. But I'd be curious if anybody who is going to be, you know, in the Q&A after this, get your questions ready now. Because like, I feel as though I watch a lot of layer 2 conversations just go in circles. And I never see like people coming forward and being like, hey, what about this? What about what they're doing over here? And that would be cool. Another thing I'd like to bring up for everyone, because I'm supposed to plug this, there's hashtags and various things you're supposed to be doing, like going to parties and getting swag. I would remember that information if I was better about this, but I'm not. So I'm sure at some point there's going to be a voice that interrupts the panel that you're watching and says a bunch of the stuff that I'm supposed to be saying right now. Okay, without further ado, it does appear like we're almost there. I'm just going to reintroduce myself because I feel like it. My name is Jarrell James. I work on resiliency-focused deep pin infrastructure. I started a research lab called Roach. I also founded something called Ocelot Labs. Actually, the community DAO that made the proposal for Celo to become a layer 2 on Ethereum came from us at Ocelot. So this is a topic that I've spent a lot of time arguing on forums about, and you guys can go find those. Proposal 43, Celo Forum, it went down. But yeah, now can I say without further ado? Are we basically there? All right, cool. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Metis DAO and let them, here you go. Let them tell you a little bit about what they've got going on with Layer 2 solutions. I don't think you need this.
Well, while we're getting ready with the setup, maybe I will get us going, so we keep on schedule. Hello, everybody. Have you ever wondered why we have GM, GN abbreviations, but we never say GA? So good morning, good night. My theory on that is that it's all been created by the people who love their siestas. So they sleep through the afternoon, and they never have to say it. But I'm here on stage in the afternoon. I'm awake, and I hope you are awake as well. And therefore, GA, everybody. My name is Natalia Amelin, and I am a decentralization coordinator with Metis Foundation. So I was listening to a lot of speeches this morning, and what I noticed is that all of them had the same theme, or touched on the same theme, which was the importance of decentralization. And I'm super excited that the theme is catching on, and I'm going to double down on that. As I mentioned, I'm decentralization coordinator, so you may be wondering what the hell is that? In fact, everyone in Metis Foundation has the same title. And that is just emphasizes how much importance was placed on it. And the main role of decentralization coordinator is to coordinate implementation of strategic vision of the Metis Foundation towards the fully decentralized ecosystem. Most of us, when we think about decentralization, we immediately think about the network and importance the decentralization creates for the network in terms of preventing the security issues and preserving network from the single points of failure. But though this is very important, and today, I don't know, you maybe heard the speech of Elena earlier today, and she talked about the threat that all L2s share today in the form of single sequencer, which is basically makes all L2s extremely centralized. Later on, we are going to address that, and you're going to learn more about it. But I would like to focus today on the other side of decentralization, the human side. And this is also very difficult not to crack. So thinking about the decentralized ecosystem, we frequently think about the governance and how to govern your ecosystem in a way that it can be truly decentralized. And this is one of the major roles and major projects that we have under the umbrella of Metis Foundation. designing this governance system which will help our ecosystem to thrive in decentralized way in many years in the future when I'm not here, these guys from Metis are not here, and it's just all left for the community. And when we think about this, we think about what we see today in a governance in the different ecosystems that creates this risk of centralization. Number one thing we see is voter apathy. You probably all heard about it. In fact, there was a research done recently which showed that across DAOs, in terms of the governance, only 20% of token holders participate in the decision-making process through the voting. 20%, think about it. For comparison, in the last US election, participation rate was 52%, which is not a very high number if you think about it. But in comparison to that, 20% really makes us not very democratic. Secondly, you think about the participation of small guys versus whales. Again, another point of the reference point from the research. Today, 90% of voting power is concentrated in less than 1% of hands, which basically makes like us the worst authoritarian regime ever. Because basically nobody votes and it's all controlled by less than 1%. Very scary thought. And these are the things that we have in mind when we are designing our governance in the ecosystem. We are placing a lot of focus on creating the incentivization mechanism for community members to contribute, stay engaged, get engaged, and we are doing it through the creative revenue sharing models that we will be setting up. In addition, in order to create more equitable governance, where everyone, including small guys, can make their voice heard, we are creating the two-layer governance, which actually helps us fight the typical problems that are exhibited in an ecosystem where we only have a single token-based vote. In a dual system, we have one half, which we call commons, and there anyone can create a proposal, create a group based on their interest, for example, or join the group that somebody created for the interest, and thus pull together the voting power and become a stronger voice and amplify their vote in the community, which helps to offset the louder voice of the whales. Also, we have a second part, which is the econodes. They are also a second layer of these governments. And econodes will be responsible for evaluating the proposals, implementing proposals, and creating the counterbalance, making sure that everyone is aligned and moving in one direction towards the same future. You probably already heard about Metis econodes. We have currently 5, but there will be very many more. Today we have layer 2, we have ZKM, we have Chorus, we have P1X, we have Nuvo. All these econodes are building blocks of our ecosystem. They consist of the core developers, key core contributors. They consist of different interest groups, and all of them work together and exhibit one behavior. They have a proven track record, which is building towards the better, stronger future for the ecosystem and having the ecosystem interest at heart. Today, I am super happy to present you the lead of one of those econodes, specifically layer 2, which is our blockchain network, layer 2 solution. And he's over here, Tom Nyo, and he is the lead of this L2. And he's here to tell you super, super exciting news about what is going on in L2.
Round of applause, please, for Natalia Amelin. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. So before we start, I would love to answer a question, a very, very important question. A question that's so important, it seems like it's the most asked question to me from Metas. Do you want to know what that question is? Yes. It's a question that's burning in everybody's mind, but they don't dare ask. So when I'm at these events, everybody comes up to me and asks, "Hey, Tom, how's it like working with Vitalik's mom?" Well, the truth is, she's probably one of the most professional, committed, extremely bright, down-to-earth person I know in this industry. So round of applause for Natalia Amelin. We owe a lot to Natalia. Without Natalia, there would be no Vitalik. Without Vitalik, Ethereum probably wouldn't have been the same. It leads to a point that I wanted to discuss today. L2s. How it plays a major part in this industry. Without L2s, our blockchain experience would not be the same today. "99% of the L2s currently in the ecosystem today are still operating under a centralized sequencer." Think about that. 99.9%. So why are L2s important? L2 scales Ethereum. L2 reduces gas fees. L2 enhances what Ethereum is supposed to be. L2s also open up amazing new use cases for gaming, trading, SocialFi. The thing about this industry is when we have innovation, it takes a while for the rest of the industry to catch up. But now, today, it's more prime than ever. We're more prime with amazing protocols, dApps, middleware, infrastructure, that can support what Ethereum's L2 are meant to be. Decentralizing a sequencer mitigates risk of single point of failure. It bolsters censorship resistance. It is the essence of decentralized economy. What else? Decentralizing a sequencer can drive an economic ecosystem. It opens up distribution of value, of power, resources. It helps enhance sustainability, opens up native staking. And the key thing, it aligns common value for all stakeholders in the ecosystem. We're pleased to announce to further enhance that experience, we'll be working with EigenDA to further expand what Ethereum L2s are meant to be. We'll be working with EigenLayer to explore and pioneer this space. With EigenLayer, we have high data throughput. We'll leverage Ethereum security layer. We'll open up dual staking and high composability with AVSs in Eigen ecosystem. Beyond that, Eigen, which is a huge topic today, is opening up a whole new liquidity layer that Metas is proud to be part of. As we speak of liquidity layer, there's an emerging name that we're excited to announce. We'll be working with Renzo, allowing native restaking of LRTs on the Metas ecosystem. So we have decentralized sequencer, data availability with EigenLayer. What else? We need interoperability. Today, I would like to announce we'll be working with Chainlink CCIP. Give it up, Chainlink CCIP. So what does this mean? Chainlink CCIP will allow us to be a super fluid blockchain, an experience with deep liquidity, fluid experience for the user. This opens up DeFi primitives, where you can lend cross-chain, optimize yield cross-chain, enable RWA cross-chain, interact with other cross-chain protocols as well. So we're super excited about this announcement. So all this tech talk, it's exciting, but you have to add some game to it, some fun. One name comes to mind in this industry when we talk about gaming. A team that has been through it all and is still here today. A team driven by purpose when they were first conceived. A team that don't need much introduction. Dreamer.
Hello, everybody. You might be asking yourself, what in the world is Dreamer from DeFi Kingdoms doing on stage with Tom and Metis? Well, I'm going to answer that. About an hour ago, there was a tweet that went out. That tweet was of DeFi Kingdom heroes through the Metis account, and people were scratching their head. Wait, what's going on here? What are they hinting to? I responded to that tweet, said, I'm going to come on stage and set things straight. Well, before we do that, from the start of DeFi Kingdoms, there's been one question. A question that comes up every single AMA, it seems like. It starts with the word when, and it ends with the word PvP. When PvP? Well, today, the reason why I'm here, the reason why I'm excited to talk about Metis, is we have an answer. We have a deal and we have a partnership that is going to bring to DeFi Kingdoms and all the players today and the future players to come, player versus player, active gameplay. Give it up. All right, so Metis has some pretty cool IP. Greek mythology. Metis is the Greek goddess of wisdom. Now, where do people historically fight and compete for glory? What place comes to mind? The Colosseum. We are going to be launching and building this year, partnering with Metis, the DFK Colosseum, where we will travel from all of the realms existing on Avalanche and Clayton currently to put the heroes' grit to the test, to compete, to bring sponsors, to bring esports, to bring streaming, and overall competition, glory, and new rewards. We are so excited about this. We will share more in the future, but I just want to say thank you to Tom. Thank you to Metis. Thank you for all of the foundation and everybody, all of our new friends that we're going to make. When we show up to events, when we show up to chains, we make a big splash, and we really keep splashing no matter what the market's doing, and that's what we intend to do here. So if you could join me in a big PvP to come bullish!
Thank you, Dreamer. So, how is it? Sorry. So how is this all possible? Metis recently launched a $4.6 million Metis Ecosystem Development Fund. This fund has inspired and brought on amazing partnerships like DeFi Kingdom. And we're looking for builders, infrastructure providers, end users. If you have a creative idea, come join an ecosystem driven by passion, amazing builders that will work alongside you to spur innovation. The key thing about innovation, it starts in these micro ecosystems like Metis for the whole industry. These innovation drives, inspire other ecosystem. You see that with Friend Tech, soon League Tech on Metis. You see that with many trading protocols that are inspired and really trickle to other ecosystem. Metis EDF Fund was created for this reason, all driven by a decentralized sequencer that will drive economic value to support builders, end users, infrastructure provider, paired up with EigenDA and Chainlink CCIP. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for lending me your ears. your time. I'm with Metis. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, thank you. That was Metis. And I would say let's do some Q&A, but these guys seem like the kind of people who would just prefer if you at them on Twitter. So just do that. I think we all already know this man, but I'll just do a small introduction. Professor at Cornell and Cornell Tech, Zari Jewell, and he's going to be talking to you about what happens when AIs and protocols become a problem.
Okay, can people hear me? Like, raise your hand. All right, at least a few. That's good. Good start. I'm delighted to be here with you today. I'm going to talk about my thriller novel, The Oracle, which was released just last week, last Tuesday as it happens. Now, the book is science fiction, but it's also a scientifically based exploration of the near future. And I'm going to focus today on one of its central messages, a caution about the combination of blockchains and AI. Now, to be clear, the convergence of these two technologies is both powerful and promising in my view. And I'm looking forward, for instance, to the panel later today about decentralized AI, which is something that's realized, of course, using blockchain technology. But there's also a potential dark side. Back in 2015, 2016, co-authors and I wrote this paper that implicitly warned about how AI could be used with smart contracts to lead to the emergence of something that I'll refer to as rogue smart contracts, or rogue contracts for short. A rogue contract, in a word, is a smart contract whose purpose is to sell criminal services or to solicit a crime for money, for a bounty paid out in cryptocurrency. And it does so, of course, using the trust properties of smart contracts. Let me give you a little example to illustrate. This is a benign example. Nobody gets hurt. Many of you may be familiar with the Koh-i-Noor diamond. It's one of the world's most famous gemstones, and it's part of the British royal family's collection of jewels. It sits in the Tower of London. But it has a contentious history. It's a politically contentious thing. And there are many people, in fact, who believe that it's cursed. So you can imagine that somebody might want it to disappear. Doesn't necessarily want to possess it, just wants it to vanish from the Tower of London. Well, such a somebody could create a rogue contract that pays a bounty, let's say $100,000 in cryptocurrency, to whoever makes this diamond disappear. Now, of course, there are two questions here. How does the contract know, to begin with, if the diamond's been stolen? And number two, how does it determine to whom the bounty should be paid, should the diamond disappear? To answer these questions, I have to quickly introduce a concept known as a calling card. This is an exotic detail left at the scene of a crime, whose purpose is intentionally to identify a criminal to the world. So, for example, if you've seen the classic and delightful Pink Panther movies, there's a jewel thief who uses the name The Phantom, played here by David Niven. And his calling card is a glove monogrammed with the letter P, which stands for Phantom, of course. So if a jewel disappears and this glove is found at the scene of the crime, everyone knows that the theft was committed by the Phantom. Okay. With that concept in mind, I can show you how a rogue contract would work for this particular scenario. So let's suppose this is the first time that the thief has used this particular calling card at a crime. What the would-be thief does is take a description of the calling card, monogrammed P glove, and sends it in concealed form to the contract. So you can think of it as encrypted or using a cryptographic commitment. At that point, the diamond gets stolen, And the news reports, famous diamond stolen, Koh-i-Noor is gone, at the scene of the crime was left this monogrammed pea glove. And now the contract checks. After the thief reveals the calling card, the thief now decommits it or decrypts it, the contract checks whether there's a correspondence between this revealed calling card, the monogrammed pea glove descriptor, and news reports of the crime. And if they match, because the criminal was the only one who could have known in advance that this was the calling card for this particular crime, the bounty is paid out to whoever revealed the correct calling card. Now, where does AI come into play here? Here. To establish this correspondence between the calling card and the news, you need to make use of an AI tool, like an LLM, like ChatGPT. And this would naturally reside in an oracle. So the contract would pose to the oracle the question, do the news reports match the calling card? And if the LLM says yes, the bounty is paid, as I showed. I've left out a lot of details, of course. But knowing how smart contracts work, what you can appreciate is that all of this can be done without the person who offered the bounty and the thief having to trust one another or ever having met. And this is what makes rogue contracts potentially so dangerous. Now, my novel, The Oracle, is about a man, happens to be a software developer at an Oracle company, who's targeted by a rogue contract. In the case of the novel, the contract is offering a bounty, again, cryptocurrency reward, for him to be killed. And of course, a suitably coded smart contract is in principle unstoppable. So our hero's faced with this unstoppable force and essentially an impossible task to terminate the smart contract. This is the crux of the novel, and this, of course, is what makes it a thriller. I want to make a few remarks. First, rogue contracts of the type that I described are technically feasible, thanks to the advent of ChatGPT and other powerful LLMs. But happily, they're not possible with today's infrastructure. We have time. Not possible yet. So the novel is, among other things, a cautionary tale about the future of blockchains and AI. It's also worth taking stock of the bigger picture. Right? We all worry about rogue AI, by which I mean this Godzilla-like thing that's somehow going to escape into the real world and go on a rampage. For example, one of the nightmare scenarios would be an AI agent gaining control of a weapons system, an autonomous weapons system, or somehow seizing control of cyber-physical infrastructure, like autonomous vehicles. But there's a vector of escape that many of us overlook, and that is the financial system. Godzilla with a wallet, if you will. Because if you can control money, you can impact the tangible world in ways good and bad. And the scenario that I described, for instance, becomes possible. So we have to ask ourselves, what should we try to do about rogue AI accessing crypto assets? Well, oracles are going to facilitate LLM use. And if we're not careful, potentially can facilitate it in the scenario that I described. But they'll play another role. Oracles are going to act as gatekeepers between AI tools and blockchain assets. So we can potentially flip the scenario that I described on its head and instead ask how oracles can enforce AI safety when it comes to crypto assets. And this is something that my colleagues at Chainlink Labs and in academia and I are taking very seriously and are starting to explore. And something that I hope others like you will also give serious thought to. That's it for my talk. If you'd like to learn more about my novel, it's a website, URL, and QR code there. And I'll be offering complimentary books and signing books, if you like, at the Chainlink booth later this afternoon. And I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
GM, everybody. We are going to be switching into our afternoon panels now. I'm really excited to have you all here. Wow, it's really filling up. Everyone having a good ETHDenver? Yeah, so fun, right? You remember the old one, the Sports Castle back on Broadway. That was so fun and charming and sweet. And then we moved here last year, and it's just been incredible. Like just seeing the way our community has grown. Okay, well, we're going to have a panel on really soon, and it's a really good one. I can't wait to talk about it. But before I do, while they're setting up here, I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Anjali Young. I am the co-founder of a project called Collabland. If any of you have ever verified on Discord or Telegram, then maybe you've used me. So yeah, so hi. But who we have next is we have Ilya and Eric Voorhees, and it's going to be a panel about decentralizing AI. And they're going to have a little chat, and it's going to be moderated by Marguerite DeCourcel, and I think it's going to be fantastic. Are you all here for that? Ilya and Eric and Marguerite? I know, oh my gosh. I feel like this is my first time emceeing, so I appreciate your patience and understanding, but this is a big one. I mean, like, this is a big one. This is going to be a really fun chat. So I can't wait to have them up here while Brianna and team are setting up. Awesome. Well, have a wonderful time and enjoy the panel.
Hello, everybody. Is this on? So I'm Marguerite DeCourcel. I'm the CEO of Blockade Labs. We use AI to create virtual worlds. So think of it like a Midjourney, but in 360 and 3D for environments. And I'm here today with Eric Voorhees and Ilya. And I actually am big fans of both of these guys since I started my crypto journey. Followed Eric's work early on in 2014. He's always been this advocate for freedom. And Eric, I'd love for you to give a little intro on your history.
My history, sure. Hi, everyone. So yeah, I'm Eric Voorhees, and I have been in this crazy crypto world since 2011. Fell in love with Bitcoin as a way for humans to completely opt out of government-managed currency. And I felt like that was one of the most important things that could ever happen to humanity. And then along comes this mysterious guy named Satoshi, and suddenly it exists. So totally fell in love with it and have been building various projects in this ecosystem for 100 years now. Early on, Satoshi Dice, BitInstant, more recently Shapeshift, and now I've started to get the bug on the AI world. So yeah, we'll talk a little more about that.
Thank you. Ilya, we've known each other since 2018, I think, when you launched Near Protocol, and his team has always been world-class. I don't think there's been a team that's hustled for me and tried to help me more than Near Protocol. So anyways, I had a joy finding out this deep background you have in AI in addition to your expertise in decentralization. Could you share a little bit of your story?
Yeah, so for about 10 years before I got into crypto, I was working in machine learning and deep learning AI, depends how you call it. And I always thought that the new way of interacting with computers, new way of kind of computing in general, will come from advancement in AI, and especially in natural language. And before kind of getting into the startup game, I was at Google Research, and we were building models that actually were powering answering questions directly on Google.com, as well as a few other places. And we were facing this challenge, which was the state-of-the-art models were not performant enough. They were too slow. And so a whole group of us ended up building transformers, which is the core technology that now powers ChatGPT, Midjourney, and a lot of other kind of advancements in AI. And I left to start Near AI, which was an AI company. We were teaching machines to code, which in 2017 sounded like a science fiction. And now seems like, yeah, pretty reasonable idea. And we were actually doing a lot of crowdsourcing. We were having students around the world in China, in Eastern Europe, and kind of other countries doing work for us, writing some code, writing descriptions, and we had challenge paying them. And this is where kind of my crypto journey started in 2018, where we're like, all right, well, we need a global payment network that is kind of easy to use, that works globally in any country for people who don't have bank accounts. And Bitcoin and Ethereum sound like the systems like that. But even back then, the fees were already higher than what we paid people kind of per task. And so we started investigating the space. And that's kind of when we went and interviewed a lot of people in the space overall and kind of started Near Protocol as a way to challenge and address that.
Thank you. Yeah, just incredible background. Eric, you've recently, so with your crypto background, you've recently pivoted, or not pivoted, started contributing to AI.
Augmented. Augmented.
And I remember we were talking not that long ago, and you're pretty passionate about your reason to jump in and start contributing. I'm curious if you could share with us, and maybe to help set some credibility for why AI has a place in the blockchain sector, not just as a token cash grab, which we've seen a lot of opportunists maybe pivot in the bear market and try to have this new narrative and story, but there actually is a case to be made that AI is a very important part of our blockchain evolution.
Yeah, well, okay, so let's paint like a dystopian picture for a moment. Imagine a world where everyone is using a large centralized AI service that comes from one big tech company, and that tech company is heavily regulated and controlled by a government. Everything that humans speak to the AI and get back from the AI is recorded by that company and siphoned off to that government. This means that everything that people know and think about and talk about and care about becomes centrally controlled, censored in small ways and big ways. And ultimately, that seems like a potential for a totalitarian nightmare. And it's also like not very science fiction. It is sort of the default position, and we're not very far off from it right now. So the way you solve something like that is not making sure that like the board of that big tech company is structured correctly. It's not to make sure that like the state regulations are done intelligently. The way you do it is you provide optionality for people. And that means that you have to have a decentralized foundational layer for AI. So for the same reason that I love decentralization and blockchains because they allow money to be permissionless, the very same principle holds with AI, with intelligence. So decentralization allows intelligence to be permissionless. And I think things like mathematics and money and intelligence and language should not be controlled by any single central party. That makes me kind of like a radical extremist, which is really sad, but still important. And it's really cool to see how much interest there is now in the crypto world, like helping to teach the AI world how to do permissionless systems. And there's certainly going to be a lot of like grifty AI by crypto projects, so watch out. But at the core, AI can benefit from decentralization because it can bring the attribute of permissionlessness to intelligence.
Thank you. So if we were to have this sort of network or system, and an ideal one, how would you, and Ilya, I imagine you've thought about this because of Near Protocol and your AI background, how would you design such a system? What would the components be?
Yeah, so I think like, obviously depending on the timeline, there's different components that are needed. But maybe starting from like a future, where we want to end up is a fully sovereign operating system that has like access to all of your data, doesn't leak it out to any other company. It has an ability to transact, communicate, establish connection with everybody else, be that other individuals, communities, brands, and it is able to generate experiences for you. So I would say, like over time, we expect that the current way of you building applications where somebody, front-end engineer, builds a specific thing, will also start transitioning more into fully generated experience for you individually. All of this you want to, first of all, happen as much as possible on your side. You don't want your private data to go to some centralized party. You don't want to, your queries, your applications to be defined by somebody else. And so we do need local models that are able to run inference directly on your device. And so there's kind of on-edge, edge intelligence dimension to that. You do also have need for community models, for models that are represent knowledge and understanding and able to make decisions and potentially even allocate money and incentives. And this is where kind of decentralized inference comes in and provable inference comes in, as well as a lot of other pieces. And so there's kind of a whole spectrum of, from local models to inference on infrastructure side. We also need better foundational models that are open source. One of the kind of interesting challenges right now in the AI space is that if you're building a model and you're open sourcing it, you kind of don't have a good business model because anybody can grab it and run it, and you're not getting any attribution and kind of revenue from that. And so creating an incentive to improve these models is as well something that crypto is actually doing already through a few different projects. Now, there's a whole experience layer, right, where right now, the content we consume is coming from, different creators. There is a machine learning model that TikTok runs, for example, and that machine learning model for not China is optimizing on their profit, and for China, for example, optimizes because they have regulation on for kids, for example, to learn more. And so the fact that somebody else decides what your feed looks like is as well challenging. So we'll see transition there where the content will be generated for you, potentially from creators kind of putting different components and new characters in new places, and then all of this composed for you and ranked for you based on your interests, based on your demand. And I mean, you're actually working in that space as well. So there's kind of across the stack a lot of different components, and I have a huge diagram on how this should all work, but there's a lot of also challenges across the space as well.
Is this on your roadmap?
Yeah, so I mean, I put out this vision of fully sovereign operating system a couple months ago, and so we are kind of building a lot of the pieces in that direction, as well as we're working with a lot of startups in the broader near ecosystem who are building different pieces of these experiences to then kind of bring this overall novel way of interacting. So yes.
Amazing. Eric, were you following the news at all with Google's Genie conundrum with? So for people who don't know, there's a release where you were prompting and you were getting almost everything else except for what you were prompting or asking for. In a lot of ways, to try to be more correct or be inclusive. And so some of the conversations that have come up from that were, what is the source of truth? Who gets to control it? Who gets to decide it? Where does it come from? So I'm curious if you've thought about how decentralization could help with that problem.
Yes, well, so a lot of you are probably on Twitter and have seen this crazy Google stuff. But yeah, to give a simple example, it's like you prompt in for an image of the founding fathers of America, and you get back a bunch of Asian and Native American women, and it doesn't make any sense. And I think the real danger here is that you think that you're talking to a computer, but you're actually hearing back from humans. And it's kind of fraud, frankly, right? You're trying to use machine learning algorithms. You're basically trying to use a language calculator that is programmed to do statistical inference on language. And what you actually get back is a whole bunch of bias wrapped from people who believe that that's actually what you should know instead. This is obviously very, very dangerous. And I think that the answer to this, again, is not to regulate Google, but is to just make sure that there are alternatives. Right? So if you go and you type in something to Google and it's totally absurd, and you go and you type in something to an open source decentralized AI alternative, and you actually get back a more reasonable answer, cool. That's how the competition should work. That's the best way to ensure that truth and intelligence are approached, because no one should have a monopoly on truth. Truth is something which is approached by mankind with iteration and experimentation. So it's really about having alternatives and avoiding some kind of centralized monopoly that just controls where everyone's information is coming from.
Maybe to add to that, like fundamentally, these models represent what data you put into them. And so there is somebody somewhere deciding which training data is going in and which additional biases to add at inference time. And that decision making right now is completely opaque, right? This decision making also can include that if you have this email when you're using ChatGPT, the output should be different from this email. Like we don't, like, unless you actually test it in different ways, like you wouldn't even know that this is happening. And so making sure that there is a community kind of curated data sets which people understand kind of the source of this data and how it went into it will be important. And like in a way, the way Wikipedia is an open encyclopedia where people continuously updating and kind of interacting and arguing what's truth, right? We need similar thing to happen on training data for these models to be able to actually kind of discern that. Otherwise, we will be kind of in control of whoever is deciding which training data goes. And like for a specific example, there's somebody somewhere writing a Python script that literally decides which documents should be dropped from training data. And like that's because on internet, like if you look at the overall scrape, 50% of the time people say that Barack Obama is born in Kenya and 50% that in Hawaii. Like that's literally statistics. And so there is somebody somewhere deciding on how to deal with those cases. And like right now, these decisions are completely opaque and are affected by ideology of a company that's doing it, by government regulations of that headquarter of that company, and many others. So there's no way a centralized company can actually do this right. Like it's the same as like social media censorship for like social media companies trying to censor content. There's no way to do it right because it's so much different from different jurisdictions, from different communities, and so we do need similarly kind of how we're trying to bring social media to Web3 and make it, that the layer of moderation happens on the front end. We need the same thing to happen on data and kind of build models of this like community curated data.
Yeah, we're not very far from situations in which the bias isn't just organic and generalized, so that everyone that puts in a prompt gets back something that's clearly wrong. It's not very far to realize that soon we'll have like targeted bias, where like you signed up with OpenAI with your email. Your email is all over the internet, and easy statistical connection tells the machine that okay, you are a Trump voter. Now the answer that you get back from OpenAI might be very tailored to either like a pro or anti-Trump kind of stance, or trying to subtly or overtly like change your mind on something. And I would hope that regardless of what people think of someone like Trump, that they would realize that there's something fundamentally fraudulent and scary when that kind of thing is being done. And at minimum, those kind of changes and biases could, if the company was being honorable, could just be stated clearly, right? Like, here's how we bias what we tell you. And we do this because we think these things are important, and so here's how we bias it, and here's how it's expressed. That would at least be like honorable, but that's not done at all.
You can ask the prompt inside the ChatGPT. There's a way to get it out, so like you can see the system prompt, but you cannot see the training data. So that's
The people that are a little more sophisticated can often like get the chat system to tell them like where the biases are, which is cool. But I don't think we're far from those things also being constrained, so that the amount of actual intelligence and information you can get is highly curated and pretty scary.
Well, the even scarier example for me is if you're running right now one of those companies that offering like ChatGPT like service, and you have a huge GPU bill, right? And you're making money from subscription fees, but not everyone can pay the subscription fee. And so the natural thing for you to do is to offer as a cheaper or free version, but monetize it through advertisement. And the reality is advertisement auctions are actually faster than the token production right now from these models. And so you can actually run an ad auction on every single token as it's being produced, pretty much completely like changing, small things like, oh, which car should I buy? like instead of seeing what statistical model tells you, being like completely affected by advertisement. And same, for political affiliation or anything else. And so I think like that's even, it's like, to me, that's like the most realistic scenario is this going to happen because it's like so much economically like makes sense. And at the same time, it completely biases people into like whoever pays more to affect your opinion on a specific thing.
Thank you. So in hearing you talk, I had the follow-up question thinking about if we're putting with the open source AI all this data so transparently and potentially even using blockchain in some of this instances, isn't that rather dangerous and risky too, especially with personal information and what can be done to build a secure way to have this data without people being, at risk?
Yeah, so certainly like the most safe from a personal data perspective is to be running inference locally on your own device. And there's a lot of ways to do that that are not super technical or hard. And then you can do it without any internet connection, and you can just be interacting with the LLM directly on your own machine. If you're trying to be really private, that's the way to do it. Unfortunately, most people, even though they might say that they care about privacy, they often don't in their actual actions, and they'll just use whatever is easiest or cheapest. And so that's where we get into a lot of the problems.
So with that, where is the open source community really being targeted by regulators, and where are we most at risk at seeing a stunt in innovation on that front?
Okay, so most people don't know what happened last fall with the executive order. Basically, the executive order from the US White House stipulated a number of things that are to start coming into effect this summer, I think in June. These include things like requiring licensure for various models. These include things like restricting how many parameters can be in a model. Like, it's basically telling the population that like you're not permitted to do certain types of mathematics. Obviously, that is unconstitutional. Obviously, and yet it still happens with almost no fuss from anyone. These regulations are going to start being imposed, and they're only going to get worse because that's how these things work. And another of the key points is that the government will be considering whether to include the open source weights of models as a dual-use munition. For those who don't know or weren't like around in the 90s, strong cryptography used to be illegal to export and to use in many contexts. Cryptography, which is just mathematics, used to be considered a munition. And it was illegal to like send cryptography or to use it across borders. There was a huge fight back in the 90s about this, and now the exact same thing is happening, but with AI intelligence and these models. So at minimum, all you guys should be aware that this stuff is happening. And again, the solution, I don't think, is to talk to politicians about it because they don't ever do anything useful. The solution is to actually build permissionless systems that you don't need anyone to give you, permission for. That's what crypto is really, really good at, and so that's what gets me excited.
Yeah, maybe to add here, like the reason why they're trying to add these regulations is because they're afraid of consequences of introduction of these machine learning models. And the reality is, like, those kind of regulations are not stopping anyone. Like, we are living in a global world where the fact that like you regulate in US doesn't really stop everybody else in the world to like get access, train these models and use them for evil and malicious use. But even just to like tell you an example, like misinformation doesn't need advanced intelligent tools. The example I really like is a journalist whose article was published on major news outlet was receiving like kind of questions from other people because they're like, why did you publish this? And when she went and saw it, somebody doctored the page and posted that on Twitter. And everybody thought that she indeed wrote that. Right? So the examples like this, like you don't need the like advanced intelligent tools. Like misinformation been existing for, thousands of years, but like on internet being very prominent for a decade now. And what we do need is upgrade our quote-unquote society operating system. The operating system that we are all right now relying on information when we look at it kind of on face value. We don't, like similarly what happened with transition from HTTP, unencrypted content on internet, to encryption content, where before everybody saw your passwords if you were in a coffee shop. Everybody, like anybody could actually replace your page when you're visiting it. Like we kind of replace that with encryption on end-to-end. We need to have similar thing happening now across the whole society. How you interact with government, how you interact with each other. The fact that like right now when you're making a video call, it's not encrypted, we're not exchanging keys, is like highly limiting and leads to like 25 million stolen recently when somebody thought they're like on video call with their colleague. So we need to actually upgrade our operating system and like all of the tooling to be cryptography first, and like blockchain plays a role as like a ledger, as coordination, identity layer, all kinds of things. But we need to do it now. Like this is not an AI problem. It's like people will use these tools. They'll figure out how to use them. People right now scamming, and you get a voice call that says your spouse got kidnapped, and actually just recorded as short, like 30 seconds of them talking, and now can like mimic their voice, right? That's already happening, and like none of the executive orders address any of these problems. So we actually have an opportunity here as crypto industry to address these problems. This is not like AI problem, it's like literally the society problem, and we have the tools to do that. So I'm like encourage everyone to actually work toward that.
I feel very inspired from that. Eric and Ilya, we only have like a minute or so left. Just really quickly, what are you working on today that is working towards that future, that solution that you feel more optimistic about? What are your contributions?
So as I was getting into the AI stuff, I learned about a project called Morpheus, which is an open source decentralized AI network. So since the fall, I've been contributing to that. And yeah, that's what I'm putting my time into.
Yeah, I mean, so as I said, like our global vision and long-term plan is this fully sovereign operating system. And so we have kind of both the blockchain part of it, which is near building out chain abstraction and really kind of creating really easy interface to bring people into cryptography. We have the most users now actually having the private key cryptography without actually knowing that they have it, being able to be on chain and transact. At the same time, edge models, so we have edge intelligence, which is starting to build up. Like how do we make models smaller while still as intelligent, run them on device? And finally, working with a lot of startups to kind of as advisor to like help them bring their vision of kind of AI and Web3 together to fruition.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
I hope you guys have a good ETHDenver.
Sorry, I'm going to introduce you. Can I get a picture with you guys? Yeah. Amazing. I didn't get one earlier, but I wanted to. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Hello, everyone. No, it's not on. Oh, wait, now it's working. Yay, hi everyone. Wasn't that incredible with Marguerite and Ilya and Eric? Wow. That was a huge, huge treat. I could listen to them talking about that, I don't know, all afternoon. However, we have even more coming up for you. It's so exciting. So the next guest is someone pretty special. And I'm going to do a little temperature check first before I bring them on. But what does everyone think about Ethereum? Thoughts? Yeah? Not sure? Well, next we have on Joe Lubin, and we're going to have Crystal Kim. She's a crypto reporter from Axios, and we have Joe Lubin, who is the CEO of Consensus and one of the co-founders of Ethereum. So what a delight to have them on this afternoon, and I can't wait to hear what they're talking about. It will be about what will drive the next super cycle. I don't know. Let's find out.
Hey, Denver.
Hello, everyone. I'm Crystal Kim. I write a daily newsletter called Axios Crypto. My ordinary mandate is smart brevity. It basically means that I have to be sharp and brief in bits, basically.
I think we also have to be sharp and brief in this 20-minute session.
Well, yes, but for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to dig in because we have a
Sounds
pretty
good.
heady subject in front of us. But before we get there, I think I need to do some introductions, though I don't think you need one. This is Joe Lubin.
I'm Joe. I
yeah.
work at Consensus.
You all probably know him already because he's been here from the very start. And his company, Consensus, developed a lot of the products that y'all are probably using regularly. I think, this is my first ETHDenver. I'm a little bit of a noob. But I can't help but feel that my winter glooms are slipping off. I feel a little bit elated. And I know we're not going to talk about number go up, but I wanted to ask you, do you feel, a vibe shift here?
Oh, there's a buzz in the air at ETHDenver. It's pretty electric right now. Yeah. Absolutely. Wonder why.
Well, our panel subject...
I think we can maybe thank the SEC for the buzz,
Thank you, Gary.
for creating an inflection point for our ecosystem.
Okay. Now, without further ado, our panel subject is what is going to drive the next super cycle. And I think, set the scene for us, Joe. Big picture. What's going on?
So first, what's a super cycle? So there's this idea, and I like to think of it in two different ways. One, there's a generational super cycle. There's work done on generations theory by Strauss and Howe. Really valuable to read some of that or watch a podcast or something like that. And it essentially posits that there's about 80, 100 years 4 generations, and it repeats in a sense, and it rhymes to some degree. But the first generation is coming out of some sort of cataclysm, like the Second World War, and there's a new insight, a new way of doing things, a new system of the world, and really a new promise. And this first generation starts to build it out. Second generation accelerates it. Everybody does really well because there's tremendous growth. Third generation continues to do really well, but the shape of society has changed. The old system doesn't serve the current state of the world, and edge cases appear, cracks form, and things start to go sideways, and people start to take advantage of things. By the fourth generation, we're heading towards a brick wall, essentially. The wheels have fallen off the cart, and systems are breaking all over the place. And I think you out there might agree that we are in this fourth generation, this fourth turning, and we're ready for a new system of the world. The other way of thinking about this is that it's a monetary supercycle where the monetary systems of the world reach an end of life, essentially, basically because of interest, and there's too much debt in the system because certain generations broke the monetary system and other elements of the financial system.
In effect, we're talking about old things breaking and new things rising. One of the other sort of side events I was at, there was an audience member, a Q&A, more of an observation, but they were talking about how crypto was born into an era of free money. And his question was sort of in between the lines, now what? And I guess that's the question for you, Joe.
So crypto was born into an era of free money?
Yeah.
So I think it was born of an era of constrained money, controlled money, top-down command and control. Essentially, we for millennia have been living in a paradigm of centralized top-down trust, and its authorities imbue intermediaries with certain powers, and the intermediaries help run the world. They maintain these databases or ledgers that control who owns what and who has what rights and privileges. And then along came Satoshi, who was really reacting to this controlled monetary system and top-down command and control. Satoshi invented decentralized trust as opposed to centralized trust. We'd never seen decentralized trust on the planet before. And essentially that enables to build databases that are open for inspection, open for usage. We can add programs to those databases, and we can all inspect them and see what happened and when it happened. And the beauty of building money into these systems, decentralized money, is that there's incentivization for everybody to keep the system going, and it makes it also enormously expensive to overturn the history of the system. And so we have a new trust foundation upon which we can take a look at every system of the world, every different economic sector, and we can re-architect how it might work, essentially bottom up rather than controlled by intermediaries.
I want to get into some of the developments, recent ones that you're excited about. Before we get there, and I know we're at an Ethereum conference, but the Bitcoin
talk about
spotty.
Bitcoin, aren't you?
Yeah, I know. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
I've been
Viz.
enjoying talking about Bitcoin recently.
Okay, but so I was at an ETF conference, and it was all TradFi. That's sort of where I hail from. There was so much money in that room, but also for the first time, I counted the word digital assets on 8 booths. That's up from just 1 last year. And the theme of the conference was business development. One thing I can tell you they weren't talking about is, the crumbling of the old guard. Guess why that might be? They are the old guard. I guess my question for you is, is that a good thing? Is spot Bitcoin ETF and the promise of possibly an ETH ETF good for the community?
So there are a lot of different issues in there. In the near term, I would say it's a great thing. The electricity in the air is significantly because we're on the other side of an inflection point where up until the launching of the Bitcoin ETFs, we have been struggling and doing better and better over the years, but really swimming upstream to try to insinuate decentralization into the real world. And the judicial system in the US essentially forced the hand of the SEC, and that enabled these giant bridges of value to open up and connect to giant pools of assets. And there's the floodgates are open, and there's an enormous amount of value now piling into the crypto ecosystem. So the good thing about that is that it's going to be hard for regulators and politicians to stomp on people's portfolios. And we're going to see more and more funding come into our ecosystem. It's been growing by the day into the ETFs, and it's really just started. It's not even on various different platforms. I think Merrill Lynch,
Morgan Stanley,
Wells Fargo, they've now included on the platform. So it's going to accelerate. And there's this idea that there might be an Ethereum ETF as well. I thought the Bitcoin ETF was going to happen. I know the Ethereum ETF is going to happen. I do feel like the SEC is going to do what they can to drag their feet on this because Bitcoin in centralized financial instruments is good because it raises the value of the token, which raises all boats in our ecosystem. It's not so good because it's now in a centralized instrument.
Right.
There's things called the plunge protection team or I forget, working group on financial markets, and there are ways of putting pressure on centralized companies to act in certain ways to move asset prices up or down as the government might want. So I think Bitcoin will be fine, but it is a lever for them to play. I think a lot of Ether will move into the Ether ETFs when they are approved, maybe this year, maybe in 2025. But it's really quite beautiful that if you have Ether, you can stake the Ether in the protocol, and that gives you the right to essentially perform labor for the protocol to validate transactions and ensure that the system is working. And with staking, with liquid staking, with liquid restaking, most of the Ether, I believe, will be drawn into these decentralized constructs rather than into a centralized financial instrument like an ETF.
Gotcha. So ultimately, I don't have to worry about like a massive supply of ETH just being stuck in an ETF.
Yeah, Ether. Test. Ether is in the hands of some very passionate organizations and protocols and people, and so it will be very hard to attract a large percentage of Ether into these centralized financial institutions. They will have to raise the price quite significantly in order to get the amount of Ether that they need in those instruments. And that's probably going to be good for the ecosystem. I think we're going to have whiplash after whiplash over the next few years as our ecosystem accelerates.
All right. Okay, now we can talk about the industry landscape. What are some recent developments that you think have legs into 2024 and beyond?
So you're asking for examples of cool projects? I missed that.
Yeah. I've heard you talk about Celestia a bit, EigenDA.
Sure. So in broad strokes, we're at our broad moment where we've been working on usability and security, and we are about to hit scalability. And so we're going to be able to have lots of different kinds of applications that can cross the chasm into mainstream usage. These are going to be decentralized physical infrastructure. DeFi obviously is going to be huge. NFTs will be huge. For DePIN or DeFi physical infrastructure, there are projects in the automotive telematics space. Demo's one of our favorites. There's Wi-Fi. There's regenerative agriculture. My personal favorite is Fifth World. And so we're going to see basically people looking at the use cases in the world and figuring out how to decentralize them and deliver them through communities rather than a corporation which is generally in an adversarial relationship with their consumers. Gaming is going to be giant. A huge amount of money has been invested in gaming projects, blockchain-based gaming projects, and it takes a while, takes years in many cases to build a good game, and some of those are coming live soon. Immutable Network is a tremendous project that is essentially bringing game chains to layer 3 connected into an immutable polygon chain at layer 2. Social networking is going to transform. So I believe that we're on the precipice of seeing maybe the flippening isn't very near, but we're going to start establishing our own social graphs. So on MetaMask, we have a Snaps plugin system, and there are some snaps that enable you to establish your decentralized identity and then use verifiable claims and credentials to link things and people up into social graphs and make attestations, again, building your social graph. And so we're moving into a world where either through MetaMask or other tools, you'll be able to establish and grow one or more social graphs for different purposes. These are going to be essentially social capital in a real capital sense of the word, where you're going to be able to monetize your own social graph. You might be able to lease it out, lend it out, join it to other social graphs for different purposes. And we're not going to be, our identities aren't going to be owned by the Facebooks of the world, but we're going to own our online presence, and applications will be coming to us, to our social graphs, to become resident on those social graphs, so that we'll be able to share applications, functionality, content.
All of that sounds very much in line with what we're talking about at large, the super cycle and new technological developments driving that.
Seems like a new way of doing things, a new system of the world, perhaps?
Very possibly. And I was just thinking about what we heard on stage just before us with Eric Voorhees. He painted quite a picture, the dystopian future.
Sounded a bit bleak, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Yeah.
How do we get away from that? Do you have ideas?
So first, we should be vigilant and make sure that centralized AI isn't turned by well-resourced, nefarious actors into the most powerful tool for centralizing control on the planet. That is a legit concern. But I'm an idealist and a decentralizationalist, and I'm pretty confident that with projects that are already popping up in the space, and just what I think will be a more effective approach. Essentially, we have ways of doing decentralized compute, decentralized storage for different kinds of storage, decentralized bandwidth. So there's a DPIN project for that. Decentralized and perhaps decentralized sharing of training information. So I can share a lot of what I do as I'm walking through my day. I can do that in zero knowledge, perhaps, and so we can enable the sourcing of data, accessing of data from these giant data pools for different AI projects, cleaning up of data, and a lot of this stuff will benefit from the zero knowledge techniques that we have in our ecosystem, where you can do training and put something out in the world and enable people to use it without sort of giving up your intellectual property, perhaps, and still keep an open, decentralized system. So I believe that we're going to need AI as the world gets increasingly complex. None of us have read a full terms and conditions that we click through every day on the internet. And it's going to be difficult to understand these decentralized protocols. It's going to be difficult to understand how to participate effectively in DAOs, in governance. And so it will be very nice, and it's coming soon, for us to have AI allies, AI agents built into our phones, our laptops, our wallets, maybe into our brains, chips somewhere near our brains potentially. But it will be really valuable for us to have a bunch of different intelligences that we can access and that we can delegate some responsibilities to. We'll have to trust these things, of course, and so they're going to have to be decentralized. And so I do think that there's going to be just an explosion of activity in the AI plus crypto space because it is absolutely necessary to marry AI and decentralization. It'll serve us better, and the alternative is pretty disturbing.
All right, well, we only have a few more seconds left on stage, but I'm not going to let you leave until 2 more questions, I swear. But they're important. First is elections. The second one is about jobs. Elections because we have a Kennedy coming to talk at ETHDenver.
I'm pretty excited about that.
A huge paradigm shift, right?
Yeah.
I guess my question is, Can crypto thrive in the US under the Biden administration?
Well, I may avoid the politics of that question to some degree. I think the momentum is picking up, and it's unstoppable. The SEC has done some things under the Biden administration, has done some things that are real head scratchers, that there's an element of gaslighting, an element of unreasonableness in some of the actions they've brought. And the judicial branch has been wonderful in seeing things clearly and making sure that the laws of the United States of America and the Constitution are followed and protected. I do think that there are elements in the Biden administration that are starting to see crypto and decentralization a little more clearly. In Treasury and DOJ, they have explicitly recognized the value in terms of money transmission and fighting crime. And that said, I look forward to a more decentralized approach to governance in the United States.
I think that's actually where we need to end because we're getting pulled off stage. But on the jobs front, I guess I wanted to say is I've been hearing a lot of positive developments. Just someone I spoke to today said they were looking to hire 20 people. Yeah. 20 people. And I know for a fact that you've also said that you see expansion coming per the super cycle. So can we give our very optimistic Joe Lubin, idealist Joe Lubin, a big round of applause for the big picture?
Wow, was that incredible? That was amazing. I've heard Joe speak online and watched him just during live streams and stuff, but this was incredibly special. So I hope everyone enjoyed that. Next, we are going to have Christine Kim. She's from Galaxy Digital, the VC firm, and they're going to be she's going to be giving you a presentation on L2s and rollups. We all know we're all using L2s, maybe using some rollups, and how much value do they bring to ETH mainnet? That's really going to be the conversation. She's going to tell us all about that, give us her perspective on it. I was asking backstage a little bit, and she's like, well, you'll have to wait and see the presentation. So we're going to enjoy that. L2s, rollups, we're all using them. What is the value to ETH mainnet? And then after that, she's going to be inviting a group of people on stage, and they're going to do a little conversation, chitter-chatter about the presentation itself. So stick around. It's going to be awesome. Christine Kim. There you go. Good job.
High five. Oh, no, high five. That's right. After the panel is
take off my screen brightness? Because I realize that it's on the nightlight brightness. System settings. Off. There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Christine. I am part of the Galaxy research team, and today I am here to talk with you guys about the impact of L2 fees on L1 revenue. This is based on a report that I wrote a couple of months ago on this very topic. We're also going to be talking a little bit about what you can expect from EIP 4844, which is the main code change going into the Dencun upgrade. And the Dencun upgrade is the next major upgrade happening on Ethereum in 2 weeks' time. So I actually have a report also on proto-dank sharding on EIP 4844. So this presentation is a little bit of an amalgamation of those two reports. So if any of the data and the content that I'm talking to you about today is of interest to you and you want to dig deeper into it, please do check out those reports on the website galaxy.com/research. A quick disclaimer before I start my presentation: everything I'm about to say is not for investment reasons or advice. It is all informational, all for informational purposes. So let's get started by talking about the present outlook, how L2s are being used on Ethereum and a little bit of their activity. As you can see from these charts, the activity on L2s is increasing quite dramatically. The bandwidth and the ability for Ethereum to be able to process a certain number of transactions every second or in a set block has remained quite constant because of the constraints of the Ethereum blockchain and the lack of scalability on Ethereum. But in contrast, as you can see, the activity on L2s and the transaction activity happening on these protocols has really been growing. And that's for two reasons, really. The first is that the adoption of L2s is definitely growing. The popularity of using protocols like Arbitrum and Optimism to transact is definitely becoming more popular. But also, there's just been a ton of more L2s that have launched. Ethereum is one network, but the black line shows the combined activity of layer 2 rollups. And over the last, say, year or so, there's been a ton of new rollup projects that have launched, that are close to launching. Scroll very recently, I think it was last year, or well, we'll have the Scroll team up in a little bit after this talk to talk about their roadmap. But they too are kind of like a new rollup that's starting to process transactions. So the black line, Ethereum has always had this constant limitations for scalability, but one of the reasons why we see the black line growing is not only because of the adoption of existing L2s, but there's just more L2s that are launching, more protocols that you could consider a layer 2 rollup. Let's keep talking about what's happening with L2s right now. L2s are becoming a primary purchaser of the Ethereum block space. Before L2s, the primary people that were using Ethereum and paying for transactions are smart contract developers and end users. If you want to send ETH to another person, you're going to use your EOA, your externally owned account, and send ETH to another person. You're interacting with decentralized finance applications. Uniswap used to be like the top gas guzzler on Etherscan. That's kind of like a page that shows who are the top consumers of gas. Gas is a unit of measurement to measure the computational resources required to execute whatever you want on Ethereum. Obviously, unlike Bitcoin, on Ethereum, there's so many different types of transactions and operations you can do, and each of these operations have different computational resources that they require from nodes, and that's all measured in units of gas. So the fact that the percentage of gas in a block that is used up by an L2, that is paid for by an L2, the fact that it's growing is a really very interesting indicator that the primary purchasers of block space could one day be rollups primarily as opposed to end users and smart contracts. It's still, not super high right now, and over the last couple months, it's actually been declining. But generally, you can see that, from below 10%, now it's hovering at 16% of monthly gas used on Ethereum. So this is another kind of interesting chart that illustrates that the activity and the amount of adoption for L2s is growing, and their presence on the Ethereum blockchain, them using Ethereum's resources, the way that L2s are using Ethereum's resources is also growing over time. And it's kind of interesting to see, going back to the gas guzzlers page, seeing how L2 sequencers, like for Arbitrum and Optimism, how they also rank extremely high as being some of the top consumers of gas on Ethereum. So let's talk about those two trends and kind of project into the long term. What might happen in the future if adoption and activity for L2s continues to increase. Okay, 8 minutes, great. What happens if it continues to increase? Like I said, you could imagine a future where the primary people that are driving fee revenue, driving revenue to Ethereum are rollups. They're the ones paying for block space on Ethereum. And the whole idea of rollups is that Ethereum right now is just it's too expensive. And so when you have certain applications that you want to build on Ethereum, it's not possible because every single transaction on Ethereum is just too expensive. So the fact that as adoption for L2s grows, you might see new use cases being unlocked for blockchain-based applications. Maybe certain applications that are possible on blockchains like Solana, say like decentralized public infrastructure, you're able to start running those on L2s that inherit the same level of decentralization and security as Ethereum. So one of the long-term trends that you can think about is that L2s unlock these use cases that were not economically feasible before, but do become feasible across industries like gaming, social media, entertainment, a lot more, and that adoption brings magnitudes more users into crypto. And we're not talking about the degens that have always been in crypto and are just rotating through different airdrops. No. We're talking about mainstream users, and we're talking about millions of more people. And if you think about all those people and the magnitudes more activity I'm talking about, that's a ton of revenue for the L2, right? That's a ton of people paying for transactions on the L2. And so no matter how cheap the L2 is, the fact that amount of revenue, at least a portion of it, would go back to the L1 because the L2s, again, are paying Ethereum to use that block space, to commit data back down to Ethereum. When you think about an increasing L2 revenue, that part of that revenue also coming back down to Ethereum as rollups become the primary purchasers of block space. This is a very symbiotic relationship. L1 revenue increases as L2 revenue increases. The willingness of L2s to be able to pay more to Ethereum itself to confirm all these transactions, to post data down to Ethereum because they're seeing so much demand on their protocol and they're competing with all these other L2s to get their data batched down, data confirmed down to Ethereum in a timely manner. You can see that L2s really might be able to make it even such that the L1 is so expensive that end users are not even able to really compete and send a transaction, because you're competing now with L2 sequencers and L2 layer 2 roll-up operations for the block space. So in the long term, you can really see that L2 revenue is could be a positive force for Ethereum L1 because it increases the adoption for blockchain-based applications in general, and it allows allows the cost of Ethereum's block space to achieve levels that weren't possible before with just the types of use cases that we know and love today with DeFi and NFTs and whatever else we have going on Ethereum right now. So this is a very positive outlook. L2s benefiting L1, making sure that the purchasers of Ethereum's block space over the long term are bringing in new users, bringing in those fees, bringing in that revenue. But in the short term, there's quite a few hurdles before we really get to seeing roll-ups being able to achieve that vision and being able to unlock those use cases and inherit all those users. The main hurdles that I'm talking about are scalability, decentralization, security, interoperability, composability, and the user experience. It's a little bit of a mouthful. There's a ton that really needs to happen with roll-ups. And I want to get into that with the panel that we're about to get into soon. But roll-ups themselves are not immune to fee volatility. They also have scalability limitations of their own. Sure, you could be like, oh, well, this roll-up is very expensive, tons of fees. Fees are too high on this roll-up. Let's just launch a new roll-up. But then you get these problems and these concerns with interoperability between the users and the activity that is on one roll-up versus another. We still have so much work that needs to be done with actually enabling fraud proofs, the operations that make the activity on rollups very secure and permissionless. So another kind of big topic and a little bit of a buzzword is this idea of a decentralized sequencer. Sequencers are kind of like block producers on L2s, and the roadmap to being able to achieve decentralized block production on L2s. So there's really quite a few different hurdles that rollups are facing right now that I do believe is a headwind to roll-up adoption, and therefore a headwind to L2 fee revenue in the short term. And combined with all of this idea that fees on L2s might not be as high as we really think it's going to be in the short term, there's also the upgrade, which we're going to talk about now, EIP 4844, that will further reduce the cost of block space for rollups. For users, for us normies that are end users, smart contract developers, the fees are going to stay the same. We're all in the same market here. This mempool, where you submit your pending transactions. But now rollups are going to have a dedicated market just for their own operations, which is primarily data availability. And so they get to enjoy this premier, this dedicated block space for just their operations, and it's going to make fees on L2s a lot cheaper. I was just talking to the Prism team, which is a consensus layer client on Ethereum, and they were saying at a minimum, it's going to make fees 4 times cheaper. Probably a lot higher than that, but at the very minimum. And so if you think about not only the headwinds to roll-up adoption, but also the fact that this upgrade is going to reduce the fees, you can already see that any of the users that would have normally gone to Ethereum to pay their transactions, and now they're going on L2s, they're not paying as much. That revenue from L2s back to Ethereum is not as large, and is frankly not enough to really increase or be a main driver of revenue for Ethereum. So in the short term, layer 2s are expected to reduce, not increase Ethereum's fee revenue. And so this is kind of like a really key point that I think makes the Denkun upgrade, the next upgrade, perhaps not as exciting for the Ethereum community as people think. So let's talk a little bit more about the next upgrade that will, in fact, reduce fees on L2s and also reduce fee revenue from L2s to Ethereum. We already talked about the first two. We talked about how we're creating a dedicated transaction, a specific transaction type, which is called blob transactions. And they give dedicated block space, 128 kilobytes per blob, for rollups to commit down their batch transaction data. And this is a really good feature. I mean, separately, it's just a very good feature to use Ethereum as a data availability layer because Ethereum has the most robust data availability. It is the most decentralized blockchain, general purpose blockchain out there. It is extremely reliable. It's been a blockchain that's been around for a long time. So if you have data that you want to distribute and give to many different nodes, Ethereum is one of the best networks to do that for. And it just increases kind of the security of the data that you're posting because it's shared by all Ethereum nodes and propagated by all Ethereum nodes. So data availability is a very unique, well, it's something that Ethereum does well. I mean, Ethereum does well on execution too, but topic for a separate talk. So creating dedicated block space for rollups to use DA, and that dedicated block space allows the costs to be reduced because right now rollups are competing with end users, smart contract developers, all for the same, all in the same market. But now they'll have their own separate market, and sometimes, if there's not a lot going on for rollups and there's just really only one rollup that wants to post a blob transaction, who knows? That transaction might even be free, like just almost not negligible gas costs to be able to commit data if there's not a ton of competition in that market, in the blob market. So those are two of the main ones. The third one that I really want to quickly go over is dank sharding, full dank sharding. Right now, there's a limited number of blobs that can be included per block, but with full dank sharding, then you can have data availability sampling and be able to increase the number of blobs that you can include in a block, and so further reduce fees by like multiples more. And I know this bullet says no further changes necessary on the execution layer. Technically, if you want to increase the blob number, you do have to make a change to the execution layer, but if you just want to enable data availability sampling, you don't actually need to change the execution layer. And then the final one is experimentation with ZK proofs. Who knows about the trusted setup ceremony? Did anyone participate in the trusted setup ceremony? Yes, amazing. So these are novel kind of exercises for the Ethereum community to get engaged with, to be able to enable zero knowledge proofs on Ethereum, and it's a very cool. It's a cool way to start leveraging more cutting-edge technology to improve the privacy and the scalability of Ethereum. So I am a little bit over time, but that is a little bit of an overview of EIP 4844 and some of the benefits. We're going to talk now with our panelists about the L2 roadmap and a little bit deeper on these hurdles that I'm talking about in the short term for roll-up adoption, and we're going to get a little bit deeper into fee revenues. So here are my lovely panelists. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, let's just, thank you. All right. Well, let's get started. Let's get right going. Perhaps just to start, we have many different projects and teams. We've got some of the major kind of L2s here on this panel. Do you want to first say your name and then the project that you work for, just so we give the audience a little bit of background on who's up here today?
Hi, everyone. I'm Steven. I am from Off-Chain Labs. We contribute to the Arbitrum technology stack, as well as Prism, which is the leading consensus client for Ethereum. But here today, I think, to talk about Arbitrum.
Hi, I am Eli, co-founder, CEO at Starkware, and we support the Starknet Layer 2.
Hi, my name is Arun. I work at Mantle. We are an OP stack based rollup that uses off-chain data availability using EigenLayer DA.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hai Chen from Scroll. So I'm the co-founder inside of the Scroll, and then inside the Scroll, I lead the engineering team. And the Scroll is a ZK ROP, EVM equivalent ZK ROP for ACM.
Amazing. I'm so excited to chat with you guys. Thank you for being here. Let's get started by talking about 4844, about the Dencun upgrade that is really designed for L2s. It's one of the first, in protocol changes where Ethereum's really hammering home the vision that Ethereum wants to scale through L2s and not on the L1. One of the main kind of questions around EIP 4844 is exactly how much of a benefit is it going to be to L2s? There's a lot of back and forth with Ethereum core developers about how many blobs to introduce. They finally landed on 3 blobs per block with a maximum of 6. But I'm curious to know from you guys, like how prepared are you for this upgrade? How important do you think, how much of an impact do you think it really is going to have on layer 2 adoption? Haichen, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I think like 4844 is still like a very important upgrade that coming to the Ethereum. It's very important for the layer 2 because like you can save on the data availability by just using the blobs. That is like can be expire after about 2 weeks. But I think like people may like initially being overly optimistic about how much like reduction of the 4844 data blobs it can reduce. I think like from the current testnet, it sees like it's about like the 3 to 4x reduction compared to the core data in the saving the cost, which like people initially think like it's maybe 10x. But I think like overall it's still quite important because as like layer 2, the majority cost of the layer 2 transaction is still coming from for the data availability. So like 80–90% of the data is contributing from the, being like making the data available. So like using the 4844 data blobs can still reduce a lot of on the layer 2 transaction cost. And then we are like working on to supporting the 4844 very soon.
Gotcha. Anything to add, Arun?
No, I think that's pretty accurate. Like Haichen mentioned, 4844 is foundational in the sense that it paves the way for full DEG sharding, at which point the on-chain Ethereum-based dataability will increase by order of magnitude. But the actual increase right now is going to be fairly mild, at least initially, while they're bootstrapping the network. Like Haichen mentioned, 3 to 6 data blobs, which equates to about a max about 750 kilobytes of data per block, which would equate to around 100 to 300 extra TPS across all rollups based on some reasonable assumptions about the number of bytes per transaction based on transaction complexity. And in terms of how this actually affects something like Mantle, which does off-chain DA, I would argue it opens up optionality for sure, but since in almost all cases the cost of posting data to an off-chain DA solution, like EigenDA, is going to be orders of magnitude lower than anything with on-chain call database dataability or data blob dataability, it's unlikely we would change our methodologies that much based on it.
That's fair. Just to pick up on that. So, I mean, sure, data availability costs are going down on Ethereum through EIP 4844, but Mantle is still going to be using other data availability solutions because they are still cheaper than what's going to be available on Ethereum. Is that correct?
Yeah, for sure. It'll be dramatically cheaper, at least for the near term.
Gotcha. Ellie, I know Starkware was one of the first to be ready for this upgrade. Can you talk a little bit about, picking up on that point of, you are using Ethereum for data availability and being very, very conscientious about making sure we're ready to utilize the full benefits of 4844 as soon as it goes live. But why not also experiment and see kind of the perhaps more performant or less costly DA layers out there like Celestia and other L1s?
Oh, yeah, we don't object to using them. We will be using data availability layers as well. So, yeah, no objection there to that. We'll also have a volition at some point. You want to really integrate things and maintain proper security and proper interface with all of the infrastructure. And the thing that our developer ecosystem wanted first to have is the blobs of EAP 4844 because they basically get Ethereum security just turned on with no change. Once we bring in things like data availability or volition, it means that they would need to change parts of the code, like to opt into using those things, and it would be slightly more work for them. And but it really depends on what kind of cost reduction we'll see with 4844. If it's as significant as promised, then we'll be happy with that for a while.
That's the thing. I think a lot is up in the air about how much the cost reduction is going to be, especially if we see more activity on L2s. And one of the things that I want to highlight about the analysis that has gone into how EIP 4844 is going to impact L2s is from Off-Chain Labs. I believe one of your colleagues, Stephen, had written a blog post explaining that EIP 4844 will likely be more economical for the larger rollups, and for smaller rollups, they'll have to rely on secondary blob markets to basically auction off different parts of the blob because they're not going to use the full 128 kilobytes. Can you talk a little bit more about like those secondary blob markets and who those markets are going to be run by? A little bit more about like the third order consequences of EIP 4844 on L2s.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's one of the nice things internally. So as I mentioned, we build Arbitrum technology, but we also, our team was very instrumental in building the layer 1 side of this, the Prism team, in building 4844 support directly into Ethereum clients. So we sort of get to see both sides of that, and it helps us with our understanding of the ecosystem. And yeah, I think the thing that you're alluding to is this idea of if you can fill up a blob, you'll get much better economics than if you have a partial blob, and sending partial blobs will not be great. So there's this hypothesized idea that people will somehow coordinate to share and come together. I don't know exactly how that will play out and what that will look like. But what I can tell you is for the Arbitrum public chains, they are expected to be just fine and be able to fill up those blobs, so they'll be able to benefit, really, particularly Arbitrum 1, which is the one that sends its data to Ethereum. They'll benefit from 4844. I haven't done the exact analysis. I know there's a lot of great people doing it. My approach is basically it's coming in a few weeks. We're gonna see what it is, and we'll but Arbitrum technology will be ready. There's a DAO proposal already live, making sure that the chains are ready to adopt this as soon as it's ready, and so it will go live basically on day one. And I think it's going to be very important. One thing that I think is going to come interesting from this is I think it's going to highlight a lot of the differences in L2 fees and layer 2 fees. A lot of the today, as as we mentioned, there's the L1 fees are dwarfing everything else. So no one's really paying attention to that little bit on top. So some layer 2s are charging this much, some are charging this much on top. And I think when you squash the bottom, that you zoom in and that becomes important. And there's a very important conversation on sustainability. Arbitrum is not the cheapest at layer 2, but it's sustainably priced. I think that's going to open up a very interesting conversation.
I agree. How much of the fee savings will be sent back to the end user of the L2, and to what extent is it actually desirable that you make transactions on L2s like sub-cent costs, especially if that encourages more spam or makes it more unsustainable for the rollup to operate? That is a very interesting question. Any thoughts on that before I move on to one of the other questions that I had, though, from the other panelists on the topic of once the fees for data availability are significantly low, to what extent do you give back all those savings to the end user versus for the sustainability of the roadmap?
Yeah, I think for us, is we initially when we designed the scroll, we have multi-dimensional fee structure. We have layer 1 fees and also the execution fee that we separate. So once we're using the 44 data boss, then that automatically will translate that the layer 1 data fee will reduce a lot, and then that will be I think saving a lot of cost directly. That user can benefit from that.
Yeah. So show of hands here, how many people have participated or had team members of your team go to something called the roll calls that have started recently in the last couple months? They're spearheaded by the Ethereum Foundation to improve the standardization and kind of interoperability between rollups. Show of hands, who's gone to these roll calls / have sent members of their team to the roll calls? Okay, first question to you then, Ellie, because this is really
We've
about
been the bad boys.
Oh, I mean, part of it is really about also encouraging EVM equivalence. And so it doesn't come, I know one of the reasons, one of the unique things about StarkNet is that it's not as
Aligned.
And this meeting is all about how do we ensure that the protocols and the changes that are happening on the L1 align with the L2s and the L2s align with the L1s. Tell us a little bit about that decision to be not as aligned to Ethereum, and is that a conscious decision not to participate in the roll calls?
So we build different. We build for the long term. We build what we think is the best technology that we can provide. We invented Starks, Cairo, StarkNet, Stone. By the way, let me take this opportunity to tell you, if you have time, at 4:25 at the Coral stage, we're going to have a very interesting announcement about proving technology breakthroughs. So please, if you have time, go attend it. Anyways, we wanted to, the story of StarkNet is that, first of all, we built the first L2 scaling solution, which was the StarkX system. And when we started at it, everyone was saying, first, Ethereum doesn't really have a scaling problem. And two, certainly, validity technology is not going to be useful for that. Three, definitely it's not going to be Starks. Now, it ended up being that pretty much all of the leading L2s using validity rollups have converged onto Starks. And it is actually considered the end game, and we're very proud of it. Cairo and the StarkNet stack are the next generation smart contract language. I think you'll see a lot of convergence on that as well. We have this tendency of saying things that at first people think that we're like crazy or don't make sense, but over time people realize they actually do make sense. So, we've been termed unaligned. I don't think we are unaligned. We just build a bit different, and we think of ourselves as trying to do the right thing with our technology. All of this to say, I still apologize for not joining the roll calls. We'll try to make sure that someone attends them, because we do very much support Ethereum, and we want standardization among L2s.
Of course. On the topic, though, of maintaining EVM equivalence and conforming to kind of like the standards set by the layer one, which is, for example, like only using a certain precompile address format. That this was one of the topics of the roll calls, to reserve a set of precompile addresses just for L2s to use. Is this a very important initiative, that EVM equivalence and maintaining alignment with L1 in the future? I mean, is that something that Stephen, that you foresee kind of being like a top priority for Arbitrum?
Yeah, I think coordination like that, particularly if you are building an EVM chain. If you're not, then you don't need to worry about some of these things, but you do want to have that coordination, because if you use some precompiled address and it means something else in a different ecosystem, and then Ethereum introduces a new precompile, now it's just going to cause like chaos. So that level of coordination, I think, is important. When it comes to the general EVM equivalence or not, I think we take at Off-Chain Labs a very middle position, which is, and that's what we call EVM+. We're building something called Arbitrum Stylus, which says EVM equivalence in Arbitrum isn't going anywhere. If you want to build a Solidity, it's going to have the best support, equivalent support as best as you can. But we also don't view that as the ceiling. We view that as the floor. That's baseline support, which we think is important, because so many developers and so much code today written in that language. But then we say, can we do more? Can we appeal to developers writing in other languages? And that's what Stylus does. So it adds support on top of the EVM for developers that want to write in Rust and C++, and allows them to do that synchronously and also get a 10x benefit. But it's not only the developer, it's also their code. So if you're a gaming studio that spent the last 5 years writing a gaming engine in C++, you can now directly call that on chain. So our approach is EVM is very, very important because it has so much adoption in our ecosystem today. But if you zoom out, they're estimated to be about a few tens of thousands of Solidity developers, about 3 million Rust developers, about 12 million C and C++ developers. And we say, can we cater to those people too? And that to us seems like a big win. Of course, we should keep EVM equivalence and not do anything with that. So this is all extra and additional. But for those who want it, can we give them a path directly onto the Arbitrum chain so they can work together with Solidity? You can actually have a single app that's written in Solidity and Rust for those that want to opt in and use that, and we think that's important. There are some that think like this is like sacrilegious, like EVM is like you cannot deviate from it, and I respond to them and say, Ethereum itself tried to do eWASM, which was very similar a few years ago. Not only that, like I don't think anyone in the world today, if they were starting from including Vitalik, would say, let's create the EVM from a fresh slate, like if we could do the same way today. Everyone has changes you'd make. That's the way software works. You're locked into some of your decisions based on legacy requirements, but like there's nothing like religious about the EVM. There's a very important reason to keep it, and we think it's important for the adoption, but we're also happy to expand it without hurting it, and I think that's sort of the middle line approach we take.
But that's also kind of like the beauty of rollups that I think a lot of core developers want to see. They want to see the most experimental, the most flexible type of EVM. They want to see code changes that they can't get passed on the L1 because of how, you can't really move fast and break things on L1. You have to, they want to push the more experimental things to L2s, but I think there's also some pushback from L2 teams of being viewed as like the testing grounds for just layer 1 changes. I mean, Arun, what do you think about the narrative that, L2s should be kind of like the test nets of Ethereum, and then, eventually the ones that the projects or like the protocol changes that really work out, then we like, do that on the L1?
I think I can argue from two sides there. The first is that if you're creating an L2 and you're creating an L2 that's fully EVM equivalent, you're going to have, at this point, I think, a much harder time getting adoption for it than if you were to try and experiment, just because this is going to be the year, I think, people are going to launch 1,000 different rollups, and if every single rollup is just an EVM equivalent rollup, what's the differentiator that gets you to like be the rollup people use? Like maybe you could be the Kazakhstan rollup or something, or organized by nation states or ethnicity or religion, things like that. But I think a much more interesting approach would be to kind of organize based on some kind of technical advantage or change in architecture or things like that. And to that point, like there is nothing that's going to stop. Like Ethereum can't stop these rollups from doing this. Like at best they could standardize and say, okay, well make sure you don't use like any random prefix for your precompiles. Otherwise, any kind of cross rollup client that we want to implement is going to have a nightmare trying to deal with all this different stuff. So I think that is a better approach. These rollups will experiment, and then Ethereum can eventually choose to do this, to implement the things which the rollup seems to succeed at after kind of picking the winners. And I think we're seeing a level of standardization kind of occur, not just with the roll call, but also in terms of like the more structured RIPs, the open proposals, of which the first was to implement this precompile that used to be called EIP 77212, which adds a decreased gas cost for AES picture verification to allow for ERC 437 wallets to have cheaper verification costs on the chain itself.
I mean, Hai Chen, anything you would add to this? Because Scroll, of all the rollups, is not to use too awful comparisons, but Scroll is probably like the most Ethereum aligned because it's trying to be like a type 0, like a ZK EVM that is completely can take the entire EVM and just be able to like replicate it fully in its exact state. This is a long-term vision for the Ethereum protocol roadmap to, one day even have that enshrined in the protocol. So I mean, I feel like, what are your thoughts that L2s are kind of the testing grounds for what Ethereum will eventually want to be?
Yeah, I'm personally, I think I support like more experiments on the layer 2 so that I can try out more features. And then in order to like making those experiments, for example, the new precompiles be more usable, is that like all of the layer 2s rollups like which are EVM compatible adopt the same standard and same protocol, so that the developer, all of the developing toolings that can be all used across different layer 2s, that would be like benefit the developers and also reduce the confusions to the developers when like you need to be very careful, like turn on certain flags for when you develop on different chains. That's like a nightmare for developers, I would say. But like when they come back to the Ethereum, like on the layer 1s, I think like I'll argue for is that layer 1 to behold this golden standard, that being like very stable, not like the moving too fast on the changes, because like otherwise, if you're like the making lots of the drastic changes to the EVM itself, like pushing all of the layer 2, that trying to be EVM compatible to be catching up on a lot of things. And then some things, like for example, certain precompiles, it could be, or some changes to the EVM will not be very ZK friendly. We're adding even more costs, like for the ZK EVM to catch up to implement those things and adding actual overheads for that. So I would say like what Ethereum like a layer 1 should be like really thinking about is how to maybe like serve all the layer 2 rollups better, like to reduce the cost, like the 44 data blobs, and then like and then in the future for the full dank sharding. So I think I can driving this rollup centric roadmap, like then to keep growing the layer 2 space.
You know, that would be nice, but I do believe that Ethereum core developers are really gunning for some pretty major changes to the EVM. Not that it'll happen in the near future, but like Ethereum object format, account abstraction. We are definitely probably going to get BLS precompiles in the next upgrade, and it seems as though the confidence that in L2s is waning a little bit as of late. There was a tweet a couple of weeks ago by Vitalik that said he was 3 times less confident in this idea that, you know, we can just push all the complexity to L2s, because L2s are not as proven as the L1. So making L1 more simplified as a DA is not something that he's as confident about doing as he was prior. Does that shock you, Ellie?
Does it what?
Does that kind of surprise you, like that sentiment, that confidence in L2s to be able to inherit the complexity and the risks of what, you know, Ethereum might otherwise not be able to do, because L2s could fail, because L2s could, you know, could have a major bug that causes a bunch of people to lose money, etc. Like, does that surprise you?
No, in fact, I think that it's inevitable that some L2s will experience catastrophic bugs and failures. And part of the reason is, I mean, we have to acknowledge that some of the L2s do not have their core security turned on. So the thing I'm most worried about is that some L2s just do not have security turned on, and it's heading towards a huge catastrophe. If not on the major L2, then some of the rollups that are going to be based on it. There will be a Mt. Gox-like event on some of these L2s that have no security turned on. And do your own research on whether your L2 has a security and where you entrust your funds. Now, having said that, the teams that are serious about security, and some of them sit here, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. Look, things could have bugs, you know, Ethereum experienced bugs. Serious teams have a way to overcome bugs. And if the technology you're using does not have security turned on, you do not want to put funds on it. Do your own research.
Let's talk a little bit more about security and how we define security on rollups. I'm under the impression that many rollups don't have working fraud proofs or really validity proofs, or really have all dependent on a centralized entity to produce blocks on the L2s. These are major kind of shortcomings of most layer 2s. Does that keep you up at night, Stephen? Like the lack of security and the idea that a Mt. Gox level event could happen on Ethereum because of the lack of security?
Well, if I were building a platform that had those limitations, it would keep me up at night, and that's why explicitly, like in Arbitrum, security is always first. I agree with the things that Aldi said, and I know that we agree on a lot of those points, that security being really primary and the most important concern, and that's why we've done things the way we've done things and made sure that security proofs have been live in this ecosystem from day one. I do think, to your point about Vitalik's tweet, and to Aldi's point, every L2s is not like one thing, particularly now there's this explosion of layer 2s, and everyone has its own considerations, and it goes together. Those teams that take security seriously will also be very slow to do any upgrade that is security conscious and won't be experimenting. So you want to make sure you're in a secure environment today, and one where you have serious developers that are making sure to continue to secure that. It gets much, much harder in the world where now we're encouraging others to use this technology to build their own rollups and make their own decisions. So you have to do your research not only on the core stack, but also on those that are implementing it. And I think it's important, though, to make sure the core stack having security is the baseline important thing, and then you also have to understand who's operating it, and are you ultimately secure there. So doesn't keep me up personally for the users of Arbitrum, but as an industry, I do agree that it's and one that cares deeply about Ethereum. I think it is something that is very, very scary, and I'm personally concerned about, and hope that we can solve soon.
Gotcha. Maybe as a final question, because we now have to wrap up our panel, but for all our panelists, what is kind of like the one major objective or milestone that you'd like to see your rollup kind of achieve this year? Let's start with Scroll first.
I think like for the Scroll is like so one milestone is like I think the next will be bringing like using the 4442 continue to reduce the reduce the cost on the Scroll, and then the second thing is like we are working on to bring the more security features, as I think Steven said, we take the security first approaches. So we're trying to build a multi-prover approach that we are bringing one more SGX prover that's going to test alongside with the ZK proof, and then after that we can working on towards the decentralization. I think it will be important things for the layer 2. I think we are starting from the prover to be having it decentralized, and then moving up to the sequencer.
That's a lot to look forward to this year. Mantle, go ahead.
Probably not only this year, but I think that.
Yeah, I think building a rollup is hard. There's many different objectives. So I could speak myself personally. I would love to see more standardization around fork choice rule when dealing with off-chain DA. Mainly, how does a rollup decide whether data is maybe made available to the L1 and what state would you consider canonical, and kind of how this actually resolved at the L1 level, because there's a lot of ambiguity right now.
I'll say performance and costs are going to be dramatically improved in StarkNet. I would love to say more about what we're expecting this year, but I'm not going to spill the beans. Do go 425 to Coral Stage, and you'll hear what I mean.
I would say two things are, one, developer experience, which ultimately leads to better user experience. So Arbitrum Stylus I mentioned, I'm hopeful that hits mainnets of many Arbitrum chains this year. And I'm pretty optimistic about that. And the second one is also continuing on the security and decentralization points. So Vitalik has this sort of 3-point rubric, 0, 1, 2, where Arbitrum is leading a general purpose platform today as a layer 1, as a 1. It doesn't sound too exciting. You say we're number 1, but most are in 0, so it's pretty exciting. But I'd like to see that go from 1 to 2, and also see things like Arbitrum Bold deployed to mainnet, which opens up validation for everyone. Security again is critical, and I'm happy with where we are, but there's still ways to go.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much to the panelists, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Christine. Another round of applause for Christine. That was really awesome. I mean, doing a presentation and then bringing on a smart group of people to chat about it is no easy task, and she was awesome at it. All right, who do we have next? How's everyone holding up, number 1? Yeah? Aren't these fun? This is a really great day to be here, so kudos on being here. Okay, next we're going to be talking to Sam Kazmian. Sam Kazmian, he is from Frax. It is a settlement roundup, or settlement roll-up, sorry. It's a settlement roll-up, and it's called Frax, and he's going to tell us all about it. He started it last year. He is from Las Vegas, and he is just a joy to talk to, so I think he's going to be fantastic. Thank you, Sam.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So I'm Sam from Frax. I think a lot of people might know Frax started out as a stablecoin and grew a lot to an LSD platform with Frax Ether and a lot of DeFi stuff. So the past year, we've been working on a new modular rollup, and I'm really excited to talk about it and show you what we think about the new era of modular L2 innovation. So I always love to start with this tweet because it's actually really, really good and describes exactly the situation coming up. And this is a tweet by John Charbonneau, if you guys know who he is, great writer on L2s. And the basic idea is chains are the new smart contracts, right? And this is basically the actual life cycle of an app, which it starts out at the yellow square and it says app on a general purpose chain wants more customizability, launches an app chain to capture block space. And the app chain goes really well, and the app chain says that now it's a general purpose chain and wants developers to build on it, and all these apps come to the app chain, and there's a lot of really big apps. One of the really big apps says, oh, I'm a really huge app. Oh, I know what to do. I want to capture my own block space. I want to launch an app chain. They launch an app chain, and then you start over, right? And so one of the main things that we thought of is this is going to happen thousands and thousands of times in the next 2 to 3 years, right? In the era of L2 innovation, this is how the life cycle of apps go. And so what we thought is we looked around the industry and we said a lot of this stuff kind of looks fairly similar. There's a lot of very, very talented teams building L2 frameworks, just like everyone up here from StarkNet, from Scroll, Polygon, Arbitrum, Superchain from Optimism, and we thought, we're not going to actually compete with that. That's not what we do. We're not actually people building a framework for rollups. What we want to do is we want to actually have the largest settlement layer for an L2. So when we decided to build Fractal, we actually named it after Fractal. So the idea is that everyone can build on top and under and above the Fractal rollup. And what Fractal actually is it's a modular rollup. The execution environment is OpStack, and it's superchain compatible. Everyone loves the superchain. I think the next panel will tell you all about how good the superchain is. And there's a settlement layer and module so that applications can build L3s, app chains, or rollups using any of the other stacks. Right now, obviously, if you use OpStack, you can be an L3 on Fractal. The idea is to increase the actual modularity so that anyone building anything, whether it's Arbitrum chains, ZK Sync Hyperchain, Polygon ZK EVM, Starkware, everyone can eventually settle. And then the data availability is not something new that we've built, but it actually is data availability to multiple places. We'll actually push the data from Fractal to multiple locations, which is a first, instead of just picking some favorite or something like that. So when you settle on Fractal, you get a lot of security. And so this is a screenshot from Conduit, which is a leading rollup as a service provider. And the reason I like to show this is that it really illustrates where the battlefields kind of are in the coming L2 era and the modular blockchain era, right? There's the framework layer, right, which we kind of had people talking about with Scroll, Starkware, Arbitrum, and everyone. And there's the settlement layer, right, which is where the value actually gets settled, and then the DA layer, right? And the most important thing for us as Frax is we're money people. We're mechanism design people. We're not building a new framework to tell you to use something else over this. We're not building a new data availability layer. We're not saying we have a better DAS algorithm or something like that. We want anyone to pick any kind of actual framework that they want and then have the choice of settling on Fractal. And then the next question kind of that we came up with is, well, people will say, why Fractal, right? Sure, Frax is one of the biggest DeFi platforms. We have yield in RWAs, we have SFrax, we have a good LSD, but why would people actually want to settle on Fractal itself? Well, one of the things we designed is the Ethereum EIP 1559 reimagined and flipped upside down. The idea behind this is we call it block space incentives, and we'll call it FLOCs for short. And the idea is that if your contracts are popular, whether they're NFTs, whether they're routers, AMMs, whether they're L3 contracts that push state and settle on Fractal, whatever they are, you'll actually get rewarded Fractal points based on the amount of popularity, the amount of gas, and the amount of state that actually settles on Fractal. And these are block by block incentives. They're not airdrops. They're not quarterly things. They're straight yield in Fractal points. And this is kind of the way that I like to explain it, is that there's block by block mechanism for actually rewarding people rather than just trying to burn ETH, right? Instead of actually capturing value in order to bootstrap the network and distribute points, everyone that actually builds something that uses block space should be incentivized, especially settlement, especially assets. And another thing that we have in the block space incentives is something we call asset availability sampling, which is a play on words of DAS, which means there's a list of assets, and if your token is in the list of assets, so if you're an application on Fractal or you're an L3, and you actually hold these assets on the chain, random blocks are sampled, and if your address actually has these tokens, you actually earn Fractal points. So the best place to actually hold assets stochastically is just on Fractal, on L3 contracts, on Fractal, or anywhere else, because you actually earn Fractal points based on the assets that you have if they're in this asset availability sampling list. And this is a unique way that we've reimagined how to actually incentivize people to slowly bring value, slowly store value, slowly bring stable coins, LSDs and everything, and build on Fractal and make the block space very valuable. And so, as I was saying, Fractal's execution environment is a Op Superchain compatible execution environment. We're big fans of Optimism. We work closely with the Optimism team. And again, the point with Fractal and what we're trying to do is be a settlement layer and a settlement black hole. So we're not trying to tell you what to build in terms of framework used or any of the data availability solutions. We want to actually give you the most amount of utility, the best interoperability, and also incentives to actually come here. When all things considered, you get all the utility and extra incentives for actually bringing assets and using the block space. So Fractal is indeed a super chain, and we have a lot of good relationships, and we're building stuff with Optimism. And so Fractal will be here in the Superchain developer console and everything that Optimism offers. And I think the next actual panel will talk about all about the Superchain and the positives of it. And this is part of the reason why we call Fractal a fractal rollup, because you can build on top of it as an app, you can build under it as an L3, you can build over it, you can do whatever you want in terms of building anywhere on the Fractal, essentially, right? And the idea behind it is we're not opinionated on what framework rollups want to use. We're not opinionated on anything other than bringing assets, yielding assets to the chain and having it be a very big hub for settlement, for value, and making the state of Fractal, the Fractal mainnet state, extremely valuable and composable. And lastly, just like more of a high-level thing, a lot of people in the audience probably recognize Frax. We've been around, we've seen cycles, we've seen a lot of stuff. We've survived, continued to ship, and so we're very, very long-term oriented. And so working with us, I think a lot of people that have heard of Frax know that we think very, very long-term. And so this is why we're building this not as an app chain, but as a philosophy of what we want to see as an L2. So we think very, very long-term. We think in multiple cycles. A lot of things that are being built right now, they won't last. A lot of things being built that are by long-term people, they will, like the roll-up frameworks. And we want to make sure people know that we're one of the people that actually will stay thinking in decades and very, very long-term, in multiple cycles. And this is kind of more of a macroeconomic slide, and people that know Frax and DeFi were money people and mechanism design people. And so this is kind of a cool idea that Fractal is the first M2 chain, not an L2 chain. And for people that aren't in economics, basically, M1 is the raw money, right? It's not hypothecated money. It's, for example, it's just Bitcoin. It's just Ethereum or coins, notes, and bills, not hypothecated by banks. M2, you can kind of think of it as one layer of additional risk, but good yield on top of that rehypothecated layer, right? Things like money market funds, things like bank savings accounts, right? Things like staked Ethereum, things like Frax Ethereum, things like wrapped Bitcoin that hypothecate one additional layer. We like to think of Fractal as an M2 layer because we want to capture all of the value of the M2 supply and settle as much of the M2 supply as possible. We're not trying to be fixed supply money. We think ETH is money. I think Bitcoin is money. And what we want to do is make the Fractal mainnet state as valuable as possible. And if we're lucky and everything works out and execute properly, in the end, everything should look something like this in terms of interoperability with the Fractal vision. Fractal scaling, right? And lastly, if this vision is interesting to you, you can already add your project to the repo. You can start building before deploying and check out fracscan.com. Like we said, the execution environment is OpStack Superchain. Etherscan's already deployed their block explorer, and you can try it out and see everything and how it goes. And thank you, everyone. That's it. And connect with us.
Thank you, Sam. That was awesome. I think you take that with you over there. Okay, we're going to be moving, zipping along. Next, we've got, gosh, some pretty special people. We've got Jesse Pollock from Base. I know, right? We've got Tess Reinerson from OP Labs. And we've got Zach Guzman from Coinage, which I just learned is a crypto media outlet that's backed by Netflix. I think that's what he said, Netflix? Yeah, he'll be moderating, and they're gonna be talking about, well, this is the title. I don't know exactly what they'll be talking about, but here's the title: The Optimistic Case for How the Superchain Scales Crypto. Maybe talking about the OP stack, right? They call themselves Superchain? I think that's what it is. Anyway, come on down and give them a warm welcome. Good job, kill it, kill it. That was zippy?
That was great.
You're keeping it.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday.
Is it Friday already, Jesse?
No, it's Thursday.
Okay, good.
But
Just
it's
making
Friday
sure.
energy. It's giving Friday energy for sure.
It's Friday in Denver, ladies and gents. All right, sweet. I think we've got a pretty good panel here. Obviously, I don't think either one of these builders need introductions, but we'll start with them anyways. I don't see why not. We got Jesse Pollock and, of course, Tess Reinerson here. Two of the biggest projects right now scaling on Ethereum. I don't need to tell you more. Jesse and Tess will. Jesse, let's talk first for people maybe who didn't hear about the superchain, don't understand how important the superchain is. Start with what it is for that maybe 5% of people who don't know all about it.
Awesome. Hey, everyone, I'm Jesse. I created Base. Base is an Ethereum L2 incubated by Coinbase, and we are building as part of the Superchain. Superchain, you can kind of think about it like a big group of chains that have decided to come together and create something bigger than any one of them alone. And we're doing that by building on a shared technology stack that's open source and accessible to everyone. That's the OP stack. We're doing that by opting into shared security models with some things like the Security Council. And then we're doing that by actually creating technical interoperability between all of the chains so that they can actually more seamlessly transact. And then the last piece is we're building a bunch of governance and financial infrastructure that basically funds those chains and the developers that are building on those chains to make it so they can build more cool stuff on chain. So that's what Base is, and that's what the Superchain is.
That was pretty concise. That was very good. That's a good way to start, Jesse. I like that off the bat. Tess, when we think about the title of this one, this is called The Optimistic Case for How the Superchain Scales Crypto. So there's a lot to unpack there, both optimism's role in that, I suppose, and also how we scale crypto. So why don't we just talk a little bit about your guys' strategy to do that by building on the OP stack?
Yeah, absolutely. So hi, I'm Tess. I'm head of product at OP Labs. We work on the OP stack, we work on Optimism, we work on OP mainnet, we work on the software that powers the superchain and the chains in it like Base. And we are trying to make crypto more accessible, cheaper, scalable, give people more use cases with it. And so the superchain is obviously a really big part of that. One thing that's coming up that I'm sure lots of folks in the Ethereum space are talking about is Dencun and 4844, which is going to be huge. EIP 4844 is actually created in conjunction with the Base team, so that's one reason why we're really excited about it. But the other reason we're excited about it is that it is going to lower transaction fees on L2s really, really dramatically. And I think there's been like a little bit of hesitation to give like exact numbers on that, just because we don't really know what demand will look like. But if the traffic stays the same, from what we've seen historically or recently, we actually think transaction fees are going to go down like 97, 98%. So yeah, like tenths of a cent.
Mathematically speaking, I believe that number is a lot.
Yeah.
Jesse.
That's the technical term. Exactly.
But I mean, all of that matters because we are seeing, I know, Jesse, your big thing is building on chain, right? And we are seeing a lot more of that now, and obviously the cost wouldn't necessarily matter if the use cases weren't there, but there are so many right now as part of the superchain. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about, specifically Base, but also everything else within the superchain ecosystem and what you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the last, Base has only been live for 6 months, which kind of blows my mind every day. We actually announced the testnet last year at ETHDenver. But in the last 6 months, I think on Base, but on the superchain more broadly, we started to see the real rise of consumer apps. And these range from things like Farcaster, where people are doing on-chain social, and you actually have a real organic feed starting to develop with in-feed apps called Frames, many of which are built on Base right now. That's been really exciting. We've seen things like Blackbird, that's now in more than 100 restaurants around in New York, expanding to San Francisco and the Bay Area soon, targeting 2,000 restaurants by the end of the year, all built on chain. We're seeing collaborative art projects like Base Paint, where people all over the world are coming together to create art and then sell that art and earn money from doing it. And so I think just in the last really 6 months, what's happened is we finally have fees that are in a low enough place to enable this innovation. Then we have wallet experiences that are easy enough that people can actually use the apps that are being built. And then I think we're also finally starting to have a real sense of identity on chain and a social graph, which then connects those things together in a way that can let things go viral. And so we've been saying for a long time that those were the 3 missing pieces: lower fees, better wallets, and better identity. And now for the first time, they're actually all here. And I think what that's meaning is that we're going to see the next, or we are seeing the next wave of applications that are going to bring millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions of people on chain.
I was waiting for you to also maybe shill Coinage as another project that was built on Base as, a community-owned media outlet. But we are also on Base. And I answer,
Woo, Coinage!
Yeah, Coinage, baby. Colorado co-ops. I'll talk about that later. I don't need to show my stuff. But I am talking about it because it's part of the retroactive goods funding that is core, I think, to what you guys are doing at Superchain, which I think is really cool, just in terms of aligned incentives. So Tess, maybe talk a little bit more about kind of how you've been supporting creators building on the superchain, what you've seen thus far, and then what's to come.
Yeah, absolutely. So a big part of the, is this in the right place? I can't tell. A big part of the Optimism vision is around public goods funding and really reinvesting in, not only the infrastructure that powers Optimism and powers the chains in the superchain, but also just funding everyone who's contributing to the ecosystem, giving back. So a big piece of that is definitely creators. We have distributed, I think over hundreds of millions of OP tokens to creators across the superchain. So it's not just on OP mainnet, it's also on Base, it's on Zora. We really want to give back to the people who are making the ecosystem so vibrant and so much fun.
And I think this is one of the really remarkable things about what Optimism's done. If you think about where Optimism was a year and a half ago, Optimism was an L2. We all thought, oh, Optimism, it's that L2. They're going to try and compete with other L2s and win market share there. And then over the last year, Optimism's basically transformed. And now Optimism is much bigger than a single L2. There's that thing that used to be called Optimism, which is now called OP Mainnet, which is an L2. But Optimism has expanded its definition into the superchain. And that includes Base, it includes Zora, it includes WorldCoin, it includes Farcaster, it includes all of these people who are building incredible applications, either on general purpose L2s or dedicated L2s that they're starting to spin up. And alongside making that shift for what Optimism is, they've also shifted what they're funding. And so whereas the first few rounds of retroactive public goods funding were focused specifically on OP Mainnet, this most recent one was across all of the superchain. And that means that in the last 6 months, in 6 months of people building on Base, Optimism has given 15 million OP tokens retroactively to Base builders. And today that's about $45 million. And so sometimes people ask us,
I think that's
right,
big.
go Optimism. Sometimes people ask us, how should we think about building on Base? Do you guys have grants? And yes, we have fast grants programs. You can get, fast grants if you ship impactful things on Base. But I think the ethos that we've really tried to instill with builders is if you build on Base, you will be rewarded. And the reason we have been able to instill that ethos is because Optimism is creating a funding model that works for Base, that works for Zora, that works for other chains, where when people make an impact on the ecosystem, they make an impact on Base, they make an impact on the superchain, they get rewarded. And I think that feedback loop of do good things that make an impact and then get rewarded is the feedback loop that we need more of, because we need less of this feedback loop of get paid and then maybe don't contribute.
One question on that too, because I think around aligned incentives, like the fact that you guys are bringing in builders who are all aligned, and again, the OP token is the token here. Base doesn't have a token.
Totally.
And it's been interesting to kind of watch that play out. I think, you know, it's been, are they going to have a token? Can we rule out that Base will never have a token?
No change. There's no plans for a token on Base. And
you heard it there.
You know, I think one of the things that's been really powerful about not having a token on Base is it's kind of like forced us to do things the hard way.
Yeah.
You know, today actually Base crossed $1 billion of TVL. That's completely unincentivized, completely inorganic in 6 months. I don't think there are other examples of people doing that. And the reason why I think we've been able to accomplish that is because without the token kind of looming over us, we've had to say, okay, what can we do to support builders on our merits? How do we get them more distribution? How do we give them better tools? How do we get them in front of other builders so that they can actually collaborate and do more together than if they were alone? And I think that forcing function and that kind of rigor that it's driven with us has been hugely valuable. And then, of course, we've had Optimism getting our back and saying, hey, we know Base doesn't have a token, but if you build on Base, you will be rewarded. And I think that combination of creating an environment where Base is earning builders on the merits, and then Optimism is continually showing up to fund builders who contribute impact is basically unbeatable. And one of the things that gets me really excited about it is it's not like this is a one-off. Optimism has, what, like 800 million OP tokens that are already set aside to be allocated to builders through retroactive public goods funding. So if you build on Base, or you build on Zora, or you build on OP Mainnet, 6 months from now we will go through the same process that we just went through. And if you had an impact, you will get a large chunk of OP tokens, and you will be rewarded for building on Base.
I think you said rewarded like 27 different times there. So I think people know now. Now they know. And I will say, I learned it too. And Tess, you were talking about it. You mentioned the chains that you could be building on. It was even retroactive for people who built on ETH too. Yeah. It was. Totally. I mean, let's give that a shout out as well, because it wasn't even like you have to do this. It's just people who are building for the Ethereum ecosystem.
Yeah. And it's not. I mean, like it's not just Base builders getting rewarded, right? It's across the superchain, and it's not just Optimism funding this through RPGF or through airdrops. And by the way, Jesse mentioned 800 million OP tokens for RPGF. It's also 800 million OP tokens for airdrops, right? And like the last airdrop we did was specifically for creators on Base and Zora. Again, people who are really contributing to that ecosystem. But yeah, I mean, people who are contributing to chains beyond Base and OP Mainnet, I think are also getting a lot of rewards that go beyond, RPGF. Zora just announced that they paid out $100 million to creators in like sequencer revenue, giving that back to the people who are creating their ecosystem.
Yeah.
And that was last month.
It's not sequencer revenue. It's protocol fees. It's from their protocol. But yes.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah.
Very excited about that.
Well, let's talk about, I guess, obviously there are a lot of options in scaling Ethereum, and as we said, there's more creators building on chain, which is great. But when it comes to, I guess, the amount of different options on the table, how do you guys look at that in, I guess, all the different, right now, ways to scale Ethereum? Is there ever going to be too many ways to scale Ethereum? Could it even be that there would be too many ways to scale Ethereum?
I think that what's happening right now is we're kind of seeing a Cambrian explosion of people trying a bunch of different technology paths, figuring out, okay, we have this incredible foundation. Now, how do we build the next layer on top of it that lets us bring that not just to millions of people, but billions of people? And whenever you have that sort of kind of Cambrian explosion of innovation, you have massive expansion. And I think that's kind of where we've been for the last few years. My sense is that what we're going to see over the next few years is we're going to see some natural consolidation. And I think this is candidly what's happening with the OP stack and Optimism and Base. Like, Base didn't say, hey, we're going to go and try and build a bunch of new technology. That's going to be proprietary, and that's going to be the solution. Instead, what we said is, we're going to build on open source technology, become the second core developer, and make it so whatever we build everyone else can benefit from.
Yep.
And then where we're going to focus our energies is running a go-to-market and supporting builders and building a culture. And I think that that's been hugely successful. And if you like kind of think about what's happening in the ecosystem right now, I think Base has kind of established itself as the market leader where people are building new consumer products. And I think what we will likely see in the next few years is that more people take that strategy, where they take the technology stack like the OP stack, and they say, hey, let's contribute to this thing. Let's bring our unique value. Maybe that's distribution, maybe that's culture, and let's build something that's bigger than just technology, but it actually looks a lot more like a society and when we bring it all together.
Yeah. And I think, like you said, there is some amount of consolidation, but it's consolidation that leads back into diversification, but like more aligned diversification, right?
Totally.
So one thing that's really important to Optimism and the way that we're working to scale is our multi-proof roadmap. So this idea that, we don't want to just have one single proof securing everything. We want to actually have a range of different implementations, both of the optimistic proof, but then also, or the fault proof, but then also having ZK validity proofs and things like that. And so we're working with teams across the Optimism ecosystem to build all of these different implementations of the proof system. So again, like there is kind of a realignment and a consolidation around some of these approaches, but at the same time, it's also about exploring some of these different approaches and directions, but in a way that comes together and drives us towards something together.
Yeah, it's been so cool. I mean, people oftentimes are like, so is Base going to be forever an optimistic roll-up? And I'm like, that's where we're starting, but if you look at what's happening on Optimism right now, we have probably the 3 best ZK teams who are building general purpose ZK VMs, not ZK EVMs, but RISC-0, Succinct, and O1 Labs, all working on building OP stack proofs. And so what that means is it means that sometime in the next year or so, we're going to be able to take these market-leading teams and the technology they've built, and we're going to be able to roll out proofs that are validity proofs for OP mainnet and Base and the entire superchain, and we're going to have the best of all these worlds. And I think that is really only possible because of the culture and approach that Optimism has taken around saying, hey, we're not going to try and do this all ourselves. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to build governance infrastructure and we're going to build funding infrastructure that brings in the best talent to contribute to one shared open source framework that everyone can use.
No, I think again, it's really cool. And as creators have looked at this, at Coinage, we kind of the first to put NFTs, token gated content on chain. And there were some people, even though it was free, there were some people who was like, I don't know about gas. And now as we're talking about scaling Ethereum, there are so many different possibilities that become real and legit almost overnight. You're talking about frames on Farcaster.
Totally.
We got like maybe 4 minutes left, but I don't know if there's another thing, Tess, that you would want to shout out as kind of like, we've arrived in the way that this is possible now.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I feel like, so I've been working in crypto for 9 years, which is kind of unbelievable when I say that aloud. And actually, this is going to be a tangent, an anecdote, but Jesse was a big factor in me getting into crypto. I was like sort of thinking about going to work for this, it was a Bitcoin API company at the time, but I wasn't really sure about this whole crypto thing. I wasn't really sure about this Bitcoin thing. And then Jesse and I happened to sit next to each other on a 4-hour bus ride, and he talked about Bitcoin the whole time. And by the time I got off that bus, I was in. I was ready to go. And obviously, like a lot has happened and changed in that time. I mean, even at that time, like Ethereum hadn't launched. That's sort of the era that we were in. And for a long time, like every year or two, I'd be like, maybe someone will actually like build something with this stuff at some point. And for a long time, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to give it like one more year, and I'm going to see what happens. And this has really been the year for the first time where I'm not saying it's one more year.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is the year. Like, it's happening.
That's bullish, everyone. If Tess is saying that,
I know.
I've been
You
saying,
were the one who had to,
I've been saying this is the year for like 4 years. So like at this point, you got to discount me. But I honestly do think that this is the year. like last year we tried to do, we did on-chain summer. I hope some of you participated in that. The whole idea was like, let's figure out how to get people from never having done anything on crypto to doing something on-chain in less than 60 seconds. We gave it our best shot. It was awesome. I think all the crypto people loved it.
Yeah.
But the reality is that where we were from a usability perspective was it wasn't good enough. And we had billboards up and wheat paste, and people would try and do it, and it would take them 10 minutes, and they would just churn. This summer, and we're running on-chain summer again. So if you are a builder, yeah, let's go.
Back.
If you're a builder and you have cool stuff that you are building on-chain, get it ready for this summer because we're going to be getting it in front of literally tens or hundreds of millions of people. And the difference this time is that the technology has matured. We're going to have 10 to 100 times cheaper fees.
Yep.
We're going to have much better wallets. For instance, Coinbase today launched a wallet where you can go from never having a crypto wallet to having a fully powered smart wallet controlled by a passkey in less than 10 seconds with no app and no extension that any developer automatically gets out of the box if they've integrated Rainbow Kit.
Yeah.
That launched today. And what that means is it means that this summer, when we have more media on-chain, when we have more food on-chain, when we have concerts on-chain, when we have games on-chain, when we have our savings on-chain, when we have literally everything on-chain, it's going to reach hundreds of millions of people. And so this is the year.
This is the year. It's always the year. But no, this is actually the year. And Tess, you can take us home. Jesse got you to get into crypto when you were on the bus for 4 hours. You got 45 seconds-ish to get everybody who's not, you're at ETHDenver, so you're probably already on the bus.
Yeah, you guys are on the bus.
But what do you have to
You've been
look
on the
forward
bus.
to? Tell us again on where we
Yeah,
are.
I mean, I think this is the year. We're seeing real use cases. We're seeing people who, are in it for the new and novel things you can do. We talk now about having fun on chain, right? 2 years ago, we were not having fun on chain.
Yeah, no fun.
I mean, people were doing things on chain, but it wasn't that much fun. So.
Well, I'm
This
super
is the
stoked
year.
to see what's possible now. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the Super Chain. Shout out to you, Jesse and Tess. Thank you again. Everybody, Jesse Pollack from Coinbase, from Base, call it
From
Base. Tess van Neersen, OP Labs. Thank you guys.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you.
And Tess and Zach. That was awesome. Thank you so much. All right, who do we have next? We have a powerful female CEO coming out now. She's a co-founder and CEO of Teller. They are an oracle. She's going to tell you all about it. The name of her talk is Data Availability, Speed, and Accuracy in a Multi-Chain World. What? That's kind of spicy, right? Multi-chain here at ETHDenver? Let's see. Welcome, Brenda.
guys have a schedule, so this will work. Okay. I'm so sorry about that. We could, yeah. Different table? No. Save. This one. Oh. I'm serious. If I go back to the other screen, I can just do it without the slides, and we can just do the slides, no slide.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just see my presentation here and guide my.
Yeah, something's tripping out.
Okay, yeah, let's not trip everything. Okay, I'm so sorry. So like, yeah, no worries. Hi, everybody. Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Okay. Finally on. I guess this happens to everyone all the time, so I'm going to have to do my talk without the slides, and that's okay. So when you walk away from my talk, I want you to remember these three main things. The very first one is that we can shrink the scalability trilemma, but we cannot escape it. The number two thing, or 2 and 3 things that you should remember is that we are scaling, and we're scaling in 2 very different ways that maybe we didn't foresee a while ago. We're scaling through specialization and through diversification. And if you guys don't remember anything about my talk and don't get to see any of my slides, at least remember that. And for the last few years, everybody has been very focused on scalability and privacy research, and that has led us to improvements, really big improvements on bridging data. And with that, basically the ETH killer narrative has died, right? Because we've been dreaming of this world where we take over the world and decentralize it, either using DeFi, bringing DeFi to the masses, banking the unbanked, but more than anything, bringing competition to governments, true competition to governments, so that they behave, or hopefully in the hopes that they behave, that they become less corrupt or allow people more freedoms. So we're not going to accomplish that at 12 transactions per second on Ethereum. So we have to scale. And the ETH narrative, even though it's dead, it did serve its purpose, which was competition. Because everybody was so focused on killing ETH, I guess, everybody started developing their own decentralized ecosystems. And now we have Polkadot, we have Cosmos, we have Avalanche, and we have a diversification of the ecosystem that we didn't expect to actually be able to embrace. And now that we're here, everybody is basically moving towards building their own app chains. So diversification served its purpose in that way. And in this multi-chain environment, the one thing that we haven't been able to escape is the fact that whether you're talking about, building a dApp chain or an app chain that is, follows a modular or a monolithic design, is that you're still going to end up using oracles. In the current context and how we've been using, how we've been building everything, the design has always been modular for integrations of oracles. And that is beginning to change now that we're specializing. Some dApps and some projects like DYDX, they built their own dApp and they decided to include their Oracle within their own validators. And the one thing that I would just caution when you go and do this is that when you increase the requirements for the validators, you're still going to have to choose, in the trilemma, you're increasing the requirements, so that should eventually lead to less nodes and more centralization. And that's okay. Like, not everybody wants to be super extra decentralized, and that is okay. It's just a conscious choice that you do have to make. And oracles, for better or worse, whether you choose one type of architecture or another, are still going to be part of it, and they have been modular this whole time. And now we have to really start thinking about how we actually want to grow that into the space, not just because we needed to continue to experiment, but because there are some very real regulatory risks. In the last year, I went through some, I think Rect and CCN, they put out like all the different mishaps and hacks that have happened through the year. I went through 77 of them, and I got tired of seeing basically the same mistakes over and over again. Either bad implementations of an Oracle, or literally just bad private key mismanagement on bridges. And this is just ammunition for regulators to ultimately come and attempt to basically kill an industry that is at the experimentation phase. And that would be, one, it would be a shame. But two, all of us, I think, when I first started my journey in Ethereum, I thought I was so late to the system. I was so late, I was not going to be able to contribute in any way. All the hard problems were already solved. And that was in 2018. And then, that's in 2018. It's like Bitcoin kind of hooked me in. Ethereum and smart contracts really would you. And you're like, oh my God, how cool would it be that I can, deploy something on chain and make this contract do all of these cool things. And then, 6 years later, when you're paying a bunch of really high gas fees, you go back to the drawing board and you're like, maybe this is not the way that, I'm going to be able to scale my own protocol. So then you go back to the beginning. So Bitcoin is basically the first app chain, right? All it does is, it's a ledger. It's the first app chain. So now after going all around and getting into the space through Ethereum, we're going back to the drawing board and thinking, how am I going to do this in a more efficient way? And that's because you pay a bunch of gas prices. And then once you start going into the weeds of how to actually build your own blockchain, then you start really going into research mode. And then you realize 6 years later that I feel like now that in 2018, when I felt that I was so late into the space, I was actually way too early. And now in 2024, I still feel like I'm too early, because now that I'm digging into everything, I'm like, there are so many things that we have not yet figured out. But one thing that I have seen as the space grows is we were so focused on just dethroning Ethereum that we ended up building something completely different that achieved the same goal, which was decentralization, and through diversification and specialization. And no matter what you're building, like if whatever chain you decide to build, there are some considerations that you're going to have to take when you're actually building this. The number one is when you're actually building a dApp chain or an app chain, whatever you guys want to call it, security and gas prices. You generally go and build your own thing because you want to maybe decrease gas prices and maybe some more other efficiencies. Maybe you want to be faster. But ultimately, having lower gas costs means that the cost to attack your network is lower as well. So I don't know if you guys saw the Levana protocol hack that happened, I think in late December or January of this year. And what ended up happening to them, they went to an app chain, and I think it's called Omega. I forget the name of the actual chain. But the way that their protocol was attacked was by DDoSing the actual chain. And so they couldn't get any updates on their Oracle system. So similar to what happened on Black Thursday, when ETH prices and gas prices just skyrocketed, and then nobody could update their oracles, and then there was a bunch of liquidations triggered. That was actually something that didn't happen, in my opinion, purposefully. It just happened. But now that we're moving into these adaptions, that we're making it cheaper for people to attack the chains and through protocols through the chains, it's a risk that we have to start taking into consideration, and we have to be very mindful of how we build when that is a known risk. Because in the past, that was a mistake, that was an error, that was, I don't know, a mishap. But now it's purposeful. Now people have the recipe, and it is the first one to experience it, but it's not going to be the last, especially since we're all moving to building to. I'm trying to keep my time. I'm sorry, guys. Since we're all building. And going back to, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place because my presentation was supposed to be sort of a guide, but anyway. I'm going to go back to just, being in the space and talking about the resilience that we have built and that all of you guys bring into the system. We have been working really hard for many, many years, and many, many smart people are working really hard problems. But at the end of the day, what we're building is a consciousness of humanity that lets people know that value is created by people. That is the biggest contribution that crypto is making currently. It's not the technology, which is also really cool, because it allows us to do that, but the fact that that fact can sink in through meme coins. I mean, meme coins have value. I mean, just when people realize this, that's going to make a shift in consciousness in terms of your government. It's like, you know what, you're corrupt. We have a vehicle to be able to change that, or to be able to force you to change. And the tech is amazing, and I subscribe to it. I love being in the weeds of it. But ultimately, it's not the tech that's making the biggest impact, but the way that we change how people think and behave in the future. Because I'm going to go through my last slide. So crypto is allowing people to realize governments can't grant value that people do, and governments are realizing through crypto that they can be forked, and that is the strength of what we are providing and we're building right now. I thought I was too late to contribute in 2018, and now in 2024, I think I am too early, and so are you. But all of our collective intelligence is what keeps pushing the industry forward and keeps pushing the boundaries and keep making this type of improvements a reality. So I don't know, I leave you with that thought, and thank you for coming to my talk and being patient with my computer and problems. So.
That was so good. Stop. That was so good.
Hey, thanks for rolling with the punches there. Sorry about that. So sorry.
All right, I think that's working now. Great, we're gonna take a little break. So go to the bathroom, get a drink, whatever you need to do. And then we're gonna be back for a fireside chat with Commissioner Hester Peirce. Oh my God, you guys, this is so exciting. And she's going to be here with Mackenzie Sigalos from CNBC. So it's a really big one, you don't wanna miss it. Take your break now and be back in 5 minutes. Hello, hello, we're back again. I hope everyone got a break. Did you get a break? Did you go to the bathroom? Did you get a drink? I hope so, because you're gonna wanna stay in your seats for this one. It is Mackenzie Sigalos, and she is from CNBC, and she's going to be chatting, having a little fireside chat with Commissioner Hester Peirce of the SEC. This is the content you're here for, people. This is a big deal. And they're going to be talking about what's America's crypto future. We all want to know, right? The Americans in the room, we want to know. So we're going to find out right now. Big hand for Commissioner Peirce and Mackenzie Sigalos.
Hey guys, I'm Mac. Welcome, Commissioner Peirce. It's so nice to have you here. Everyone is thrilled to welcome you to Denver.
Mackenzie. Hello, ETHDenver. Great to be here. Thank you for having me.
And you know, part of that has to do with the fact that people see you as, you know, the friendliest and staunchest ally of the crypto community when it comes to US regulators. And I will say this, I mean, I feel like in this room, the SEC is enemy number one. And I think that people feel like you are the exception to the rule. I don't know how lonely it feels over at the SEC for you. But my question is, you know, it's historically been this tenuous relationship between the agency and the crypto ecosystem. To you, where does that relationship stand today? Is it still pretty tense, or do you think it's getting better? Like, how is the SEC doing in terms of its relationship to the sector?
Well, let me start by giving you my disclaimer, which is that my views are my own views as a commissioner, not necessarily those of the SEC or my fellow commissioners. It's fractured. It's definitely fractured, and it's sitting inside the SEC. It's very frustrating for me to see that, because I don't think it has to be that way.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, a lot of people, there are 20,000 people who came into Denver for this conference. A lot of them are developers and builders and the coders who are really creating this industry. And I want to start with how the regulatory apparatus intersects with the people who are building these decentralized applications. And you know, the perfect example of this is the broker-dealer rule. And so earlier this month, at least as I read it, the SEC broadened out its definition of a dealer such that it seems to kind of encompass and ensnare DeFi within this new rule change. And so I think to a lot of the people who have come in, they're keen to understand how does this impact them, because they think of themselves as builders and coders, not as licensable brokers. So that's a scary change in terms of definitionally how they see themselves professionally.
No, I agree. It is troubling, and when we adopted that rule, I tried to understand, have the staff who were recommending the rule to us help me understand how does this apply to an AMM, for example. Who has to register? Everyone using it? The developers? Well, the developers probably not, was the answer I got. I don't like the probably piece of that. But you know, the whole concept of decentralization stands very much in contrast to what we're used to at the SEC, which is we have a centralized entity that we can grab hold of. And when you have just people working together and you have someone interacting with code instead of with a person or an entity, it's a real challenge for the SEC to figure out what to do with that.
Yeah, and another part of this, you know, this dealer rule that was just adopted is this redefinition of an exchange, which could potentially impact people who are building decentralized exchanges. And so to people in the room here who are, you know, coders and working on DEXs, what does this mean to them as you understand it?
So that rule is still out. It's been proposed, and then we put out another request for comment, which really filled out how it would apply in the crypto world. And as I read it, what it said is you better centralize, you better get out of the US, or if you don't want to do either of those, you can shut down. Those are your options. So let's hope that we get to a better place on adoption. But I'm really quite worried about where that rule is going to go.
Where are we on token safe harbor? Because it's, to those who aren't familiar with this, it's something that you conceived of back in 2020, I believe, this 3-year window where you would grant projects the opportunity to decentralize before the SEC would pursue action against them. It didn't get much traction internally within the SEC. Representative McHenry tried to fold it into a bill that, again, did not make it that far along. But it seems like a great idea. So, I mean, is there any hope of like potentially incorporating that into the apparatus in some capacity?
I mean, look, right now we're sort of in an enforcement only mode, really, other than some of these rulemakings that you mentioned that touch on crypto, though they're not really directed at crypto. But, I think with ideas like the token safe harbor, which really the idea is just, look, let's get some basic disclosure out there, and then let's allow projects time to get to that decentralization point. Ideas like that, which people are welcome to iterate on, and some people have already, we really need to work on those kinds of ideas and have them ready to go. I always say, well, maybe Chair Gensler will wake up tomorrow morning and have an epiphany, and we'll be in a different place. So we need to have ideas on the shelf ready to go when that happens.
The SEC has brought a number of enforcement actions against major players in the space. You've got Coinbase, Uniswap. Now, generally speaking, you have made the point that this heavy emphasis on enforcement is a mistake. When the SEC doubled its capacity on this front, you put a tweet out there that basically asked, why are we leading with enforcement in crypto? And my question to you is, what's the alternative at this point? I mean, there are no hard and fast rules coming from Congress, so what do you do?
Well, I mean, I think you don't go after people who are asking you for some clear rules around how to proceed in this space. I mean, obviously, I think everyone in this room knows that there are lots of fraudulent people people who are engaging in fraud in the name of crypto, and there may well be room for us in that area. We've brought a number of cases in that area, and that makes sense. But when you're talking about registration violations, because someone has touched a crypto asset, that we then come in years later and say, that is security. It seems pointless, because you're bringing a case against someone where there's no allegation that anyone was hurt, right? So this is just strictly about compliance with a registration obligation. And I'm not minimizing the importance of registration obligations, but if you're not willing to tell people what a security is, it just seems very unproductive to go in after the fact and just start picking people off for not having registered.
Now, you made the point a minute ago that you need to have proposals waiting in the wings in case Chair Gensler wakes up and has some sort of epiphany and changes his view on how he sees the space. I think many in this room would argue, these are not my words, that he's made it his mission to end crypto in some capacity. But my question is more about, how does the SEC get more comfortable with this sector? Does that come from a change of commissioners, of the chair, change in the White House where you have a turnover in priorities in terms of how they're staffing the SEC? And one note that I'm going to make here is that I know that Chair Gensler's term ends naturally in 2026, but typically what's been the case is that if you have a turnover in the White House that results in a party change, a chair will typically tender their resignation. Just noting that. But anyways, back to my original question, what does it take to change the tide at the SEC?
I really think it takes us sitting down and reminding ourselves of what our role is. And our role is not to necessarily even get comfortable with crypto. Our role is to say, hey, our job is to figure out where the securities laws are implicated, to try to help people get disclosure where there are securities, and then let people make their own decisions. It's not our job to tell people crypto good, crypto bad. Let's let the market decide. Let's let people decide. And I think it's really reminding ourselves of that core role that it will take. And I'm not terribly optimistic that's going to happen tomorrow, but we got to keep hoping.
Yeah. I feel like crypto has become this partisan issue in the United States when it really didn't need to be. So you've got Senator Warren, who is firmly in the camp that's anti-crypto, and then former President Trump has recently softened his stance on the crypto space, made some comments about Bitcoin that were seen as neutral to positive. And I guess my question is, how important is crypto going to be in terms of being a fixture in U.S. elections? We're headed into a major election cycle this year. Also, do you think it's troubling that it seems to be such a partisan issue nowadays?
Well, look, I think there are people on both sides of the aisle who feel strongly one way or the other. So I like us just, again, to take us back to what we are as an American people and what's important. And those principles are ones that people on both sides of the aisle, I think, can agree to, which is that we're a country about people making decisions for themselves and their families. They know best. They know their circumstances best. They know their limitations best and their strengths best. And it really isn't about the government coming in and telling you what you can do with your life. The government is supposed to work for the people, and that's a fundamental American principle. Risk-taking, right? We're supposed to be a country where people are willing to take risks, and I might not be comfortable with the risks you take, and you might not be comfortable with the risks I take, but we're supposed to be about letting those risks be taken so that we can move forward with innovation. If we all want to bubble wrap ourselves, it will be a much less interesting country, and I think very different from what we set out to be.
Yeah. In the last year, the SEC has lost a lot of court cases. I'm thinking about Grayscale. I'm thinking about Ripple. How is that going over internally? Are some people happy that a court intervened to kind of change the direction?
Well, again, I can only speak for myself and say, and I can't talk about any ongoing enforcement cases, but what I can say is look, the Grayscale case basically gave us the option of approving a Bitcoin exchange-traded product. And it's remarkable to me that it took a court to tell us that we had to do that. I started in 2018. That summer, we had our first Bitcoin exchange-traded product come before us as a commission. And I thought back then, which was quite a long time ago now, we should have said yes to it. And it took how many years? 6 years in a court to get us to a yes. And that just isn't, it's not how it should be, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, in the absence of a court ruling in favor of Grayscale, it seems like it wouldn't have made it to the finish line, these spot Bitcoin ETFs. And some people make the point that, you could have saved investors a lot of headaches in terms of having a safe vehicle to invest in the space that's, an established pathway, instead of going through a lot of these, the on and off ramps to crypto can be problematic. We've seen that in terms of security and issues in the last few years, and this could have been a safe alternative. But kind of staying on this issue of a spot ETF, so spot Bitcoin ETFs, we've seen a lot of flow since they were approved. Where are we on an Ether spot ETF?
Well, I'm going to use the lawyer's answer again and say it's under consideration at the SEC, so there's not a lot I can say on that, though I'm sure people here are interested in finding out what's going to happen.
Is it going to take more court intervention to get that one to the finish line?
Look, everything is a facts and circumstances determination. I think you all can go back and read the statements that came out at the time that the Bitcoin exchange-traded products were approved. I actually think I commend those to your reading. Commissioner Crenshaw's statement, I think, gave a real window into her thinking on crypto. And Chair Gensler's gave a window into his thinking. So I commend those to you to get a sense of sort of the world we're in right now.
Yeah. Now, I know that you can't get into the specifics of ongoing litigation, and Coinbase is still, at odds with you guys in the court system. But what I do want to ask you about is that there was this huge freak out yesterday, and Coinbase is characterizing what happened as an outage. What users saw was a lot of their account balances going to zero. And my question is there a regulatory role here for the SEC in terms of navigating that kind of crisis scenario?
Well, look, I think one thing people in this space should be aware of is if you come to us when something goes wrong and you say, where were you, why weren't you there? then what you're saying is we want you to be there, right? So you have to figure out what the balance is. Do you want us there or don't you want us there? And I think we as a country need to figure out when do we want a regulatory framework for something and when not. I sort of approach things as maybe evident, not concluding that regulation is always the answer. You can do a lot without the government being the one doing. Markets regulate, right? If markets regulate people's behavior, so you don't always need the government to step in. What drives me crazy is when people are like, government, stay out, stay out, stay out, and then something bad happens and they're like, government, why didn't you protect me? Why didn't you tell me not to invest in this? So, with freedom comes responsibility.
Yeah, and on that point, like you've spoken to the fact that with crypto companies leaving the US, they're doing that because there isn't any sort of established framework. There are no hard and fast rules. There's this concern about, facing litigation after the fact. And the issue that comes with firms decamping from the U.S. and operating elsewhere is that you still have U.S. users who are going to these platforms. But what they miss with that is like any sort of regulatory oversight where you can step in and provide more consumer protection. So it's kind of this like catch-22 almost.
Yeah, I think you're pointing out something really important, which is that some of the choices I think that the SEC has made are very strange from the perspective of people who favor regulation as a solution, because when you push entities away from the U.S., you're actually pushing them outside of the control or the reach of regulatory agencies in the U.S. So it's a little bit strange. And I think actually the regulatory approach we've taken is through enforcement is also strange, because if you really want to sort the bad behavior from the good behavior, having rules that are clear to people who want to follow them is a much better approach than doing this, parachute in later with enforcement.
One thing I will say is you have countries like Singapore, the UAE, the wider EU with MiCA, who have established through legislative bodies these hard and fast rules, but they're not really enforcing them. And what I will say for the SEC and the CFTC and other regulators here in the U.S. is that they're the top crypto cop on the planet, and so they, at least to my view, they seem to be the only ones actually enforcing rules on the crypto space. Which, I mean, somebody's got to do it.
I mean, it's an interesting point. I think, again, it depends what you're talking about, right? If you're talking about fraudsters who are ripping people off, certainly I think we want someone to be there to go after those kinds of people. But look, I still think we're better off sitting down and thinking through what regulation makes sense in this area, and that should be a conversation. It shouldn't be a one-sided conversation through read our latest enforcement press release.
Yeah, I mean, thinking more broadly, I know that a lot of people, there was this chilling effect when Tornado Cash, OFAC sanctioned a protocol for the first time ever. There's a dust attack soon after to show how unenforceable that kind of sanction was. And then you saw the developers, so these open source code developers, facing legal repercussions. One of them was jailed in Amsterdam. Two others, were dealing with the U.S. legal system. And I guess my question is that it feels like a scary time, at least this is what I'm hearing from some coders, it feels like a scary time to be working in open source code. People who previously felt comfortable being on stage, speaking at panels at an event like this don't want to do it, especially not in the U.S. Like, I've talked to a lot of people when I've been reporting overseas that just don't feel comfortable being here because they just don't know what waits for them in terms of being persecuted for the work that they're doing in open source.
Yeah, no, I think you're raising an important issue. I can't talk about, again, any particular cases, but I can say that that's one area where I think it's really important for people who are in this space to be thinking about how can we protect developers when they're writing code. The implications of building a permissioned regime where you have to get permission to write code are terrifying, right? And I think we really need to be very vigilant that no regulator is coming in and saying, hey, you need a permission card from me before you can write code. If we don't get this right now, we could have a big problem down the road.
Yeah. So I want to go to this conversation about stablecoins and CBDCs. It's really heating up. Do you think that in the US, a CBDC is a foregone conclusion? And do you think that there is space for a CBDC to coexist with these US dollar-pegged stablecoins?
I certainly don't think a CBDC is a foregone conclusion. I will say this a little bit outside of my remit. That's a Fed issue, not an SEC issue. But again, I think in my spot at the SEC, one of the areas that I have grown most concerned about is the expanding use of the financial system to surveil Americans' activities. And that is where I look at something like a CBDC and I say we again, really have to be extremely careful that we're not empowering the government to watch what you're doing in your financial lives if there's no reason to suspect you're doing anything wrong, or even worse, to be able to stop you from using the financial system, which obviously is something that people have concern people have raised with CBDCs. So I mean, that's again, it's outside my purview, except to the extent that I think financial surveillance is something, again, along with this idea of protecting coders' ability to code, we have to protect Americans' right to live their lives without having the government watch everything you do.
Yeah, China has been a really early mover in this space, and there's certainly a lot of concerns around some of the surveillance issues that come up when you have a centrally issued virtual currency. Moving on, how concerned are you when you see huge price run-ups like the one happening now in terms of the Bitcoin and Ether price appreciation? Obviously, this is cyclical. Roughly every 4 years, we see this kind of bull run, but it also is accompanied by rug pulls and a lot of schemes. Like, is this when you start to see enforcement actions really pick up, or how concerned are you right now?
Well, look, the market can speak for itself, and people can make decisions about what they think it's worth to pay for something, and that's really not my spot as a regulator. What I will say is that I'm always encouraging people, no matter what you're buying, be skeptical, right? That's always what you should do. You should ask questions. That's just a valuable thing to keep in mind for anything that you're buying, and certainly, be on alert, because you're right. When the market goes up, the fraudsters hop in, and so that's something we all have to watch out for.
People are in this room, so many of them are builders or developers, and I think that what people are keen to hear from you is how should they approach building in the space right now?
Well, look, I want you all to be able to look at the world, see problems, and think about solutions to those problems. And it actually makes me it's nice to be here because there's a lot of optimism here, and I like hearing people being excited about what they're building. But it makes me a little sad that a regulator is sitting here right now, because I think what I reflect is the fact that you all are spending part of your brain power thinking about how do I build this in a way that sort of avoids those areas of regulatory ambiguity. And again, if we had clearer rules, you could focus your time and your energy on building what you're building, knowing what the rules are so that you could stay on the right side of those rules. And so I guess, my advice is help me think through what a good regulatory framework would look like. And I really think that we can get to a better place in the United States. It's taken a lot longer than I or probably you all want, but I do think we can get there if we work together and think about what would make sense. So that's my request of you.
How do people reach you? If they have ideas about what a regulatory framework should look like, what's the easiest way to get in touch with your office or you personally?
Commissioner Peirce at sec.gov is a way to get in touch with my office. And I will say, when I travel to different places, I mean, you're welcome to come visit me in Washington, of course, but when I travel to different places, I usually post that on Twitter, X, and I'm happy to meet with people where you are. So please do take me up on that. It's always it's great to hear from you one-on-one or a group of you together. So I appreciate those of you who have already done that, been willing to take time to talk with me, and I hope others of you will do the same.
What is the biggest thing that you want to have happen in this calendar year with respect to the work that the SEC is doing with crypto? Is there a rule change that you're after?
I just love to hear a more productive tone coming out of the SEC. When you say, well, this whole industry is lawless, you know, that's not really a great way. When you say, well, just come in and register with us, okay, well then let's have a conversation about what that actually looks like. So I'd love to see a little bit of a more productive tone coming out of my agency. That's not much to ask for.
Anything keeping you up at night?
I mean, lots of things keep me up at night. But you know, one of the things that keeps me up at night, which I think this technology can actually solve, is centralization means that you have concentrated risks. Decentralization can actually bring resilience and strength to the financial system. So I'd love to see more resilience and more strength. Points of centralization always keep me up at night.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for joining us, and to the audience.
Wonderful. Decentralization will bring strength and resilience to the American financial system. What is happening? That was amazing. It was so wonderful to have Commissioner Pierce here. And we are going to keep the flow going with talking more about American government. We were talking on the federal side, and now we're going to talk a little bit about state government. We've got Katrina Paglia. She is the Chief Legal Officer at Pantera, and she will be moderating a panel with Kara Calvert, who is the head of U.S. policy at Coinbase, Tung Chan, who is at the Colorado Division of Securities, and Chris Hansen, who is with the Colorado General Assembly. So let's welcome them to the stage. Hi.
Some audience.
Okay, great. Welcome everybody. Excited to be joined by this awesome panel as we talk common sense crypto policy. I'm going to go through some quick introductions of the folks joining me, and then we're going to get right into it. We'll start with Kara Calvert on my right, who is the head of U.S. policy for Coinbase. Kara has spent her career in various government regulations and lobbying positions and is originally from Wyoming, so she is back in her home western states. Following Kara, we have Senator Chris Hansen, who represents the 31st District of Colorado and joins us with a focus on energy and tax for most of his political career, and has been proposing legislation to further crypto and encourage the innovation and support within the Colorado space. And rounding us out, last but not least, is Commissioner Tung Chan from the Division of Securities for Colorado. And interesting fact about the commissioner, she was the first general counsel for the Ethereum Foundation. So thank you all for joining me, and let's get right into it. I want to start at the federal level. We'll dive into the states shortly thereafter, but following up on Commissioner Peirce's fireside chat, I thought it would be good just to kind of get a lay of the land on some of the legislation that we know Coinbase is very actively monitoring, Kara's team leading the advocacy in DC. So let's just set the stage. TLDR, Kara, what are you looking at? What are the bills that are floating around the Hill right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you all. And I think we need more regulators like Commissioner Peirce, honestly, in Washington, and people who are really thoughtful, who are thinking about these new technologies and new use cases. It's really exciting. I always get really jazzed after I hear her speak because it makes me have faith again in regulators. So what does it mean in Washington right now? Right now, we've got a regulatory system that really isn't working for crypto, as you all know, and it's creating this downward pressure, not just on companies like Coinbase, but on all of you, on all the builders, on all of the innovators who are worried about having an SEC subpoena a day after they maybe create a new token. So what we're really working for in Washington is to create a very clear legislative framework that helps us identify how we actually put rules around commodities, something like Bitcoin, Ethereum, you name the list. We have 240 of them on our platform because we don't list securities. I have to put that out there. But we need something for these commodities. We need a framework at a federal level. Then we need something for stablecoins, mostly because the regulators don't really understand them and they're kind of afraid of them. But really, they're the big killer app right now. And so we really want to create this foundation for the growth of stablecoins. And then third, we really want to make sure that we can offer digital asset securities. What a great opportunity to actually raise capital to do some really unique things. So the legislation we're pushing for would really do all three of those. There's something called Fit 21 that addresses the commodities side and the securities side. It puts it in the CFTC and the SEC and creates very clear rules for both the people who distribute them, for the people who issue them, and then for companies like Coinbase who are a centralized intermediary. So it's really exciting. And then there's stablecoin legislation out there. Both of them are bipartisan. Both of them have been passed through bipartisan committees, and both of them have a shot at getting into law, but it really takes the work of a lot of constituents, a lot of really important members, and a lot of regulators to bring that to fruition.
Awesome. That's a really helpful overview. So as we are in this world of, for now anyway, legislative ambiguity, when we don't really have any of these bills signed into law yet, we're in this state where the SEC continues to act either through regulation by enforcement. We've seen a significant amount of cases brought last year against the platforms, the most recent of which is Kraken, and also continue to promulgate rules. You know, custody came out, Hester Peirce commented on the change to the definition of exchange and broker. As we are still in this kind of limbo period, should we continue to expect the SEC to focus on enforcement, maybe some more rulemaking? What do we think 2024 looks like?
Well, I think we'll continue to see rules around the edges, and that's kind of what we've seen with the brokers. It's what we've seen with the IRS broker rules, so we're seeing it in different places. I think where we don't expect to see it is truly in the nuts and bolts of digital assets. In fact, Coinbase petitioned the SEC about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago now, to write rules. And after a year and after taking them to court and filing our own lawsuit and saying, hey, we just want rules, tell us yes or no, they finally, after a year, came back and said, no, we are not going to write rules. So we don't have any high hopes that the SEC is going to help resolve these issues under this chairman.
Commissioner Chan, I'm curious from your perspective, is your job more difficult or maybe even potentially easier given the lack of clarity from the SEC right now on digital assets?
Well, my job certainly is influenced by what the federal government does, but we also have state laws, and it hasn't been, it hasn't been that difficult because we are able to, at least in Colorado, we've seen a lot of actual clear fraud, and we were able to enforce against that. So I don't consider that regulation by enforcement. I think you guys may have heard of the index coin case, where it's just pure fraud, and in those cases, I don't think it's healthy for the ecosystem or for any of the investors if we didn't take action. So in that way, I don't think that we have actually struggled with what people in the industry may be struggling with at the federal level.
Great. One more question on more of a federal level, then we'll dive into the states. Again, 2023, I'm gonna bring back to something that happened then. We had those two arguably conflicting opinions that came out in the Second Circuit of New York on both Terra Luna and Ripple. Are these tokens securities? They're currently in appeal. We obviously don't have clarity there. We, again, as we said, don't have clarity in terms of a federal rule. Thoughts from the panel on what these two conflicting opinions mean right now? How should we think about operating until we get either the appeals done or maybe some rulemaking or legislation?
Well, I think that what is interesting in these two opinions, besides the fact that they do seem to conflict in the determination of whether something is a security in the secondary market, I think what's really interesting is that they both seem to focus on the fact that whether crypto is a security depends on how that crypto is transacted. And they go back to Howey. So if you guys know Howey, that test was about orange groves. Now, everybody in the audience, if I said orange groves, you don't think security. But how that orange grove was sold to investors, how that was promoted, that's what the security is. And I think both of the Rakoff and Torres, those are the judges in the Ripple and Taro case, both came out and said, yeah, when we assess whether something's a security, we're going to look at how it's transacted. And I actually think that's a lot of clarity coming from the courts, and I think that's actually good, because now we know even conflicting opinions agree that what we're going to look at is how it's transacted. And frankly, I think that goes back to the cornerstone of what securities is about, which is if you're going to sell something to your mom or your uncle or your friends who are not securities experts, and you're going to hype it, and you're going to tell them a bunch of lies, that's not fair to them. And so that's the cornerstone of it. So no matter what it is, if it's sold like that, you're going to have securities problems, generally.
Yeah, I would just add that I think we're obviously watching those cases closely. We have our own case. The SEC has sued us for transacting, basically for offering securities on our platform. We do not believe those 12 assets are securities, and so we are also going through our own court case in New York. And I think what we are seeing is that it's really important that these court cases move forward and we continue to get clarity from the courts in the absence, because I think you kind of said, what do we do while we're waiting for these court cases to resolve? These appeals can last years. I think what we are going to continue to push for is clarity from legislators, and so making sure that at the federal level, we do move forward on a federal standard. And in the states, I think the states have a real opportunity to actually have some laboratories, I keep using the saying of laboratories of innovation, that there are some opportunities, I think, for different innovators, builders to go into these states and hopefully innovate and go to a state where they have really smart commissioners who can work with them on what that looks like. And so we're really excited, even though we have court cases and we think we're going to win ours, so we're also really excited.
That is a perfect segue into the states. Thank you. So let's dive into some of the things that are happening more locally, and what better place to start than Colorado. I think Colorado has kind of been at the forefront of supporting innovation and entrepreneurship in the blockchain and digital asset space, which is great. I mean, you can pay your taxes with digital assets. You can pay your DMV with digital assets. That's kind of, I actually didn't realize that. That's really wild to me. So that's great. So let's start with you, Senator Hansen. What do you think? What do you think that Colorado is doing right? And how are you fostering this innovation? And how, like, what could other states learn? Like, what is your secret sauce?
Yeah, I really appreciate the invitation to share a little bit about what we've been doing in Colorado. The one thing you forgot to mention is you can also donate to your favorite state Senate candidate using Secure Token and crypto. Go. So not only can you pay your taxes, but you can also do political donations. So we changed state law for that too. I guess the other thing that I think has been interesting in Colorado is we've been trying to think about how we can use secure token technology, blockchain technology for state debt as well. And there's been some examples of this on the municipal level, but to my understanding, not any other states that have done this yet. And so I've been working closely with the state treasurer over the last couple of years to really transition Colorado into being able to use this new technology. And so we're not just stuck with kind of the vanilla Wall Street version of state debt, which has tons of overhead, lots of fees, and why are we wasting taxpayer money paying a bunch of analysts on Wall Street when we could do this directly and really democratize our debt instruments as a state? So that was kind of the piece I really focused on a couple of years ago. We've done the enabling legislation on that. The state treasurer was required to go and do a study and show that it would work. Guess what? It works. And so we're ready to move forward with starting to offer these types of instruments. So that's kind of, I think, the next big thing in Colorado.
That's so wild. Do you think that the continued ability to show consumptive use and real-world cases for digital assets will have any influence on the SEC as they're thinking through their rule promulgation, like security versus not? I mean, these things are very clearly usable and practical.
Yeah, well, I would just add to that whole idea of theory of change. I do a lot of work in the energy and environment space as well. And if you think back to things like the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act, those started as state laws. And as soon as we got to 5, 6, a dozen states who moved forward, then Washington, D.C. finally got in gear.
Yep.
And so that's kind of been my theory of change on a lot of different policy fronts as a state legislator, is let me work in Colorado, get some cutting edge legislation in place, and then reach out to my colleagues around the country and say, hey, let's work on this together, because that's how we force the kind of create a forcing function for DC to catch up.
So taking a step out of Colorado on the point you just made, California just came out with their own digital asset framework, and they mirrored it largely off of New York with the BIT license out there. So to your point of multiple states kind of getting in some sort of conformity, some sort of uniform approach to anything maybe influences the federal government, thoughts on whether or not California or New York are kind of taking the right approach is one part of the question. The other part is, do you think there's actually a chance that the states could get some sort of mass framework, or at least some sort of material amount of movement in that regard that would actually influence the federal government?
Well, first of all, I think I meant to say this right at the beginning, but I'm really speaking on behalf of myself and not of the division and Dora. I think that the states have a real opportunity to be a laboratory for innovation, and I don't know if the BIT license and one that New York has and the one that California is adopting is the way to go. I mean, many of you probably have tried to interact with those licenses, and I don't know that it has proven to be successful for first movers, so I don't know if that's what's going to catch, but I think that we have an opportunity to be innovating in the space, and I hope that if we have some good ideas, they will catch, because we do need to be thinking more out of the box than I think we have been. And I wouldn't knock the regulators, because what they're trying to do is they are the stop signs. You guys are the fast cars. You're the innovators. And they are the stop signs to make sure little dogs and old ladies don't get run over. So they are thinking from a different space. And I understand that cautiousness, but I think that there's still space for innovations on how to keep people safe, but also allow for innovation. And I hope that the states will be able to play a significant role in that kind of innovation.
I'll just quickly add on to that. We have tons of examples in other policy areas of multi-state compacts and regulators working together across state lines. I mean, if we can have a doctor opt in to Colorado, we can probably figure this out. So yeah, I think Colorado will continue to push and look for ways to cooperate with other states.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing, because we have 45 money transmission licenses, we've got a BIT license, we're working on California, we're literally, we're now, Hawaii is now contemplating it. They're going through their sandbox, and that is now going to a situation where people can operate there again. So we'll be everywhere. And what we have found is that harmonization is really important absent of federal law. But there are other things that can be done that I think are really unique. Like, that is an awesome idea that you were just discussing about the state debt. And I think that there are things that can be exported, these awesome ideas. I heard one in Boston a couple of weeks ago about all future record keeping being done on the blockchain. Because you can't do 300 years of record keeping on the blockchain, but you can do it going forward. So any new record keeping needs to be required on the blockchain. So there are different ideas that are just going to help promote the use. Does it get us to a federal framework? Does it get us to a framework that's identical in every state? No, that's just the reality. It's very hard. We've seen this in money transmission licenses. We've had model laws, and the model laws just don't stick. So ultimately, I think there are other areas where we can be innovative in the states.
I'm going to bring it back to Colorado one more time. So again, tons of history, or tons of precedent to look at in terms of the innovative support here. You have the Digital Token Act of 2019, which addresses a little bit of registration exemption for things that might be securities, depending on the consumptive use. That's super supportive. On the other side, Colorado is very clearly focused on consumer protection. The recently announced index coin case that Commissioner Chan's department brought, which I know we can't go into too much detail with you, but it's kind of interesting that Colorado has found a way to thread the needle with both seemingly right-sized regulation and enforcement, which we all need, and we agree we need the stop signs. We want the stop signs. I mean, there's a reason that exists, but at the same time, creating these frameworks that allow for the innovation and the development, and has continued to bring business in here. So we'd love to hear from both of you on how Colorado has, like I said, thread that needle with both sides of it.
I think that I've been in the space since about late 2014, 2015, and I started when the Ethereum Genesis block was launched, so way back. And I think the space itself has changed. And so I think the secret sauce to how it works has changed as well. With FTX and Celsius and Voyager's collapse, among many, there's been a change, I think, in the atmosphere and understanding more that you don't want to be defrauded either, right? You're building, but you're also part of the ecosystem. And so part of that is that we do enforce. We enforce fraud, but we don't do regulation by enforcement. That is to say, if there's some confusion as to whether it's fraud and that confusion is legitimate and it's really ambiguous, you're probably not in our crosshairs. But if you're like in the index coin case, the regulados didn't actually have a platform, the cryptocurrency was essentially worthless, and they told them, they confessed in a YouTube video that's now viral about how they did steal $1.3 million. Yes, we're going to prosecute that. We're going to protect Coloradans from that. And I think a combination of making this work is that part of it, with the idea that we want you to innovate, we want you to move forward, and we want to find ways to allow that to happen. And a lot of that is through the legislature, and also the fact that we as the division do not enforce do not do regulation by enforcement. So I think it's some combination of that.
Yeah, I'll just emphasize that point. Like, I think we have a great tradition of great consumer protection in this state. I think we've been ahead of the curve in some of our consumer protection laws, working on some right now in this session that are trying to put in better protections with relation to some of the social media platforms. But that said, we do want to be a state where we can grow new things and try new things and fast fail and explore new options. And you know, the state government is a $42 billion enterprise. We've got tons of financial transactions, tons of record keeping, lots happening in the healthcare space. There's just massive number of new opportunities here. And I think as a state government, we want to send that signal that we want you to come to Colorado and try new things. And we've got a legislature, about a half dozen of us that pay a lot of attention to this area. And we want to put in legislation that's going to open up those doors. So hopefully, very, very open atmosphere here to help improve operations of state government, our finances, our record keeping, and super great consumer protection.
I would add that a part of it is also that we have a really smart, forward, tech-thinking governor, and we have senators that are so smart in the tech space, and that really makes a big difference, I think, in Colorado's progress.
I would just add, I actually think this is from an outsider looking in. I'm not a neighbor anymore in Wyoming. Now I'm actually a true outsider living in DC. But what I find fascinating is we launched something called Stand With Crypto that has become this nationwide effort. And where we see the most activity is where you have the states that are most forward-leaning. So I think ETHDenver is a big part of this, right? You have people, you have people who are excited. You have people who are willing to have conversations with people like you. I think that that's really important. And if you want states to continue to be forward-leaning, you have to come out of the woodwork and you have to make your voice heard.
So that leads into another really good question. This audience is obviously very invested in what's happening at the legislative level, both state and federal. What are things people can be doing, either from an advocacy perspective, education perspective? How can we get our voices heard and try to continue to push protective yet innovative, supportive legislation at both the state and federal level? What would you advocate people to do?
Well, I would answer this question as I would with almost any advocacy group, which is I often joke that you pass bills in September, not April. So our legislative session in Colorado, January to May, we are working hard on bills for those 120 days. But you pass hard bills by working on them the year before. So get to know your state rep, get to know your state senator, go have coffee. I guarantee you, if you reach out to them directly, they'd be happy to set up time with you. Let them hear directly from you, from your company, from the group of advocates you're working with on whatever topic it might be, and that certainly applies to crypto and blockchain as it would to anything else that we work on. The Colorado legislature looks at 800 bills a year. couple dozen are related to this area, and work hard on those over the summer and fall so that you can be successful the next session.
And I would say join Stand with Crypto. It's my like super selfish plug here, but ultimately it gives you the tools. They're on-chain tools if you're interested in being on-chain, using a wallet to do a lot of these different activities. Show up at the different events. So we'll have some activities tomorrow here that we're talking about Stand with Crypto. We have a big event in LA. If any of you are from LA, we have a big event on Monday with Nas. To be clear, I was telling my children and my husband about this. Sorry for the side note here. And my kids were super excited. They're like, Lil Nas. My husband was like, no. It's the original. It's Nas. And he went out and he got his first album that he bought. It was Nas. So it was very exciting. So he is going to speak because he's he's actually a crypto advocate. He cares deeply. He released 2 songs as NFTs. So he is going to be there, and then he's going to do a performance. Brian Armstrong will also be there. So if you're in LA, show up at the Bourbon Room at 4 p.m. on Monday.
I think I just figured out what I'm doing on Monday.
Please come. Please come.
Okay, so 2024, big political year for us. We've got presidency, state the obvious there, and many congressional elections. Would love to get the thoughts from all of you on what you think could happen from a crypto regulatory outlook in 2024, depending on how these elections end up going.
All right. Yeah, as the politician on the stage, I guess I can start with that one. Well, let me start with Colorado. Colorado is going to remain in Democrat control. So this is the first cycle in a very long time where the control of the Senate or the House is not in question. I mean, it's decades since that has happened, but we now have supermajority in the House, 46 out of 65. In the Senate, we're 23 out of 35, and have a very good shot at having a supermajority after this next election. So that is going to remain stable. It means reach out to me and my colleagues if you have ideas for legislation for next year, because it means that we have a lot of time to focus on policy, quite frankly. In previous years, we would spend big chunks of our year working on politics and trying to win the next cycle and the next election. And we have a little bit of a luxury because of where things have shifted in Colorado to have more time on policy. Would love to talk to anybody in the room over the summer and the fall to get ready for next year. Quickly on the national front, I have come to the conclusion at this point, anything can change, that this is going to come down to about 75,000 people in 3 or 4 states. Colorado, I can tell you where our electoral votes are going at this point. I mean, again, anything can change, but there's 4 states that are in question. So if you want to have an impact on the national election this time around, contact your friends in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Yeah. I'll let you decide what the 4th state is, because that looks like where all the action is going to happen.
Well, last year I was asked this question about this year, and I was like, I think Ripple's going to get decided. So I think that's true, but I didn't understand that Terra was going to come kind of sidelining it. So I think legally on that side, we should be looking at that space and seeing if the Second Circuit Court of Appeals takes up that issue, watching how Ripple and Terra turn out, watching the Coinbase case. I think there's a lot of really pivotal legislation, really pivotal court cases coming out. If you guys remember Howey, if the case that you used to determine if crypto is a security, that case came out of the U.S. Supreme Court and has been holding firm for 60 years. So, our system is supposed to be part legislation, part courts, and part executive. And so I think there's a lot to watch also on the judicial legislation side. I would keep that space and keep your eye on that.
Yeah, and I think politically, that 2024 is going to be the biggest election ever for crypto, just hands down, full stop. And I think it's at the presidential level, It is at your federal level with your legislators, with members of Congress, with the Senate, at the state legislator level. It's actually a really interesting issue because it's bipartisan and you've got different legislators coming at it. It's particularly, I think, acute at the state level where you see different people coming to the issue for different reasons. But at the federal level, it's bipartisan. And what we've done from Coinbase perspective is obviously we launched Stand with Crypto, and that's now its own independent organization, and they're engaging in races. They are talking about races. You can go to the website and you can see scorecards for every single race out there. You can see where your incumbent is. You can see where the candidates are, if they've come and if they've made a statement on crypto or if they're active. And then at the presidential level, it's the same thing. You can see all the information about the presidential candidates and where they stand on crypto. So I think it's going to be a very important year because regulators matter. Hester Peirce, Commissioner Peirce matters, right? Who chairs the agencies matter. And so the presidential matters a lot. And then again, all of the 435 House races, 33 Senate races, and then hundreds and hundreds and hundreds across the different states. So get involved.
Well, just quickly on that, there's really only 30 congressional races. I mean, if we're honest about it, right? There are 435 on the ballot. There's less than 10% that are actually competitive for a whole bunch of reasons. Gerrymandering at the top of that list for me.
Yep.
But to be realistic, it's a very small number that are actually competitive.
But they're all running. They're all running for re-election. They all care about who shows up at the ballot box, especially with a presidential that's unclear. So you're totally right. And something that's R plus 36, probably not a big race.
I would just say, as an administrator and the regulatory side, I would say that, one thing I would hope that doesn't happen is that crypto ends up being a bipartisan issue.
100%.
What we have seen in certain states is that somehow it has become with the UCC, and I'm not going to get too in the weeds because nobody wants to talk about the UCC except me, but what we saw with the UCC, which is normally just everybody agrees because it's only about commercial transactions. For the first time in decades, it became a political issue, and certain governors just said, "Oh, this is a political issue. We're not going to take it." That I don't think that's healthy for the ecosystem. I hope that both sides see its economic value and can keep it out of that particular. Once it gets there, then you don't have conversations anymore. People just say it's red or blue, right? Yeah. And I don't think that's the way crypto is. Crypto's everybody.
Right. We really don't want this to be a wedge issue. I think that's a really important piece, right? It's a bipartisan issue. Right. We don't want it to be a wedge issue. We want everybody to come to the table.
All right. We can count it down. Final round robin question. Biggest headline of 2024 when we're sitting here a year from now?
It's got to be the presidential election. I mean, I don't know what that's going to say, but I imagine that will be the biggest headline.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I hope that's the biggest headline.
I mean, for the globe, for this industry, for everything we're talking about, that's the biggest headline.
I think we're going to hit $2.5 trillion. I don't know. I think we're gonna think the market cap is gonna go back up. I think there's gonna be a lot of stable coins in circulation. I can't make predictions, but I think that the big headline is gonna be that crypto is back. That crypto we go through cycles, and it's an exciting year. 2024 is spring, 2025 is summer.
I like it. We'll end with that. Thank you so much. This was a great conversation.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you. Now we are at the end of our day, our final panel, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. This one's going to be a good one. It's going to be Jesse Walden from Variant, Jake Chervinsky from Variant, and moderator is going to be Tracy Wang. She is a crypto journalist, and she is a contributing writer for Rolling Stone. She covered the SBF trial. It's going to be a good one. Stick around, and let's hear how it goes. The topic is going to be why sufficient decentralization is no longer sufficient. We got some hot takes tonight, I think.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Wow, well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around to the last panel. So my name is Tracy. I was a former deputy managing editor at CoinDesk, and now I'm a contributing writer at Rolling Stone. So, excuse me. But we have two lovely panelists. I'll let you introduce yourselves and also kind of tell us a little bit about your background, the VC fund that you work for, and also for all of us that are staying around this late, drop some alpha on this panel.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Jesse. I'm the co-founder and general partner at Variant. We are an early-stage crypto fund. We are investing in an internet that makes people owners, and we do that across the full stack. Our focus is early-stage investing, so we try to be the first check-in to help founders go 0 to 1 in crypto. And quick background, I got started in crypto about a decade ago as a founder. I co-founded a startup called MediaChain, evident in the name, MediaChain. We were focused on digital assets of a different kind, not financial assets, but today we call them NFTs. It was a little early. That company was acquired by Spotify. And I got into investing by joining Andreessen Horowitz and helping them to launch their first crypto fund, and then started Variant to focus on very early stage investing. So that's my quick background and a little on Variant. And Jake, go ahead.
Awesome. I am Jake Chervinsky. I am Chief Legal Officer at Variant. My job, other than managing all of the firm's legal work, is to help our portfolio companies, our founders and their lawyers, navigate the very complex legal and regulatory landscape here in the United States and around the world. I got my start in crypto in about 2017. At the time, I was outside counsel at a law firm focused on regulatory compliance and government enforcement defense, mostly focused on the SEC and the CFTC. I then went full-time into crypto in 2019 as general counsel for Compound Labs, where I led the legal work for distributing the Compound governance token and decentralizing the Compound protocol, and then spent about 2 years as head of policy for the Blockchain Association, which is our industry's largest and most effective trade association in Washington, D.C., so trying to help figure out what good policy for crypto looks like. So that's me.
Okay, so the topic of our panel is decentralization, and just walking around the booths, you see it on all these banners as kind of like a buzzword, right? Decentralized AI, decentralized finance. So let's, I guess, first start with what is decentralization to you, if you could define it, if there are different types of it. And the second part of this question is, why is it so important for projects to be decentralized? And I guess we'll start with you, Jesse.
Sure. So, yeah, so it's a loaded term. Decentralization, right? So what is it, right? Well, I think everyone here has a good idea that, networks like Ethereum, like Bitcoin, the reason they exist is they are these distributed compute networks that run on independent machines all over the world. And these compute networks, they have really sort of important properties. They provide security guarantees and censorship resistance. And so that's the benefit of decentralization. And on top of networks like Ethereum, you can build applications. I think the term decentralization gets dragged all the way up the stack to everything that people can conceive of building on these things. And there's a reason for that. And I think the reason is, in large part, because of the regulatory environment that we find ourselves in the US here, where about 4 years ago, or 2019, Bill Hinman said ETH is not a security because it's sufficiently decentralized, and henceforth, the entire industry has tried to sort of run through this door of sufficient decentralization. But I would make the claim that that's actually not great for a huge swath of projects building in the space, particularly those building at the application layer, where progressive decentralization is probably more optimal.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. I guess to add a bit on the regulatory side, when I think about decentralization, what I think it means from a legal perspective is the absence of any one central party who has outsized influence in an ecosystem or a protocol or some other blockchain-based product or service, such that it makes sense to regulate them because of whatever risk they create in that ecosystem. So when we talk about sufficient decentralization, really what we mean is having an ecosystem or some other type of protocol where there is no party like that where regulation is justified. And that really was, as Jesse said, what Bill Hinman said when he initially used the term sufficient decentralization. He said, when you look at Ether today, there is no central party who should be forced to make disclosures or otherwise comply with the securities laws, because there is no one party that has privileged access to information or some other role in the Ethereum ecosystem. So we've taken that same concept and tried to apply it to a lot of other different types of protocols and products. I think what we'll get to next, though, is this isn't a perfect way to solve the regulatory challenge that we face. It's also not the only way to solve that regulatory challenge, and I think we've over-indexed on sufficient decentralization as the only way to navigate that issue when we don't need to do that.
Got it, okay. So what are some other ways to kind of satisfy the regulatory considerations that don't necessarily pertain to decentralization? It does seem like we've kind of taken it too far a bit.
Well, so I'm going to posit a wishful thinking answer, and then I'm going to let Jake posit the actual answer, or some potential actual answers. So, okay, the wishful thinking answer, I like to draw an analogy to, to policy that emerged in the early aughts at the advent of social media. So as platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram came online, there was a whole swath of problems related to copyright law. As you can imagine, like user-generated content kind of blew open the problem of copyrighted material propagating the internet at lightning speed. And what happened in response to that was regulation was passed, the DMCA regulation, which is imperfect, but it kind of came up with a protocol, an adaptation of the copyright laws for this new reality of user-generated content on the internet. Mm-hmm. And this protocol, the DMCA compliance protocol, is basically like copyright light. It's a way for platforms to deal with copyrighted material on their platform without like getting sued to oblivion. And similarly, I think what I would love to see happen is an adaptation of the securities laws for this new reality that we find ourselves in today, where we have user-generated assets. So user-generated content, DMCA, we need a DMCA equivalent for user-generated assets. What specifically might that look like? Well, I think if you comply with some standards, like your application runs on a smart contract platform that's public and the code's open source, there's no information asymmetry, which is the primary thing that the securities laws are trying to get at. And so you can comply with this kind of securities law light framework and basically not have to file an S1. Yeah. But this kind of protocol would allow teams that are contributing to these projects to stay involved as opposed to stepping back, like we've seen many projects in the space have to do in order to sort of fit this mold of being sufficiently decentralized, as Jake was describing. So that's my like wishful thinking, idea. Yeah. But
I mean, I couldn't agree more from a policy perspective. I also sadly agree that it's wishful, because that's not what the law is today. And we heard Commissioner Peirce about an hour ago talk about this. And I think the sort of sad thing is this would require a change in the law, either through Congress, like the DMCA, which was legislation passed through Congress, or rulemaking, like the token safe harbor that Commissioner Peirce herself proposed, which really addresses exactly what Jesse was saying, right? There is some risk. The risk is an information asymmetry between the creator of a token and the holder of the token. We will then require the creator of the token to make reasonable disclosures in order to address that risk. That makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, the current view of the SEC is not to allow that to happen. And it's a political decision as much as it is a legal or policy decision. So I guess to get back to the question, and maybe to drop a little bit of alpha, as you said at the end of the day here, let me maybe give you sort of a theoretical framework, conceptual framework for how to think about addressing regulatory risk, either with decentralization or without it. Whenever you think about a regulatory challenge, you have to make a decision between two different options. Option one is comply with the regulation, right? Look at the law and figure out what does it require you to do? Is it a registration requirement? Is it a licensing requirement? Is it some other type of due diligence requirement? And then see if you can satisfy that requirement directly under the law. The second way of doing this is to structure the product or the protocol or the service in a way so that the regulation doesn't apply at all. So you don't have any compliance obligations to begin with. So every product has to sort of pick one of these two different options. And when we talk about something like a registration regime under the securities laws, unfortunately it just does not work for the distribution of a token because tokens cannot be securities and also trade in a decentralized, permissionless environment. So instead what we have to do for token distribution is figure out how do we make sure that tokens are not securities, right? This is the issue we all talk about way too much. When you think about that, sufficient decentralization, as we've been discussing, is one way to make sure that the securities laws do not apply by negating, right, knocking out one of the 4 prongs of the Howey test. Well, it's not the only prong that you can knock out. And the other way that folks tend to distribute tokens is through airdrops. And airdrops do not depend on decentralization at all. An airdrop has nothing to do with sufficient decentralization. An airdrop attacks a different prong of the Howey test, the requirement of an investment of money. And this makes sense because from a policy perspective, again, the reason the securities laws apply is to protect investors. If you have no investors, then there's no reason for the securities laws to apply. So this is just one example of many where you can look at what the legal or regulatory requirement is and then figure out how to make sure that you do not create the risk that justifies regulation in the first place. And you can do that all across various regulatory frameworks that we deal with every day.
Mm-hmm. We'll eventually also talk about best practices, but just to kind of continue with their point about kind of the 2 paths, and one path could just be having the securities laws not even be applied to you. And so I do think if you've been in crypto for a while, you've seen a lot of industry practices that maybe a newcomer would scratch their head and think, why are things like this? And I'm going to name off a few. Most protocols sometimes are run by a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. Sometime in the past 2 years, I remember people stopped giving themselves titles and they would just call themselves contributors or core contributors. Entities would have kind of be this, the governance, the structure of the organization would have like a labs or foundation component. It was all very confusing because sometimes the names would not even be related. And so it seems like all of these practices kind of were to decentralize the entity or what maybe some more cynical people would call decentralization theater. And so maybe you guys can talk about kind of did any of this actually get towards the goal that they were trying reach the goal that they were trying to kind of achieve, and kind of what have we learned from kind of these experiments and these structures?
So I'll take a quick stab. So earlier I was saying, decentralization at the base layer is a requirement. It's the whole value proposition of networks like Ethereum, but we've dragged that all the way up to every application building on top, many of which have launched DAOs, many of which now have a for-profit company and a non-profit foundation. And this, I would say this is problematic for a number of reasons. The primary reason being that for many of these projects, especially building at the application layer, if you're a startup, you're looking to capture lightning in a bottle, find product market fit. Only thereafter do you really want to sort of turn over control of the product to the community, because once you do that, you slow down your rate of progress quite a bit, because you have to start making decisions by committee, and the founders have to step back and start calling themselves contributors as opposed to founders, and just basically be less involved. And when you have lightning in a bottle or you're trying to catch it, the last thing you want to do is slow down. So this is why it's sort of, I would say, kind of problematic. And the solutions that we've sort of seen in the space are, let's take DAOs as an example, right? DAOs are meant to be decentralized, but in practice, many DAOs, the way they function is through some kind of hierarchical decision-making process. Delegation is the most popular one, right? Where there are delegates in the ecosystem. It's not quite a corporate entity, but there's still kind of a hierarchy to decision-making because that's really the best way we've figured out how to scale human decision-making over many millenniums of trying different things. And so I think it's important to just draw a contrast. There are networks and sort of protocols in crypto that are fully automated where no human decision-making is required, like Ethereum at the base layer. There's rough consensus among the devs at this conference on the direction of Ethereum, but the protocol itself does not have any humans in the loop. There's protocols up the stack like Uniswap where there's no humans in the loop. And then there's protocols that require dynamic kind of parameterization where there need to be humans in the loop making decisions. And for those types of projects, I think decentralization can also often slow things down quite a bit at the wrong time. So I would say that that's on the back to your question, what's worked and what hasn't worked. I'd say DAO governance in large part I think is suboptimal for the vast majority of projects that jump into it too soon, and we want to find a way to kind of push that out and let the sort of founders and core people in these projects contribute for longer.
I totally agree with that, and I think that is in a way a good description of the term that Tracy used, which is decentralization theater. And I think it's important to talk about that just a little bit, because I think what a lot of people do is they ignore the way that I, again, think about decentralization, which is the absence of some central party that has some privileged role in the ecosystem. And what they want to do in the scope of decentralization theater is pretend like they are not playing that role, but then continue playing that role anyway, usually for regulatory purposes, but sometimes also for community signaling purposes or other reasons. And I think that that is a huge mistake. Just like Jesse said, both operationally, I think it causes a lot of problems at a point when it is not necessary, when as a founder you need to be building as opposed to dealing with a community of token holders who are causing headaches for a bunch of reasons. And also, like I said, it's not always necessary. So, and I think that ultimately if you have conversations with regulators, your attempt to pull off decentralization theater will actually give you more trouble in the end than just being honest about what you're doing. So I think for me, to go back to the question, what has worked? I think what has worked is being very honest about what you are doing and why. And that includes when it comes to deciding whether and when you want to decentralize. So to me, decentralization is a trade-off, right? It's not all good. I think in the industry, because we love decentralization, and it is indeed at the core of what we're doing, we treat it as though it is sacred and always applicable. And that's not true. Decentralization means you will be very inefficient and very slow in exchange for being perhaps very secure or aligning incentives so that you don't have one group of people taking advantage of another group of people. This is sort of the Web 2 issue. This is why I think a lot of us are here in the first place, where we saw these large tech companies that were basically victimizing their own customers for the benefit of shareholders. And part of the idea of decentralized governance is to say, it is the people who will be affected by these decisions who will also make those decisions. It doesn't mean that it's going to be efficient. It's intentionally going to be inefficient, right? The best example of decentralized governance that we have before crypto is the United States Congress. If you've spent a minute looking at the United States Congress, you can see it is not efficient. It is very slow. It almost never gets anything done, and that is by design. So I think what works is know why you are decentralizing, embrace that trade-off, and then don't look back once you sort of make that decision to go from efficiency into inefficiency.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we have time for one more quick question. So we might have some founders in the audience that could be potentially thinking about starting a project or launching a token. What is one piece of kind of very useful practical advice that you would give them?
So I think Jake just hit on it, but progressive decentralization as opposed to sufficient decentralization, which basically implies do it step by step at the right time, and the pursuit of sufficient decentralization may not be the only thing or the only path to align incentives with users and spur growth. And so that's my quick take.
Yeah, I agree. And with 15 seconds left, I guess all I would say is don't let regulatory uncertainty or mean words from policymakers scare you out of doing the work that you want to do or out of doing it here in the United States. There are ways that you can do that, and that's what we are working on right now to help people do the business they want to do in a safe and compliant way here in the US, and I think we can do that.
All right, thank you so much. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. Good seeing you again. Bye-bye, that was great. Okay, end of the night for real. Everybody that stayed, thank you so much. It's so wonderful seeing your tired faces at the end of our little session. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Some of the highlights for tomorrow's programming are DeFi, DePIN, TradFi, and privacy. Remember, if you took pictures of any of the panels today, then hashtag ETHDenver 2024. ETHDenver 2024. And have a safe rest of your night. Bye-bye.